through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Welcome back to Valkenswaard. We're at the Euro circuit for a weekend of RallyX action. That's Victor Johansson, who got the whole shot over on this side of the circuit and is now over on this side. Nearly. Is now over on this side of the Joker, obviously the loose gravel there. A very kind photographer said to me, Hal and Peter, don't stand there, lads, you're tuning the track. So we've moved 6 feet this way, we nearly got machine gun. Hal, good morning.
Morning, mate, how's it going?
Yeah, dude, yeah, beautiful day. This is a great view. We don't make it out of that tent all day. And then we come out here, and this end of the track, actually, you can see both sides. So over here, we can see the chicane, which they use after that first lap, or in some people's case yesterday by accident on the first lap. Here comes Victor again.
Not joking this time, trying to extend the margin. You can see in the background though, Peter, if we have a look at the surface in the Joker section, they've really manipulated the loose overnight and they've dragged all that loose gravel back onto the racing line. You can actually see by the curb there where it's starting to clean already, and that's only going to increase through the course of the day.
I'm pleased to see they've done that because the track cleaned up a lot yesterday, and it's still a cool track, but I do like the gravel to be where the gravel is. We saw the lap times come tumbling down when the clean line was there. Then you get the impression it's only really one line around the circuit.
That's the thing for me. I don't really care about the ultimate lap time. It's more about there being consistency across the breadth of the track, so that you can risk an outside move because the grip's the same on the outside as on the inside.
Exactly, yeah. So it's nice they put the track back. A lot of work overnight. Here comes Victor now.
So smooth on the throttle, isn't he, Victor?
Yeah.
He's just got the magic touch barbell right to the barrier on the outside, but also gets through Bleasdale, currently second.
We gave Victor a lift back yesterday to his, he's staying, Centre Parks, he's just here, and he's staying at a lodge over there. But
his lodge is 100 metres from the paddock, but it's actually 3.5 kilometres if you go through the right entrance.
There's a big fence, and he didn't want to climb over the barbed wire. Let's go this way, Peter. Don't fall over that thing there. But Victor was saying, we were saying, look, your car looks dialed, but actually a couple of the locals' cars look really dialed as well. And Hal, you made a good point yesterday. Yeah, those locals' cars are absolutely dialed into this track, whereas Victor obviously is travelling around with us and dialing it into different places. Particularly the Mercedes looked great in turn one.
Yeah, you need a much broader scope in the base setup, don't you? If you're going to Montenegro 1 week, Valkenswaard the next week, Riga, and then up to northern Sweden, where Alvspin, which we'll see later in the year, has got such high-speed compressions, and it's such a different character of circuit to here in the Euro circuit, which is billiard smooth, really, isn't it? So
yeah.
I think that, apart from the local knowledge of the local drivers that we saw do so well yesterday, a lot of that is in the refinement of the setup. Right,
come with us. We're going to break the rules because they're pulling a car out of the track. So come on, Peter. Let's see if we can get thrown out of Valkenswaard. Hal, let's go. So this, Hal, I want to look at the curb. Come on, chop. Hal's not walking very quickly for the morning. I thought he'd be more enthusiastic about going on the track. He loves this sort of thing. Right, let's have a quick look here. And we can see this is the curb, Hal, which you've been talking about, the difference between the old cars. Those two cars off.
Peter looks behind. Poor old Slavomir Wallach, who has had a torrid weekend of being buried in the sand, is
buried in the sand
gone
again.
For a proper bucket and spade type scenario there, hasn't he?
So we can stay here as long as we want because that is going to take a long while to dig that bad boy out. So Peter, come on over and have a look at the curb.
I mean, this is what we were talking about yesterday, isn't it? And the curb's actually quite a lot lower than it was historically now, but even in its complexion today, an older school supercar as it was, or a Super 600 car, would have got right up on two wheels here. And as we saw through much of yesterday, the cars barely move now, and that's all to do with the advantages in technology, in the suspension, the drivability of the cars we always talk about, in the engine performance as well. And these are the bollards, Andrew, that somebody clipped. I think it was Mounier got a 5-second penalty.
Yeah.
That's the only real track limits on the circuit that you get penalised for. And it's on the exit curb over there where Ollie Erikson had his problem.
That's what I was going to talk about. So Hal, I tell you what. No, they have got Wallach's car out, so we won't hang around too long. Peter, I don't know what you can see on the inside of that curb. There's a dip in the gravel, and how Ollie said they actually didn't take enough curb, so he was playing it safe, and that cost him pulling the wheel off.
So they were taking massive cuts, so that basically the curb was in the middle of the car underneath. He was trying to be a bit cautious later on in the race and took less of a cut. What that meant was the side of the wheel, the inside of the wheel hit the sharp edge of the curb on the outside, and
pulled
it was
off.
all a lateral load, and that's what ultimately pulled the wheel off. And
So,
it was
yeah.
a clean break across all the wheel studs in the drive flange. It was a mess, wasn't it?
You see the same at Lowiak. If you ever used to watch Lowiak, the big curbs there, you can ride them up, but you don't want to go over the back of them because crossing back over them is really hard. As you say, it's pulling the wheel in the wrong direction.
And because of the complexion of this gravel, which we've just seen those two cars get pulled out of, where it's deep sand, it digs up a lot, and so you do reveal a lot of the inside of the curb, whereas you wouldn't do if the curb was built into the landscape like it is in Scandinavia. Right,
Elias Svensson's here. He had a rough start to yesterday, didn't he? 2 incidents on the first couple of laps. We'll see if we can have a very quick chat with him if he's got time. Elias, excuse me, how you doing? Yesterday morning was hard work for you, mate.
Yes, it was. So it can only be better today.
Yeah, what's the plan? Try and stay out of trouble?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Other people's fault, I guess, not your fault, was it?
Huh?
It wasn't your fault. Good luck, mate. I don't think it was his fault, Hal. Fraser was a fair move. Elias ran a little bit wide in there, I thought. Anyway, it was door-to-door stuff, and then he got nerved off, didn't he?
Yeah, a couple of times, but there's also a scenario of putting yourself in the right place, isn't there? And if you do leave up here in the Joker lap with Fraser, he left a tiny opportunity, and then the door is open, and then you allow someone to come up the inside of you. So maybe not a mistake in terms of throwing it off, but you do open yourself up to that sort of contact sometimes if you're not on the ideal line all the time.
And while we're talking about Fraz, we were saying yesterday that we felt Fraser might be looking for an extra couple of tenths. When we spoke to him after the event, he said it's not really about the lap time, it's about not losing time on the first lap. And Fraz felt that he himself had not compromised himself, but had ended up in the wrong place. You know, how many times have we seen someone, they tried to go around the outside in turn 1, and then somebody else gets up the inside, and before you know it, you've lost 4 places. So it is quite tricky. You've just got to minimise your losses if you don't get the whole shot.
Yeah, and with these multi-apex corners like we have in turn 1 here, it's a scenario where there is an opportunity for going outside or inside, depending on what's going on with the other cars around you.
Victor Christensen heading out.
16-year-old in FC2 this weekend, made his RallyX car debut, didn't he, last year in Supercar
Do you want to go this way, or
lights?
do you want to go Simon Tiger?
Let's have a look down here and see what we can
we can always
find.
cut through.
We're hoping to find some of the FC2s, but they're not in pre-grid yet.
No, the FC2s, we were going to try and talk to in the pre-grid, but typically we had a plan, and then we got
gone out the window. It's like a rallycross first corner.
Yeah, as did Wallach when he ended up in there.
Oh, poor Wallach.
In the gravel on the outside. Okay, this is cool. So this is a good example of what we were talking about yesterday with Casper Janssen and repairing panels. Peter, come have a look at this here. So obviously these panels are expensive if you break them. So what you do is you get your gear out and you start filling. Tip your actual proper body shop work, look, fill it, sand it, paint it, wrap it, get it back together. It's a lot of work, but it can save you hundreds and thousands of euros during the course of a season.
Absolutely, it could. And speaking of...
Go on, Hal, get in.
Saving some money, here's Simon Olofsson. I'm just going to jump in here quickly. Simon, your first podium in the FC2 yesterday. Second weekend of learning in it. How's it going?
Yeah, the rallycross can be really fun sometimes, because for me, I would say it was a whole day of not that good driving, but still ended up on third. So bad luck for those, but good luck for me. We're still improving for every lap. I struggle a little bit with the speed on this track. It's really narrow, but we're getting there.
So often in your career you've had great days where you haven't had the result you wanted at the end, so it does ebb and flow like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this practice this morning felt much better than the whole day yesterday, so hopefully we can keep that pace and keep focus.
I know the speed was a bit of a shock to you in the open four-wheel drive compared to the Supercar lights in Portugal. How is it now?
It's still a shock because I'm, like I said, I struggle a little bit with the speed. We've done 10 years with the lights car. I know what to do with this car. With this car now we can do different lines instead of same line lap after lap. So we're trying to find that line that fits my driving style the most. So hopefully we can get it now in the first qualifying.
Thank you, mate. Good luck. Cheers, Simon.
So I'm over here with I've got Eric Gordonhal, who's come all the way from America. So you were here in Portugal as well. Now you're back experiencing some European rallycross tracks. Time for you to have the jet lag instead of me.
Yeah, it's terrible.
How are you getting on?
We're getting it, man. I got the jet lag thing figured out, so we're good. I don't know, the team's good.
What do you think of the European circuits, first of all? Because obviously they're so different to what you were used to from Nitro. This is one of the oldest classic ones.
You know me, this is actually more my kind of track. Like the European circuit, that's more me. To me, that's traditional rallycross, you know what I mean? So I love it, every one of them so far, but I want to get back in the cars.
So it's just about the same way.
I knew that was the same way to get
I mean, this one's being repaired nicely. When are we going to see you in a car again?
Maybe next round, I don't know.
Yeah?
I mean, every time I try to get back in it, Simon hops in it, which is cool. You know.
Simon got his first final, and that ended with his first podium yesterday. Is he coming out? I'll tell you what, go on, we'll go around the other side. Come over this way, come over this way. We'll let Simon out. So, sorry, Peter, we're going to get run over, so yeah, we'll make him run in circles. There he goes, there he goes. Yeah, first final and first podium yesterday, and he's just got such a massive smile on his face. He's loving the car.
Yeah, he's back at it, man. He's getting back to Simon. You know what I mean? I told him, I said, dude, you having a smile from ear to ear in Portugal? And you got it yesterday, like with some expectations. He hit that podium, he's back to smiling. I'm like, dude, you're back. You know what I mean? So he's good.
And you've got, what's this you've got here?
That's a secret so far. That's actually it's his pep talk. Which I don't know if you want to see those or not.
We do want to see them, yeah.
His mom came out with these. It's the best pep talk I've ever seen anybody give. His mom came out and said, "You need a pep talk?" She started showing him these. I was like, "That is absolutely brilliant. That's the best pep talk anybody give." His mom did that, and I was just like, "That was good." That's better than I could do. So I stole the idea, but then you sidetracked me. I was going to put him on his windshield, like, dude.
Oh, mate, quick run off.
That's right. I'm going to see on the side of the track like a pit bull.
like the gap in rallying in the middle of the stage.
Right, there it is.
You're in P4. Do you remember 23? Like,
hold those trophies out. You know what I mean? We're good.
The trophies would be amazing. Oh, mate.
You might see me out there, man. We'll see.
Brilliant. Look, good luck today, mate. Good to see you.
Take care.
Cheers, dude.
See ya.
Cheers, Eric.
That's great, isn't it?
Isn't it good to see the smile on Simon's face as well when I was talking to him?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I couldn't hear you. I was over with Eric.
But he's not always the most eloquent speaker, is he? And he's perfectly good in English, and he's a great chatter when you're away from the camera. But he doesn't like the public spotlight.
No.
You can see he's really embracing this opportunity, and absolutely fantastic. And what he did say to me, which you didn't hear, was that so often in his or so often in rallycross, and I referenced his career, do you have a great day and then a rubbish result at the end? Well, actually, he had a really tough day yesterday, but got on the podium.
Yeah.
And so often for him, it's been the other way around. So take it when you can, and practice this morning went really well for them.
I was looking at the stats, Hal. He didn't even make the final in Portugal. And yeah, when you think he had good pace, Ollie Erikson's there. Shall I try and grab him?
Yeah, go for it.
Ollie! Sorry, mate, quick one before you disappear off to the car. We were hoping to catch a few of you, and then there was a hold-up with open two-wheel drive. How's it going?
Yeah, pretty decent, yeah.
Yesterday, man, mixed day, like going really well. Obviously ripped a wheel off it, got the car back. Team did a brilliant job. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, it was a good day. Obviously, I ran out of talent there after lap 4. I broke the car by myself, so yeah, just good that the guys could get it going again, and so thankful for them.
Is that the problem? So basically, qualifying's 3 laps, and there's enough talent for that. But when we get to 6, it's a bit far.
Yeah, even 5. You know, I can manage 4, and then I'm screwed.
We're going to change the regulations for Ollie. We can't have that. You know, we'll just bring the semis down to 4 laps. Mate, yesterday the semi-finals, you and Victor Franks were within a tenth of a second of each other. Obviously, come the final, Victor managed to get away, and things didn't go quite according to plan. But can the FC2 take a win here, or is it going to be hard?
No, yeah, for sure. My biggest issue yesterday was the start. I just couldn't figure them out. I was wheel spinning every single time out on the start. So I was just really bad there, but I did my homework last night and late last night, so I think I found it now, so I guess we'll see.
What do you think he's found, Hal?
What he needs to, hopefully. He needs to pull his finger out. That's the crux of it, isn't it?
Pull your finger out.
You can tell we spend the entire weekend with these boys, but yeah, it's all about the start, isn't it? Because Victor had such an advantage away from the line yesterday. If you can get that nailed, and hopefully you can, it can be a much closer fight.
Tommy Hellman reckoned he found something about the starts in Portugal. He seems to get good starts. You've been watching.
Exactly. No, but we share the temp, but we don't share data or anything. But Fras actually did something interesting by, I don't know if he did it on purpose or just, I don't know what it was, but that worked yesterday. So that's what I will try now.
Is it repeatable?
Yeah, it is. So I did it on today's free practice and it felt really good. So I hope that was the key.
I think we might know what that is, Hal.
Do you?
Maybe.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
Do you know stuff about this that I don't?
No,
You're
absolutely.
just telling me. What is that?
You made the car. You must know. Second gear starts we know about.
Yeah, we made the car, but my whole job was to make them work, And then now we delivered a ready car for everyone, and now they can make them go fast. So now I'm there, so now I'm trying to keep up. But yeah, the good thing is that I'm the one out there breaking them also. So I'm testing the limit of what breaks on.
Test monkey.
Yeah, really. So can I just take this opportunity to say hi to my little boy Elton and my pregnant wife at home. I know they're watching. He was really mad at me in Portugal because he saw me in the studio and I didn't wave back at him. So, hey Elton.
Oh man, that's fantastic. That's brilliant. Elton, hi buddy. When are you coming back to the races?
Yeah, soon. We're expecting another one in any week now. So hopefully for Elspin, bring the whole family again.
Okay, mate. Congratulations on that, and keep us posted. We look forward to the new.
Thank you.
Well done, Ollie.
Right, let's send Ollie out to race. Casper Janssen behind was your winner yesterday. How do you want to dive in and have a quick chat?
We heard from Casper yesterday. Let's hear from Victor Vranckx.
Oh, Victor Vranckx first. Oh, sorry, Casper. See you later. You won.
Hello, mate. So we talked about pressure yesterday morning and how it would go. Heat 1 was difficult, but then it got better and better. Talk us through your day yesterday.
Yeah, Heat 1 messed up a little bit. My own fault. Overshot the first turn, and then after that, tried to get back in the pack. But didn't manage to, so I had P3 overall, which was good. And after that, we pretty much nailed everything. The car is perfect for me. Had to tidy up a little bit, and then found some tricks that works now. And we're trying to do the same today as yesterday.
You looked increasingly on top of the car. You also looked increasingly tidy rather than driving sideways everywhere. How are you finding getting to grips with this amazing machine?
Yeah, it's working. It's completely different driving. It's more driving with the front than with the rear. So that's what I had to get used to, but I'm figuring it out now, and we're trying something new now for Q1, and we'll see if it works.
Thank you, Victor. Good luck today, mate.
Good luck, mate.
Let's jump in with Casper, Andrew. As you said, I thought Victor was going to get in the car because Casper had a great fight back yesterday. Given his, do you want to go in or should I?
No, go for it. Crack on. Stay there, mate. You're fine. Stay in, Casper. You're good.
He's not getting out. Not for us.
I thought
anyway.
he was for a second. He's put his belts on.
Casper, a great comeback yesterday. I know it wasn't a perfect day, but given what happened in Portugal, it was a great result in the end.
Yeah, we found some really good speed in the end of the day, and yeah, it was nice to finish the FC2 final in P1. So, but a little bit unlucky in the open four-wheel drive final, but shit happens, and looking for a new good day today. So.
How is the mindset shift having to do 2 finals? Because you're quite used to doing a whole event and building up to a final. Now you do the FC2 final, which of course is very important, then the open four-wheel drive final, which I'm sure everyone wants to win as well. So how is it doing 2 finals when you're used to doing 1?
I mean, it's good sometimes. It's quite tight between the finals, so you need to keep the head down and focus on the other final also. But you want to be as good as possible in the first final too. So it's quite tricky, but it's.
And the margins are small in FC2, aren't they? It's very competitive out there.
Yeah. All the cars is the same, so it's up to the driver and the car to hold together. So. Yeah.
Thank you, mate. I know you've got to go. Good luck for Q1 and the rest of the day.
Right. So that's kind of FC2 covered. We haven't had a chance to talk about much else really. Obviously Nick's noise yesterday we had in the studio ripped the whole corner off the car. They've got that repaired and he was back out in open 2-wheel drive.
He was indeed.
What are we thinking? Overtaking. We did see some great passes down in turn 3 and also turn 1. Minings was mega, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was all smiles this morning. I saw him. It was all like thumbs up and full of stoke. What else was of note yesterday?
The racing was really close, wasn't it? I think, sure, we didn't see the overtaking we maybe see at other circuits, but I think that's indicative of the size of the cars and the historical nature of the venue. But we can't take away from the fact that the racing did improve in its competitiveness through the course of the day, didn't it? The heats were, and I think we see that a lot in RallyX now, don't we? And all Rallycross championships.
It's a long game.
There were some comments in the YouTube chat that it used to be much more fierce, and I think it did. But there's a lot of
the format was different.
I think there's a lot of self-preservation and playing the longer game these days, isn't there? And
it's also, when you mentioned 2 finals for the FC2s, but let's not forget it's a double-header weekend. And you're going again in 2 weeks' time. They're doing a lot of racing, fairly close back together. Casper's team took most of the gap between Portugal and here to get that car back together. If you do it again here, you've got half the time before we go to Latvia. So if you're looking for a championship, you have to measure your risk according to where you are in the weekend, where you are in the season.
Absolutely, and if you look behind us in the JC Race Tech team, they had a lot of work to do on Lucas Anderson's car, maybe the risk wasn't managed in the same way there yesterday, and that's why you need a good team around you, because the lights car needed a lot of work and is now back in one piece as it was for the final yesterday, ready to go.
Meunier's looking a bit concerned.
It's always bad news when the driver leaps out of the car and starts using the jack themselves, as we saw Ollie Erikson
yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah.
Let's have a quick word.
Yeah.
We've just come in from Q1. I'm going to ask Damien, his brother, quickly. Damien, just quickly, what's going on, mate?
Yeah, Julian feels very uncomfortable on the car when we are going to start grid. He had some problem with some vibration and feel unstable on the corner. So the base was good with this problem, so we need to fix it and to be quicker.
But you don't know exactly what that is, and that's why you've got the car on the stands and you're trying to work out what's going on.
We think about a drive shaft.
Okay,
let's see.
Good luck.
So come and have a quick look at the tyres at the back of the car, because Hal's mentioned this before, around the back, Peter. It's a little bit hard to see now they've got it in gear, but basically what you're doing when you're heading around a circuit is you're wearing the shoulder off a tyre. They're all in the weights, they're all looking for this fault. And you can see the outside edge of the right-hand tyre is really worn and the inside edge not so much, and then the same over on the left-hand side. And what they've actually done is they take the tyres off the rims, Hal, and they swap them to the other side, so you're using both shoulders of the tyre as much as you can.
Yeah, but they also swap them on the rim. So if you look at the tyre as it is here, quite often they'll take that tyre and turn it around on the same wheel.
Exactly.
So that shoulder's then on the outside to wear them. But like you say, you can also take that tyre off and put it directly on the other side, so you wear have an even wear in a different way. Well, I don't know if you could hear Damien Meunier then. Julian's older brother, who's a French Championship Supercar competitor, he was saying they had a horrible vibration on the way to
It's on this corner for me.
Well, I think it's hard to tell whether the suspension's moving, but for sure they've got some sort of issue in the drivetrain where something's moving. They think it's a drive shaft.
Now you can see the shoulders look more worn one side than the other. They're checking the suspension. You can see having this wheel off now. Both wheels off, in fact.
It could well be in the damper here. Look, if you look at how the wheel's moving.
Damper. So that's brilliant. And just so you know, this is Ian, who's come across from JC. Sorry, Peter. Ian, brilliant to see you coming across to an opposition team there, mate. You came across and straight away you picked up one side and then the other, and you told them it's the damper. And comparing the two, that's brilliant to see, mate.
Yeah, they complained and they had an issue going to the grid. When you go over the humps here, he said it didn't feel right. The young French guy's a real good technical driver, but when the wheel's full of dirt, they're making a bad decision. They think it's the wheel or they think it's something else. Clean the wheels out first, have a look, and then drive it again. See, because there's no dirt in the wheel now, the damper doesn't do this, so it doesn't vibrate anymore.
So, got you. So the vibration is gone with the wheel dirt, but that doesn't change the fact that the damper's blown.
Yeah, the damper's
Thanks, Ian. You may have heard that. If you did, that's a technical term. But how? That's just fantastic to see. I love it.
Yeah, that's what Rallycross is all about, isn't it? I think there's also a degree that there's there's a necessity here to keep the lights category working in these Southern Europe events, and when we get into Northern Europe it's going to be all the stronger because the lights class is so strong, isn't it? And it's in all of these drivers' interest. It's in Lucas Anderson's interest to beat the best drivers in the field, and Julian Munoz is definitely in there. There's a lot of camaraderie between the teams, as you say, and hence why Ian was over there imparting a bit of knowledge on
helping them
these
make a
guys
quick
who
decision.
haven't run this car for as long as JC have.
No, it's great, isn't it? How long we got, Peter? We're done. All right, good. Well, here we go. Here's an amazing open two-wheel drive machine just over here, look. One of our favourites. Next to that, we've got an FC5 cross car. You're going to see plenty of cross cars today. Won't see the FC1 out on track today, but you are going to see tons and tons of action. Me and Hal are going to be in here, so we won't be allowed to leave this tent now. The printer of doom is on the floor just behind us, but we're going to go in there. You guys can take a quick look around the track. We've sent Vigo up with the drone, and then you can join us in the studio. It's nearly time to go racing.
We are with Vigo Kosh and his amazing drone for a lap of the Euro Circuit venue. Of course, you don't take the chicane on the opening tour, as we saw through all of the first day yesterday. First corner, multiple apex, Andrew, as you go down into turn 2, and this is my favourite point on the track, and this I really loved. In a front-wheel drive car where it transitions onto the loose and you can really get a lot of rotation on the way in. Such a slow corner, but you really have to maximise the mid-corner to get a good exit, and this is the Joker split.
Yeah, I love that whole section. Anybody who's really on it isn't straight the whole way down that straight. So that's the split, and then this was the merge. Fair bit of action here yesterday as well, and this part of the track also really cleans up.
Yeah, I think we didn't see as much action as we might have done actually in the last stage of today. I think we will. This is the second lap. You can run wide there, but not too wide onto the deep gravel, and then you're through the chicane, which we don't actually take with Vigo, but the circuit goes through that chicane on the right-hand side, back into the first corner again under the bridge. And then this is the barrier that claimed Nick Snoyers yesterday. They've got that car fixed and he's back out today, but it's very, very hard indeed. There won't be a recovery vehicle or a machine in the way during the racing. I believe we'll split right here into the Joker section. We do indeed. This is on the loose, and you can see the track team here at the Euro Circuit preparing the loose overnight to drag it back on to this clean line you were talking about, which would have been on the right hand side, but this morning they dragged all the dirt back on, and we'll see that clean more and more. And it looks wicked, doesn't it? The track looks absolutely brilliant. So glad that the team have put so much effort in. We thank them for that, and we thank Vigo for his amazing flying as well. You have already missed the first two qualifying sessions for Junior Cross Car and Cross Car. We're going to join them shortly for Q3, and that's because that's all the capacity we have to get the action to you here. We hope you've been enjoying it. You can get to the comments on YouTube and let us know your thoughts. And I've lost all my paperwork right at the start of the day. What a good start. What I can tell you is that in Junior Cross Car, Jonas Hegel and Nilsson leads with a P3 and a P1. Carl Schnack is on equal points with a P1 and a P3, so their TQ will be decided in this final qualifying session. It's Hegel and Nilsson that you're looking at with the yellow buggy crossing the line here to take the win in Q2. Time there was a 2:08.9, so about 3 seconds quicker than they went in Q1, and we did see yesterday the times come down as the day went on with the way the track conditions changed. Also equal between Svedland and Antila with the exact same score for P3. So all to play for in terms of qualifying as those guys get themselves ready for later on today, semi-finals and finals. I think it might go straight to the final, I think. They have semis? They did have semis yesterday. Yeah, they did have semis yesterday. We sometimes don't when it's a smaller entry. Cross car. So a lot more RPM, a lot more horsepower. And the usual suspects are at the top of the tree after the first couple of sessions. So Martin Ugar is currently sitting in the TQ spot from Thomas Eek Merstad. Now Eek Merstad yesterday was undefeated, won all the sessions and the semi-final, and then it didn't quite go his way when come the time of the final. But Eek Merstad has won one session but was P5 in Q1. Martin Ugar was P1 in Q1 and P2 in Q2. So Ugar at the top of the table by some 6 points. Passy Penton here taking the checkered flag in his race. Kobe Powell's yesterday the winner with an absolutely stunning drive, but got mugged at the start here. Later on in the race you can see Yilalami Gotherson heading into the Joker on the final lap. Kobe Powell's had already jokered at that point, but not quite enough, and it was Yilalami who took it. This is Ugar on the inside with the green scoop on top of the buggy. Contact in the background, Vettel tree just getting squeezed out. Look at the amount of inputs to get the cars turned in. Down the far end, that's Romet Cerner with the orange hood on the TN11.
and that is Thomas Merstad taking the checkered flag for the win. So I say Ugar ending up P2 in that race and P2 in the session. So these are the standings. Ugar at the top from Merstad, Lindekris, Vetri, Kobe Powell's yesterday's winner, Romet Cerner, Jonathan Yulalami, the locals and the regulars all getting in the mix. Jari van Hoof yesterday was much further up, so I think it's the regulars who've managed to get their heads around this tricky track at the Euro circuit. Right the way down to P19. Going to be a good day. Today is a good day because today is a race day. Was it Backward that said that? Yeah, it's a Backward thing. How rich, Andrew Coley? How's it going? We're not wearing orange today, how are we?
No, and I don't know if black's the colour of choice actually, because it's pretty warm, isn't it, compared to yesterday?
It's a beautiful day. We did consider going partying last night. We went back to the tent from the first night. The first night the tent was full of youngsters, younger than us, I have to say. And we were like, okay,
they were more your age last night.
They were definitely more my age, you cheeky sod. They were more my parents' age. It was mad. It was like all the 20-year-olds from the whole town went out on Friday, and all the 60-year-olds went out last night. So we had one pint and decided to go back to bed. But unfortunately, they played happy hardcore for the crowd of 60-year-olds plus until midnight 45, basically. Europe, I love you. Your taste in music, well done, Hal. Good reaction time. Your taste in music is shocking, isn't it, Hal?
Yeah.
I'm going in here. I'm going in.
It wasn't good, was it?
It's terrible.
I'm all for quite a lot of dance music, especially kind of.
Oh yeah, we both like
extreme.
a bit of house music, but we do not like happy hardcore. It's a strong no.
Not in the. It's such a tranquil Dutch village, and then there's no one there. There's just nothing there.
And the one kebab shop. There's a kebab shop which is so that the place with the tent is around the corner in the town square in front of a beautiful church. And then there's a kebab shop which is, I don't know, 100 minutes from our windows, isn't it? And
they almost sucked you in. You considered one, didn't you?
I did on the way back, and we'd already eaten. They had a massive speaker with light-up lights on the front and 2 huge subwoofers in it, and it was just, I can't remember what they dropped. They dropped one tune I liked at about half midnight, and then thank God the licence must have run out. So we did get some rest, but it was lovely to see King's Day yesterday. I say the whole of the town was wearing orange. We were wearing orange. We had a great day. We hope you did too. We did see some good racing. We saw a fair bit of carnage as well. I'm interested to see if the drivers have learnt about making decisions based on the track layout and the borders here from yesterday. Some of the people who are not locals.
Yeah, and I think interestingly, some of the drivers that have been here previously with the European Championship and what have you, it was so long ago that they've probably forgotten it. And I was talking to a few drivers this morning and said I was joking with people saying, but you have been here before. Yeah, but 13 years is a long time.
It is, actually.
And you've driven in a lot of other venues since, and it's very hard to remember the intricacies. So I think you're right. We'll see a lot of the regulars get a lot quicker, but we can't take anything away from the local experts in the fact that they're quick for a reason. They're not just quick because they know the track. They've got a whole package, and I think it's just going to make it all the more competitive rather than the established order, getting ahead of the locals as they might do in other places.
Yeah, should be fun. It should be fun. So we have had, as I say, we've had Junior Crosscar up to Q2, so we will be joining Open two-wheel drive. Lunch break has just finished. All the drivers were out here signing autographs. There were tables, chairs.
They are very efficient here at the Euro Circuit. This was rammed with people
and tables
5 minutes ago, and
chairs.
It's all gone.
Good job, because Ollie Erikson's just reversed out and gone somewhere in his FC2.
Gone to find some pace, I think, or at least a start line performance. He's very frustrated.
I was just thinking of Tommy Howman's lot, and they were saying about Tommy's found something in the starts, which we've mentioned a few times, and he's not sharing it, and rightly so, because when all the cars are the same, anything you found is a nice little hint. So both Fraser McConnell and Ollie Erikson have been trying to figure out, haven't they, why Tommy's getting such good starts.
Well, as you saw in the opener, Fraser found something.
Yeah.
By accident almost, and Ollie tried that in the last one and went too far or whatever they're doing, and that's fascinating. Yeah. So
okay, we'll see. So yeah, we're going to go racing with Q2 for open two-wheel drive. That'll take us right through open two-wheel drive, Supercar lights, then open four-wheel drive. Then we'll go back to Crosscar Junior. So from now right the way through, no lifting. We're going all the way through to the end of qualifying. Then we'll have semis and finals later on today. So stay with us. We hope you have a good day. Get in touch on the YouTube comments. We'll answer some of them, and we're about to go. Basically, let's get underway. We've both got a cup of tea. Happy days. Right.
Someone says there's more hardstyle, hardcore techno festivals in the Netherlands than the rest of the Europe.
Oh my goodness me! Then that's yeah. I say I love Europe, and the Netherlands is beautiful, but techno is not my thing. Neither is happy hardcore. It's a happy hard no from me. Oh, not a jump start. Wow. Goodness me, we so rarely see those here. We had 4 yesterday in the open front-wheel drive final, which made me want to go home, frankly. Luckily, there is a rule which means that if you jump start, the next person to jump start gets the Guna straight away. So yesterday, in fact, we had one driver jump start and he didn't get DQ'd. He did 2 joke laps, ended up second.
So that was an old European Championship rule.
It's good
and
rule,
I remember
I think.
in 2010, it must have been 2010, I was on the bridge in Sescalipo for the final round in the Czech Republic, and Liam Duran, who was fighting for the championship with Sverre Isaacson and Kenneth Hansen, he said to me ahead of whatever it was, third qualifier or it wasn't semi-finals, it was A, B, C then, so it must have been one of the heats. He said, watch this, I'm going to jump the start as we we'll see this race get away. We can expect Wallach on the outside to get a brilliant start, but poor old Slav spent most of his weekend in the very deep sand on the outside of the circuit. He does indeed get a brilliant launch. So yeah, Liam said, you watch this mate, I'm going to jump the start. This is when Liam was an up and coming rising star, and because the first jump went unpenalised and the second jump was a disqualification, and it was nip and tuck to win the European Championship, ultimately Isaacson won it in the end. And then lo and behold, he lands up on the grid. It was in the final actually, it was in the final. On the grid, ready to race light, what have you, however the start procedure was at the time, he just went. Imagine the pressure knowing that someone's already jumped the start and you have to nail it on the second one or you're gone.
Yeah.
Amazing
I love that
composure
though.
to execute that sort of thing. And that's what makes the difference.
What happened on the second start?
I think they all got away, but it's just you're piling the pressure on them,
everybody else, aren't you? Especially if they know you've done it.
But you also make it blatant, don't you? You go when the guy leaves the grid or whatever, don't you? Just because then you've put all the pressure on someone else.
It's an up yours, isn't it? It's that last glance as you put the helmets on. Yeah, who can put the helmet on last? Who can get in the car last?
So will we see any of that this afternoon? That would be exciting.
Yeah. Was it Tanner that was telling us about the whole thing of sitting in the cars at the GRC when it was boiling hot and everybody refusing to open the door because it would show that you were more of a wuss than the other person? They were sitting in the car for like 15 minutes. He said the temperatures, everyone was about to pass out.
He had all these ice
bags under his armpits,
under his armpits, but the others didn't. They're like, how are you sitting there?
It's great, isn't it?
There's a lot of that stuff. The tactics I love in motorsport, and we're lucky enough to spend quite a lot of time, or some time at least privately, with some of the most amazing drivers that have ever competed in this discipline, and some of the stories they come out with, which probably aren't for broadcast, a lot of them.
Oh, a lot of them.
Where they're playing games with other people in pre-grid and stuff is fascinating, and for me that really makes the best in the world what they are, because anyone can go and try and operate a car, but for some people operating the car is consuming all of your capacity, whereas for other people driving the car is just one part of the game.
Van der Warrenberg having a look here at Wallach, but couldn't quite get through, and with 2 jokers to do. I think actually Hal, okay, must have done 1 already, so it was still the orange indicator which you get, so Wallach's going to hold on here. So I remember on ARX, Bucky Lasek called Tanner Captain Caveman, because do you remember Captain Caveman used to pull stuff out of his beard? And he was sitting on the lap in, I guess, the Beetle, I can't remember, and sitting on the line, sorry, and pulled out from the middle of his race suit again, I remember another ice bag, like a bag of ice, or maybe one of those cool packs, whatever it was. And yeah, Bucky called him Captain Caveman. So I think actually that's pretty apt after Tanner's story about all the things he's got hidden in his race suit. Right.
I enjoy being the commentator on RallyX, but Bucky Lasek was fantastic to listen to, because you just never knew what he was going to say.
Next. No, it was brilliant. He was such a nice guy.
And
he really
is,
was.
and for being an absolute legend of his own world, he was just such a normal person.
Oh, he's an absolutely lovely man. Hello, Bucky. Should you be watching? He's probably not. He's probably off building another one of his fantastic Subaru projects. Yeah, he'd have gone and bought some savage Subaru out of a farm somewhere on the other side of America, and him and his daughter Paris will be rebuilding it. So yeah, lovely family. Hope to see Bucky again soon. Right.
In an FC2.
Yes, that would be cool. Yes, let's start a campaign now, Bucky in an FC2. Van Lommel, Colin, Verhoeven, De Boot and Nayans on the outside. Nayans gets a good start in the blue Mark II Escort. Did we ever get to the bottom of what engine was in it, Hal, apart from the fact it was a Millington?
It is Millington. I haven't been down there to see. I guess it's a 3.2 or...
I sent you the picture. Can you see from the block?
Did you? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I would imagine it's on Instagram. That's for our friend in America who makes us the t-shirts, who messaged and said he wanted to know what engine was in it.
I will have a look.
Thank you, mate. Much appreciated.
I just saw another message from you and thought, I'm done with that.
Yeah, not him. I've been with him for 6 hours all day. Leave it out. Yeah. We very really nearly didn't make it out at all last night. We were both absolutely knackered after what was a fairly long day in the box, and the Pokemon film was on when I got in, which I've never seen. I don't know what was going on. Pikachu was in some sort of battle with a giant cat thing, and I was sort of watching that, sort of going through my DMs on my messages, and then Hal messaged me like, "If we're going out, it has to be now, or I'm going to bed." So I say, one beer and home. That was it. So yesterday we had a penalty, didn't we, for Ariane van Lommel, who unfortunately got stuck into Bleasdale in the final. Yeah. And I met some local fans. They were like, "Oh, they were really sorry for it." Yeah, I agree. It was a shame. Unfortunately, it was, there was some side-by-side contact coming out of this the previous corner to here, and then in the corner at the Joker split, they both went on the standard lap, and Bleasdale got turned round. So she got a penalty, but Ariane is absolutely flying with the flames on the side of the car. Come on now, get in.
You can't turn people around, can you? And it's a sort of mistake that you learn from and won't do again. So I think at some point, and we talked to RallyX a lot about this yesterday and this morning, that he has to get harder with the penalties to stop people making the small mistakes, and that's pretty much exactly what happened.
We have just seen RallyX, haven't we? And he has said that people are starting to come to him now with their onboards. And he's not sure about this, is he? Because he said it obviously likes, and to be fair, we like, and I think you guys at home like, when RallyX makes a decisive decision quickly, which a lot of stewards could do with learning from, because it keeps the race meeting moving. It keeps you knowing the status quo, not, "Oh, we'll find out from the review in 15 minutes. RallyX makes decisions over the line. It is for Hogan who takes it after Van Lommel joking on the final lap. But he did say people are starting to come with their onboard cameras.
It's a slippery slope, that, isn't it? Because you can end up having a long discussion about not very big incident, whereas I do like the
speed,
the flexibility RallyX has to make a decision and move on, and I think there's a lot of respect in the paddock for the decisions he's making. Certainly this weekend people are very pleased to see him and be working with him to try and make this sport as good and as fair as it can be. And I have to say, the racing overall has been very, very fair, hasn't it? So
Yeah, I'm saying RallyX, to be fair, RallyX said himself, he said, if I look at the onboard and I change my mind, that's fine. It's a bit like commentary. We can only have a crack at what we think is going on based on the pictures we're looking at and our own experiences to say, is it this, is it that, etc. And then someone might come to you and go, "Wasn't that, mate? It was a drive shot." Fine. You've only got what you've got to work with, and that's the same for RallyX. He's got our pictures. He can then ask our director to rewind the cameras. He can look at the drone footage, but he also has his own cameras, doesn't it, that he can look at. But even that is not the same as having an onboard, and that's why all these cars carry what's called a judicial camera.
But why he's so good as well is that he has the experience of every single category, so he knows what the car feels like, and I think that's where a lot of stewards don't necessarily have that experience.
It's a car, but the front-wheel drive and the rear-wheel drive are very different, aren't they, in a big moment? McGarry on the inside gets a great start, the best start of the whole pack by an absolute mile. So Peter McGarry up towards turn one, and McGarry yesterday very nearly got a great result and just got a bit mugged on the final lap, didn't he?
Yeah, contact with the Corsa, didn't he, that's in open two-wheel drive this weekend, down here in turn 3, and got a bit rotated the wrong way, couldn't get it turned in, lost position, and ultimately just didn't quite make the final, which was disappointing for him. Had a hilarious chat with Pete in the lunch break, who said that he knows exactly what he needs to do, but he comes out of every corner being frustrated with himself, that he told himself what he needed to do going in, and then he just didn't execute it how he should have done. He said there's 19 corners or something, he's finding them all hard. Actually there's only 8 or 10 corners, but there's 19 when you have several stabs at them. So
yeah, I get that.
A lot of learning to do for all the drivers who are new here this weekend.
Yeah, very much. Hopefully most of it done yesterday. We've got both the Z3s in this one. You're looking at Bosman's in P2 in the red or orange one, whichever you want to call it, and further back you've got Layson in the sort of factory coloured M3 coloured.
Though, isn't it?
Oh, it's wicked.
The best looking, one of the best looking cars in open two-wheel drive for me. When we were last couple of years, when we were having those debates about what you would prefer as an open two-wheel drive machine, that's right up there, isn't it? Epic livery.
It is.
A different shape that you wouldn't expect to see, and yeah, pretty handy as well as he moves up to second in this race behind McGarry. After the Jokers have played out so far, Pete's still to go in with his compulsory extra route, as is Davey. The gap back as they cross the line is 4 seconds from McGarry to Bosman, so he should have that well in hand.
There we go, switching off the studio lights. Thanks, Hal. I was getting a bit of a suntan there from those bad boys. There they are, the two Z3s together. See, a good colour scheme is important. We've spoken about this before. Right, McGarry is in the Joker. Behind him, Layson goes in as well. And I think, well, yeah, easily going to be enough. So come on, Peter McGarry, get in. Christoph Beck's won the first session with a 2:05.5. Time to beat at the minute is a 2:12.6. Remember, it's fastest last now, which me and Hal love. And that is a 2:13.7. So unfortunately, not going to be right at the top of the table. Goes P2 behind Verhoeven. With a couple of races gone already, that's going to see McGarry towards the top, I would say.
11th in Q1, will be looking to get well within the top 18 to be in the semi-finals, but of course you need to be as far up the grid as you can, especially when only the top 2 go through from each of those 3 semis. You need to be up the grid, don't you, because it's very difficult for them. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult from the back.
It is indeed. We have seen, a few passes nicely executed. Mainings in particular yesterday teed up a lovely pass on Victor Johansson. Job done by McGarry here. Nice. Peter McGarry takes it to 13.7. Which in the previous session would have seen him up in around 7th place, but track conditions change every session, so you can't read too much into it. I think the worst thing for me yesterday was that Peter could have made the final, and then Geenan, who did make the final, didn't turn up anyway.
Yeah.
Which was a bit of a shame. I don't know if Geenan's in today. Maybe. No, I don't think he is. Looking at the results from Q1, we are missing a couple of cars. Simon Tiger loses out at turn 1 to Derek Tohill. So Derek has been having a bit of a fight with himself about whether or not he wants to continue with rear-wheel drive cars. That's a good way to change your mind, isn't it?
Yeah, it did cross the line.
Oh no!
At the start grid, so we'll see what happens about that. Unusual to see Simon Tiger down there in 3rd. You can see the lack of traction as well with the rear-wheel drive machines. Toll gets a good exit. They've really worked on the balance of that Fiesta to try and make it a lot more compliant, and that's exactly what the rest of the pack didn't need in Tiger going into the Joker, but he has come out behind
Can he outpower the Yaris on the straight, Hal?
I just don't know where the opportunity for that is going to be. It's so difficult to pass around here, even if you do have a power advantage. The front-wheel drives carry good big corner speed, don't they? So it's not like you can on the exit overhead or such like.
Let's see. Simon Tiger, I think 3 times a champion, might be 2, I can't remember. Got to try and find a way through to see if he can have a crack at Derek Tohill out front, who's got Bart Bell right behind. Bart Bell lets him know he's right behind as well. Derek now goes Joker, I think. Yes, he does, whether he wanted to or not. He was kind of forced in there, but I think he's actually going to go out in front of Tiger. Yeah, so Tiger maybe being held up a little bit by the Yaris. He's behind Derek Tohill. Derek, of course, a former European champion. So come on, Derek, let's go. You got the man behind you. Simon Tiger is the benchmark, along with Johansson.
Bell was very quick at different points on his selected appearances last year, and also in Portugal on his home track this weekend. And Tiger gets all crossed up in the middle of the first corner. Toll riding the brakes with the left foot, but Bell's on a charge here. Done the fastest lap of the race so far on a 42.3. We don't really have a reference on the others because they haven't had a clean lap.
Darren pleased out a bit sideways on the exit, Hal, but he was right there too. Nearly lost the position to the Toyota in the background, but in the end, Bart Bell's got an easy result here. I think Tiger, he kind of had to joke on that one, didn't he, having not got the start he wanted, and then unfortunately, the Yaris is quick, but not quick enough, and it cost him.
For reference though, McGarry did a 42.7 in the last race, and the best time there for Bell, who is a local expert here, did a 42.3.
So it's a good run by McGarry, isn't it?
42.4 for Bleasdale. So yeah, McGarry had the lap time pace.
As well, Hal, we're only 1 race from the end of this session. This is the start though. We're only 1 race from the end of this session. The fastest time in the first one was 2:05, some 7 or 8 seconds quicker, so track conditions are completely different.
They have moved a lot of the dirt in the lunch break back onto the race.
In the lunch break again, right, there we go. So, there we go. So McGarry might be on for one of his best qualifying results of the season. I can't remember how far up the least he's going to be is 8th, but Bell and Verhoeven at the top. But of course we have got the quickest heat still to come. Christoph Becks on the inside, the winner of Q1. Then it's Yorick Meinings, Steve Boulders, Victor Johansson and Jason Bleasdale. Jason continuing to get good results in Rally X. Yesterday, Meinings got outrageous starts, but Bleasdale's got the best start from the outside of the grid. Can he get the whole way across? There's a bit of contact in the background. He can't. Johansson gets into the whole shot. Oh, and ends up and over on the outside.
What a shame.
So Bleasdale not in the wall. But yeah, that is a shame.
Nothing. I was watching that unfold and thinking Jason's been hung out to dry here. Made the best start, but no way to get to the inside, and then just gets fired for no
reason.
Fault of his own. Be interesting to see that back in the replays. It's I'm not going to attribute blame anywhere until we've seen that again. But a shame to lose both Jason and Christoph, because they're two of the they both have the potential to win today. So
well, Christoph, the current TQ man, so ending Q2 in the gravel trap. We ended Q1 at the top of the timesheets. So this is about whether or not Victor Johansson can edge Yorick Meinings. Now, Yorick yesterday was absolutely weapons grade around here. The mean machine, I only spotted that at the end of the day yesterday. It really is the mean machine. It looks dialed around here. He did hook a wheel into the dirt this time. Unfortunately, Johansson is under pressure from Boulders here, so he keeps the door shut. Boulders has half spun. Go Joker. He has to go Joker now. And he's not getting it. It's not going to matter, in fact, because he's going to go standard lap. They're going to have held themselves up by so much.
Destroyed Meinings' opportunity here to set a good time, and for Boulders, of course, as well. This is all about whether Johansson can go quickest overall. He's done a 43.8. And now his time drops to a 41.3. He is absolutely flying, Victor Johansson. He's got a second faster than anyone else so far on lap time alone, and he must be delighted, Victor, that he has really got into his groove here, and clearly, of the regular runners, he's showing some time away.
Absolutely.
And we haven't seen that for quite some time, where he's had that advantage.
But I thought, as we said it on the preview, he looked dialed through turn one yesterday. The rotation, bearing in mind it looks like a DTM car, it's absolutely huge. He had wonderful rotation through turn one. He has got lucky here in the turn one incidents and so on, and then in turn three on that last lap. He's going to get away, and I think this will see him move up into the TQ spot, because everybody who is ahead of him has had problems. Meinings, Becks and Boulders. So he takes it. Is he fastest? 2:08. Yes, he
by
is.
Miles, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah, by 3 seconds. This is pretty much what Meinings did yesterday in Q2, going 3 seconds quicker than anyone else. So I think Victor Johansson will go to the TQ spot from there, but of course they are only 2 sessions in.
Open two-wheel drive, it's like having a load of balls in your hand and throwing them all up in the air and catching some to work out who goes quickest at the moment, isn't it?
It
because
is, yeah,
absolutely all over the place. Bart Bell goes second fastest in the session, ahead of Verhoeven, McGarry and Wallach. Slavomir Wallach fighting back from spending most of his weekend playing bucket and spade sandpit. So
bucket and spade, brilliant.
Yeah, great job from
look at Bleasdale.
So let's look back at this first corner. So Jason's all on his own on the outside, Beck's on the inside. What happens here?
Beck's? Did he get hit from Meinings? I reckon he must hit the
wall.
inside.
Yeah, so there's no one to blame with that. Bex has made a mistake, all of his own volition, and Jason Bleasdale is collateral damage. What a shame. Look at the yellow car on the right-hand side.
He
He's
could never have known either, could he? Second apex.
Wait for it. Dunk.
Johansson had to turn out of it too, Hal. Did you see
He was
Johansson?
slightly out of shape, wasn't he? And
yeah, but then if you're following him and you're that close, you can't see the inside either. Bex is almost following him in.
Someone like Christoph Bex is so experienced here, you'll have your own references. You won't be necessarily following the car ahead.
Didn't work this time.
Fractional error, and
big.
The consequences are huge, aren't they? Because you can't get out the gravel.
Nope.
I do like that. I don't like the modern style of Formula 1 tracks, and they are going away from that now, aren't they, in F1 as Jason trudges away. Can't see him behind the results graphic, but I recognise the boots, kicking the sand off his feet. That's a disappointing end to that session, but I do like there being massive consequences for going off. It's a shame for Jason, and it's a shame for Christoph, but when it's all tarmac runoff and you can get back on, it's not quite the same thing, is it? No. So, yeah, I don't dislike it.
Right, what are we on now? Supercar lights, are we? Yes, we are. Right, let's get this car recovered, get our grid sorted. We'll be back just as soon as they've dragged the cars onto the track. Stay with us. There's your standings after Q2. Victor Johansson does move to the top of the table from Bart Bell. Peter McGarry moves up to P3. Yorick Mainix 4th. Tohill up to 5th. Good one for him. Simon Tiger in 6th. Verhoeven. Darren Bleasdale. Bosman's Volders. Christoph Beck's down to 11th, despite ending that session in the gravel trap. Ariane von Lommel, up into P12. Layson, Denis, Otzer down in P15. And then Nick Snoy 16th, Slavomir Warlock is in 17th, and Jason Bleasdale still in 18th. Hal, there were 3 semi-finals for these guys yesterday, so certainly not game over for Bleasdale or for Becks, but they will want a strong result in the last one.
There's some big names down there, aren't there, that need to get a good time in Q3 to climb up the order. As we said, you want to be in the semis, but you also need a good group position, don't you?
And Geenan is not here. Look, Geenan with 2 DNSs.
And Klaassen obviously had a big issue in the opening qualifier, not there as well after being so quick yesterday.
Right, Supercar lights. Roberts Vitol's 1Q1 from Lucas Anderson, Julian Munier. Tobias Darback was your benchmark yesterday. This one is Kevin on the inside, Tobias in the middle, and Mads on the outside. So Kevin and Tobias, like you think, will have had a chat about it. Tobias gets a slightly better start, but neither of them get as good a start as Larsen. But he'll have to go the long way round from there, and Larsen decides going for it. Tobias too. Larsen's going to end up in the gravel, and that puts both the Darbacks further forward.
Bit of an experience there, I think, on Mads' part by making a great start, but turning in and hoping that it's going to work out. I think more experienced driver would either hung out there or lifted out a bit. Oh, and a change of decision there from the second Darback that I definitely can't recognise from that drone shot.
Kevin is the leader, and Tobias has gone Joker.
So Tobias
only because I looked at the number on the side of the car as it came past the camera. They did tell us what the differences are, but I can't see it. Sorry.
They're so small. It's very difficult. Oh, the mirrors or something.
I think there's a yellow line across the top of the roof as well.
You are right. Yeah, there it is for Tobias.
So yeah, Tobias with the yellow highlight across the top. They're lovely, the Darback family. When we went in, they were like, what's the difference between the cars? There's a yellow bit up here. So, oh yeah, there is actually, sorry. We're just very unobservant, as we figured yesterday.
I still stand by that KMS had the all PSRX, VW Sweden or whatever the iteration of the team was at the time, by having the different colour roofs, and they've maintained that in the World Championship.
Mark
since
was originally. Remember, it was yellow and red. Toppy and PG maybe? Well, Toppy, PG, but Anton as well. Do you remember one was yellow and one was red on the roof?
In 15,
yeah. That was mega.
But KMS continues to run that to this day with
black and white?
A different roof to he has the faded blue. I can't remember the differences, but they all have a different roof, and that really helps, doesn't it? Whereas when all the roofs look the same, that's a challenge.
The one for me is when they do something on the grille, and I'm like, I can't see the grille when they're in the middle of the pack. Like, you can see the roof, you can often see the mirrors, and you can sometimes see the rear wing. But yeah, it's a familiar problem for lots of teams, to be fair. Tobias has got the better of Kevin at the merge. According to our timing screens, yes, and according to the track position as well. So here comes Tobias, yesterday's top man. Checker flag. Darback was TQ and win at the second round in Portugal, and TQ and win yesterday. But this morning was only P5. Very close. So there was 4 seconds across the top 3 during, across the whole field of 6 during Q1. Only 6 Supercar lights here. Lots of people have converted their cars to FC2s. I quite like the idea that option is available to the Darbacks. You know, so if they decide after another year, you know what, we want to convert them to FC2s, I'm sure that the
I think that might have been part of their decision in the first instance, and yeah, it would be a sensible move, wouldn't it? Because all of a sudden you've got the opportunity to compete against some brilliant talent.
And of course, you mentioned yesterday, Darback Senior has already got experience in Supercar, hasn't he? So it's not much of an ask.
But to be fair, not the most competitive Supercar in the world. Whereas there are amazing talents in lights, don't get me wrong. But when you're competing against the Ollie Eriksons and the Fraser McConnells and the Tommy Howmans, there's a real opportunity there, isn't there? And you know that your equipment's going to be, barring setup changes, the same.
Right, Roberts Vitols on the inside from Lucas Anderson and Julien Meunier. Meunier earlier with the issue with damper. I'm sure they've got that fixed. Anderson with a much better session in Q1, coming home in P2. But Vitols has got that inside line, and it is a long way round if you're not on that inside line to get there. Anderson is sensible and stays inside. Meunier has a look outside, but Vitols leads.
There you see the experience difference between Meunier and Mads Larsen in the last one, where the doors were open on Meunier's car. He's on the driver's side that, so you might have a go at shotting it at some point, very wide on the way into turn 3. But there, yeah, you saw the experience difference there with Meunier just rolling out the throttle and not going for the outside line because it's unlikely to work. Anderson Joker's on lap 1. He can do that because the pace in these cars is so similar with these drivers in them.
See him reach out,
shut
that's
the
so
door out of
good.
the final corner.
From the drone, it's about the only point on the track where you're not busy with both hands, isn't it? Just reaches out, pulls the door shut, lovely job.
Catch is obviously broken because it's come open again. You'll have to leave it now. Julien, don't worry about it, although it will be a distraction.
It's when you jump on the brakes it opens every time. At least he's got enough rotation on the car. Oh, there it comes open again. It's fine. Nudge it against the bank. Anderson went Joker on lap 1. Howley can do that when there's only 3 cars in the race. Or Meunier might hang on here through the Joker. Well committed, but Anderson just slots in front because the pace differential, I say, over the whole field is less than 4 seconds over the whole run. You can Joker when you want, really.
It's reliant on the quality of the drivers in there as well. If you had someone who wasn't quite as quick, it would be a risk. But
Larsen is the only one who's a little less experienced, I would say.
Yeah. So you're absolutely no risk at all here, are you? And in a 3-lap race, when there's 3 cars, to joke on the same lap as someone else is absolute lunacy in my opinion.
So Vitols is in the top qualifier spot at the moment from Anderson, who's in P2. Anderson like to get the better here. Into the Joker goes Vitols. Watch for Anderson on the standard lap. This is going to be close. I think Anderson's going to do it. Vitols is too early on the gas. You can hear somebody screaming in the background. And Meunier's all over the back of Vitols now too. So Anderson versus Vitols in terms of time. Where's it going to be? It's a 2 minutes flat. But they are all going to beat 2:03.0. They're all quicker than the first race. So it will be a tie at the top of the table between Anderson and Vitols, and they'll have to decide in Q3 where they end up, basically. Who gets the top qualifier spot? Good awareness from Anderson to just decide he was going to go Joker, get himself out. He knew Meunier wouldn't get in the way, and then managed to edge him at the overlap, and then again get the edge on the next one. Beautiful day to watch some rallycross from the side of the track. And a beautiful day to do some rallycross if you're in the cars. Linnemann outside, Verkelingen, Christensen and Svensson on the inside. Svensson finishing P9 and Linnemann finishing P12 in that first session. Linnemann very slow in the first session, so obviously a technical issue. Not so this time round. Gets the whole shot and leads Elias Svensson into the first corner, with Christensen and the other FC2 slotting into P3. Any idea what happened to Linnemann in Q1?
Yeah, broke a drive shaft, so made it to the end, but very slow. Linnemann, who had another nightmare week. The engine that expired in Montenegro a few weeks ago was totally kaput, so collected the new engine on Wednesday, was on the dyno Thursday, another all-nighter to get here. For Friday, he sent me a message saying you can sleep when you're dead, so he's still got the enthusiasm despite all of the heartache and the headaches to get to these events.
I don't know if saying you can sleep when you're dead is enthusiasm now, but as you said, it's a horrible addiction, so we'll take it.
Yeah, once you're in and you've got the drug, you're stuck a bit, really.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
My sleep patterns at the moment to try and achieve something similar, or just Similarly ludicrous.
When's Loiac Legends?
In a month.
Okay, and what was it you said to me yesterday about how many months worth of work?
3 probably.
3 months worth of work still to do on Hal's retro Fiesta Supercar. So yeah, fingers crossed for you, mate. You'll have to get back to it when you get home. You did get some wheel nuts sorted, didn't you, I think?
Yeah, yesterday. Lindeman's on a flyer here, isn't he? And this is really what he needed after a slow run. Get out front and get the hammer down. The track is cleaning, which may be a bit of a problem. Spencer's on a bit of a wild ride in the back room, isn't he? But clearly the class of Victor Christensen, who made a couple of light starts last year, did a bit of testing in an EKS-built Audi with JC as well, but that's not really the same as going racing, is it? And Johnny Verkernen in the background, who local driver, just stepping back into Supercar after a while away, not really having the ultimate pace.
Final lap, round the final corner. Lindemann going to take it, and the time is 1:56.2. That is very quick.
Would have been second fastest, I think, in the first one.
Yeah, only Franks would have beaten him.
You'll have been disappointed yesterday not to have made the pro final.
Gets a proper launch look, and that is a Supercar start. But the FC2
the chicane
is
for a
quick.
moment because he had so much of an advantage. He was able to come across to the
shut the door fully into
right-hand
turn 1.
side.
Nicely done, Ulrich Lindemann.
Confirmation of the result. Lindemann takes it from Svensson. And it will be a case of what the others can do. Ollie Erikson in this race, and then Victor Vranks and Houman. Casper Janssen in the last one to see if they can better that time. Vranks the man to beat so far this weekend. Dutch flag is waved. Start marshal leaves the grid. Ollie Erikson will desperately want to get a better start than he's made so far today. Fairly even across the grid, but again the Supercar just has the legs on the way into the first corner. Contact side by side. Oh, Tom turns in. They all get stuck
trying
together.
to go around the outside. That was messy, wasn't it? I thought Ollie was going to end up squeezed into the wall on the inside, and then Franz had nowhere to go to escape. He could have got away with that from fourth, couldn't he? But not in that deep gravel. You can't drive through it.
Humbly from Tom van der Herbel, I think, on the outside. A little bit of inexperience racing at this level in Supercar. You can't turn in that hard, can you? And really, Franz has done a great job there. Fred McConnell to mitigate the time loss. They were all bunched together, but McConnell right on the back.
He said
Ollie Erikson
that he really wanted to try and not lose time on the first lap, but how on this occasion there's absolutely nothing he can do about that. Erikson sliding, that's a bit reckless with the line over the curve again, Ollie, isn't it?
Yeah, broke a wheel off yesterday in the FC2 final, wasn't it, where Ollie had that problem, but again, away from the start, the Supercar just had that little bit of extra traction. Rotting making a good run. These Jokers got the lead on the second lap. I would have stayed out personally.
So would
I.
I.
Really want to give Ollie Erikson the clear air.
You also would have forced Erikson to joker, meaning he'd have come into contact with Fraz, and then Fraz and him are racing, and you got a better chance, haven't you? See, I agree.
But maybe they're covering off McConnell. Maybe they're thinking, oh, Erikson will have to beat here. Let's at least get second and cover off Fraser, who they know's outside of that window.
Nathan's mum came over this morning. She said, you guys said in Portugal he's a Solberg fan because he stood up on the roof. She went on Solberg's Instagram to the little circles at the top, went back to Mete in 2018, scrolled through, and there's a picture of Petter and Nathan Otting, about 8 years old, stood in the garage. So Nathan is a Petter Solberg fan, and he's going to get back in front here, which is a very Petter Solberg thing to do. Nathan Otting comes around and takes it from Ollie Erikson. Is it going to be enough to beat the time of Lindemann? I don't think it is. 1:58.9. No, so Lindemann is still the benchmark, but we have still got Franks to come in the final race.
Robbed of a good time overall there by the kerfuffle in the first corner. Ollie Erikson actually did the best lap of the session so far, 37.625. Lindemann had done 37.743 last time. With that first corner incident. So Van der Herbel actually had a great start. Okay, I take it back. He turned in on Fraser when they were 4 wide. He's a bit out of shape. He's gone for the apex. You can't really see who's on the inside of you. It's almost similar to what happened to him in Portugal. Yeah, he's leaning on the pack, gets spat sideways. He's still collecting that up and then makes contact with Ollie Erikson. So while I think it's inexperience at play, I don't think he's wholly responsible.
There wasn't malice, do you know what I mean? There wasn't intent. There wasn't intent.
It's not like turning someone around and staying in the throttle, is it? Like we saw yesterday. It's just a bit clumsy, and that comes with experience. I cannot describe to you how fast things happen in these cars unless you've experienced it, and I think for someone who's new to it, like Tom is, it's very difficult. There's a result.
Give him a bit of credit, haven't you, sometimes? He tried the squeeze in turn 1, and unfortunately it didn't work out. Final race of Q2 then. On the inside, yesterday's winner, open four-wheel drive, Victor Franks. Then Tommy Howman, Casper Janssen and Simon Olafsson. Olafsson getting increasingly on top of his car after we saw Eric Gordon giving him a pep talk of the posters his mum had prepared of when he was champion, which I absolutely love. But most of all, I don't care whether he does well or not, as long as he's got that lovely smile on his face that we've seen ever since he's got into a car with more grunt, and he gets a great start. Olafsson's pep talk on the outside, squeezes in on Casper Janssen. He'll have to duck back into line now. He might look to the inside line on the exit, but Victor Franks leads, and Simon Olafsson spits the rear bumper off the back 40 machine.
And that, where there was inexperience in the last first corner, was all of the experience. Olafsson started leaning on Janssen. They both knew what was going to happen if that remained, and they gave each other the space. Olafsson came out the throttle, Janssen moved over, and they both lived to fight another day, and that's where you see the difference between the experienced drivers and the inexperienced drivers.
Yeah, and Olafsson making the decision to go Joker with Casper Janssen. You could see he put rotation on the car to go into the standard lap, and then was like, no, you know what, I'm carrying speed, Casper's gone in, I'll go with him. So not a bad decision when you've got the 4 fastest cars in your race. Tommy Howman's team made some changes to the car, and Tommy feeling a little bit happier with it after going and chatting with them. They've got a guy over there with a big beard, and he looks ever so wise. And I think it was Tommy's dad who was saying to me, he's made changes. He goes, he's a genius. He's a genius. And I said, how are you? He goes, the car is good. I said, no, how are you? And he goes, oh, I'm good. This is the guy with the beard, the engineer, the mystery engineer. So yeah, Tommy feeling very comfortable with the car. How I still think it's quite a big ask with Victor in a very good supercar to beat him.
Character building these couple of weekends have been for Tommy as well, haven't they? He didn't have, the end of that amazing run of podiums that got on literally years in Portugal, and it's been a tough weekend for him so far here as well. He was very quick yesterday morning, then had his fair share of problems. So
sat on the gravel track, wasn't he? I think in one of the finals, was the FC2 final. Yeah.
So you've got to dig deep at those moments, haven't you? Had a puncture in the open final, so I think that will only help his career going forward. Yes, you show your class when you're on the podium all the time, but it's how you fight back from the difficult days, and he's having to dig deep at the moment and doing his best. But Victor Franks takes the race win. 37.3 was his best lap, which is 6 tenths quicker than the previous best, and he's easy on top of the times sheet, isn't he? 1:55.1, over a second quicker than Linneman.
So he will continue in the TQ spot.
I can't see him being beaten if he can continue to get the starts, Andrew. It's very difficult to pass around here, and Victor's looking very comfortable in that car now, isn't he? There's the incident on the run into the first corner, bit of a squeeze between the 3 of them. Janssen actually did really well there, didn't he? Got out of it on the brakes. That's sort of what started to rotate Simon. They've got stuck together.
He nearly got launched up. You see the nose of the car rising.
He got out of it. That's what sent Simon sideways, and they all lifted and were like, right, let's sort this out and get going again. And fair play, that's what they did.
Yeah, decent finish times for them all. Simon Olafsson ends up down in 8th. He might have been higher up than that, deserved higher up than that after the start he got. But either way, he's got 2 decent results, and they should see them all in reasonable positions. Right, there is a bit of track watering to go on here for the next couple of minutes while we get ourselves ready to get into Q3. So Victor Franks takes the final race of Q2, 1:55.1. He will continue as top qualifier in open 4 drive, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time when the track watering's done with the start of Q3. Stay with us. Right, Cross Car Junior. All lined up, waiting for the off. Not too warm a day for them to sit down there for a little bit. But all the same, they don't want to be sitting there for long. Alex Antila, Neil Lippalars, Pim Klaassen and Sigurd Stibberup Fredriksson on the grid. Alex Antila was yesterday's TQ. Didn't get it done come the finals. That is a great shot of the start. And there you can see the importance of not leaving your lane before you get down to first corner. It is Neil Lippalars who gets the whole shot. Alex Antila trying a sort of, I think Antila would have had more pace through turn one, but it's the leader's choice how quickly they take that corner, and Lippalars kept the door shut. Got to try and keep it shut again here. Antila says no, I'm coming through anyway. It's a block pass, but he runs deep on the exit. Can Lippalars make the most of it and get back? He can. So that was a great attempt by Antila. It was brave, but just ran ever so slightly too deep to hold him off out.
And for everyone that said there's no opportunity to overtake this weekend on this circuit, that you can eat your words and your hat, because that was a brilliant couple of moves, wasn't it? And it does help that the junior cross cars are that a little bit smaller than a normal car, but yeah, great performance from both of them to have this race, and it's still going on.
Lippalars missed the apex there, and Antila has another look up the inside, but that would not have been the place to do it, and Antila realised and backed out. Let's see, are we going to see a carbon copy on the run-up again? Antila lines it up for the inside. This time, though, Lippalars wise. Antila trying the outside move. Comes in hot, going to use the berm to try and get away. Lippalars gets sideways. Antila going to go inside. Lippalars surely going to go Joker this time and does get pushed out wide. And they both got away with that because right behind them, Stibberup Fredriksson couldn't decide what to do, and there was too much traffic. And I think that's going to fall into Antila's hands. Great pressure.
So close, isn't it? And those tiny margins, especially when the track's just been maintained and we saw it being watered in between. The grip's slightly different from where you might expect it to be. Of course, these drivers don't have spotters, so it's not like someone can be on the roof of a truck saying, oh, they put a lot of water down in this corner. So it's all an exploratory exercise, isn't it? And yeah, they're doing a great job.
Aside from the weight difference, Hal, between us and a junior cross car driver, I get the distinct impression that were we to enter the class, we'd have our butts thoroughly kicked. And I just think that's quite cool, you know? Yeah, the guys at the back of the pack, I get it, they're still learning, but the ones at the front are sharp. They come straight to senior cross car and go straight to the top. It's mad, isn't it? So young to be getting such experience.
Yeah, I mean, Tim Klaassen is 10 years old in this category. This weekend, been given dispensation to drive.
10?
Yeah.
That's got to be the youngest you've had in cross car junior, isn't it?
I suspect so. Yeah, in the time that we've done it. And,
that's brilliant.
Mad, isn't it? Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it's just a 10-year-old finishing at the back of the pack. They're only 3.8 off the leader. Love it. Absolutely love it. The trouble, of course, is it's a bit like karting and single-seaters. You reach a point where it actually gets hard to reach the top if you don't start at this age.
Would you rather race against one 50-year-old or 5 10-year-olds?
One 50-year-old, they're way more sensible and will be way less likely to want to get hurt in turn one, whereas five 10-year-olds, we all know, mate, until you're 21, you're absolutely fearless, and then I reckon from that age onwards, you just start to get a bit more sensible, and that is the other reason why you have to try and learn when you're young.
Unless your name's Travis Pastrana or something.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it goes out the window,
Travis is bonkers, isn't he? Bless him. Although, incredibly calculating too. Incredibly calculating. I was fascinated by that with some of the time I've been lucky enough to spend with him. But yeah, some people just can't help but do crazy things through their entire lifetime, can they? Right, second race in junior cross car. Jonas Hegeland Nielsen, then it's Carl Svedlund, Carl Schnack and Oscar Fuertes Hernandez from Spain. At the minute, Nielsen leads after 2 sessions, ahead of Carl Schnack and Carl Svedlund, but it's Schnack and Nielsen are equal on points, so actually this is for the TQ between the cars sitting in P1 and sitting in P3. They've had a first and a third each in the previous sessions. Yesterday, Hegeland Nielsen was second in the final. Carl Schnack was third. So either of them would like to get their junior cross cars. Oh, well, there we go. Little rescue going on. They can adjust the width of the forks, by the way, if you're wondering, hydraulically, which is pretty cool. So, I mean, that's a suitable width to pick up a junior cross car. to be honest with you, it's pretty suitable to pick up most cars. But we don't mess about in Rallycross. I have to say, I've worked on other series, and car recovery in Rallycross is by far the fastest of any motorsport anywhere. Partly because, of course, the cars have got underbody protection on them, meaning you can stick forks underneath them. So, you know, you do a racing series, they're not carrying the same underbody protection as rally cars and rallycross cars are, because gravel will smash the bottom of your car to pieces faster than you can possibly imagine. Twintex and Kevlar for the win underneath your car if you've got to drive it on gravel very often. Hegelen, Nielsen, Svedlen, Schnack and Fuertes Hernandez on the outside. Say TQ is between the cars in slot number 1 and slot number 3, Nielsen and Schnack. Oh, Nielsen doesn't get the best start, Schnack does. Schnack going to try and move across, but on his inside, he's got Carl Svedlen, and in fact Nielsen then edges them. Svedlen gets into Schnack, Schnack in the gravel. Oh, that's such a shame. He was in the race for TQ, and now he's buried in the gravel at the side of the road, so that's going to hand that to Nielsen, almost certainly. Looking to see where Carl Svedlen is in P3, so if he beats him here, know that he's got more than a 5-point differential between them.
Svedlen also made that, nearly made that outside move in turn 3 work, but there just wasn't the grip on the outside and had the wall looming quickly. What a shame for Schnack as well, Andrew, because where he crossed the track on 2 wheels was actually where the tarmac exit road goes to the exit of the circuit.
Get away with it.
Had he landed on it, he might have been able to get out of it, but obviously he just bounced across it and straight into the gravel on the far side, and we can see on the timing screen that he has absolutely got no further.
I suppose the only good thing there is he didn't dig in and roll. There he sat in the car at the side of the road, because that would have been very easy to do. And I think, you know, so far we've seen most of the cars that have gone up on 2 wheels. Have we seen anyone over? I don't know. Have anyone yesterday?
Yeah, there was the big crash in Crosscar in the final corner, but that was more due to contact than digging in the sand and
yes, it was. Yeah, but the sand is so deep and soft you can kind of get away without too much damage. So, yeah, Nielsen out in the lead and looking to get the TQ spot. So yeah, P3, a P1, and maybe a P1 here. Just got to beat the time of Alex Antila. Antila has had a 2nd and a 5th, so that is by no means a foregone conclusion. Antila, though, did have a bit of a ding-dong going on during his race, so might have lost a bit of time. Oh, it's a shame. I was hoping we were going to get a great race for the TQ spot, but
yeah, we was robbed a bit there, really, especially after how competitive the last one was with the passing on track and yeah, the junior cross cars. I don't have the same depth here as we will see later in the year, that's for sure.
And Schnack, of course, as well, Hal, with a brilliant start. I really thought from there might get round. Anyway, it hasn't. And I think it's Fuertes Hernandez who's got into the lead now, coming onto the final lap over the line. It is indeed Oscar Fuertes Hernandez who takes the checkered flag. And looking at his P4 and a P4, is that quickest? Yes, it is. So that's a session win for the Spanish driver. Not sure if there were any in Portugal or not. Don't have the Portuguese results to hand. But that's a fantastic result for the Spanish driver and a good reward for coming significantly further up the continent. Nice one. Look at the reaction time. Svedlen's nose was up instantly. Carl Schnack had a great start, and here looked like he was going to be able to come in across the pack, but yeah, Svedlen jinked out when he wanted to turn in, but realised that Nielsen was there, and as he jinked, so watch for in the inside. Look, Svedlen's got nowhere to go here, and jinks left. Personally, I think racing incident, but unlucky for Carl Schnack, definitely. Nielsen being P2 ahead of Svedlen. Svedlen was 3rd in the session prior to that. So that will confirm Nielsen as the top qualifier. Oscar Fuertes Hernandez, 211.3. Carl Schnack with a DNF. That's the end of qualifying for junior cross car. Here are the standings. Jonas Hegelen Nielsen takes the TQ with a P1, a P2 and a P3 over the 3 sessions. Oscar Fuertes Hernandez with the winning Q3 moves up to P2. Carl Schnack 3rd, Carl Svedlen 4th, Alex Antila, Neil Lepelars, Sigurd Stubberud, Fredriksson and Pim Klaassen, 10 years old with 110 points. Now the juniors did have semi-finals yesterday. We wouldn't normally have semi-finals for 8 cars, but I think they're keen to give the juniors as much experience as we can, and so they should. A Kit Kat has been delivered to my desk. That's awesome. I wonder if I've got time to eat it before we go racing again. I don't think I have. I should have eaten it then, shouldn't I? Never mind. Commentator problems. Right. Ditch the paperwork for that. Get the next lot out. Valentin Compter, Freak Hendricks, Pim Vlasak and Jonathan Hoffman in this. Compter on the inside. Freak Hendricks is a wicked name. What a brilliant name. I want to be called Freak Hendricks. There's a lot of milk in that tea house. What was that, a mistake of the maker? Oh, mate, he's rushed off to make a tea. He did kindly pick my teacup up. Thank you for that, mate. I noticed he checked if I had a tea. Being British, we are powered mostly by tea and Haribo, actually. Hal, you've eaten a lot of Haribo this weekend. Are you okay?
No, they need to put it away.
It's a horrible addiction. Here we go. You can hear the difference in the RPM. Hendricks doesn't get away well, but on the outside, Hoffman's got a great start with the kind of chrome holograph finish to the car. That looks absolutely mint, doesn't it? It's Pim Vlasak who's got into P2. Oh, big old tank slapper in the background. Will Vlasak have a look? Slightly defensive goes Jonathan Hoffman. Round the outside goes Vlasak in the number 14. Can't quite make it stick, but we like people trying, and they've got hooked up again on the inside. That's a disaster for those two drivers. We should see a good race between Vlasak and Hoffman as they approach the end of the first lap.
Scruffy again in turn 3. So often we see that when someone loses a bit of momentum and then they all concertina up together. Not a lot you can do when you're the car behind either. Lack of the rotation in Hoffman's chassis really on top of it. I was chatting to Thomas Eek-Merstead actually earlier on and talking about his massive inputs. He was just saying he feels so at one with the car at the moment, and he really enjoys this circuit because there's no real straights. You're always moving the car one way or another, and Hoffman clearly doing similar. I have to say the Speed Car Wonder does seem to work really well with that attitude in the car, and you think back to Isaac Reyerson, who is now competing in the European Rally Championship with the JC Race Technique squad they announced earlier this week. But Isaac and co, when they were right at the front a few years ago, were very similar, and that chassis seems to work well in that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, getting chucked around, just getting chucked around.
Whereas some of the other cars don't seem to operate in the McGale, for example, which is new last couple of years, doesn't seem to operate in the same window.
What was the previous chassis from Speed Car called? I've forgotten, because the Wonder came out, didn't it? And it was all new.
It was the Extreme, wasn't it?
That's it, yeah. But that always looked like it was best chucked around, didn't it?
Yeah,
it
well,
took a while to dial in the Wonder to a similar driving style, but yeah.
Whereas the TN5 never looked like it was that chuckable, but it was more on the nose, and maybe that becomes from the way that Thierry Neuville drives a rally car and how he developed the cross car. You never know, do you? But yeah, certainly I love watching the drivers in the Speed cars.
Hoffman takes it from Vlasak. Good little fight between those two on the first lap. Unlucky for Compter and Hendricks with what happened to them on lap 1. Another look at the start, and Hoffman really did get a good one. This was Vlasak trying to go around the outside. It's tricky because the berm, you think on the one hand, without the berm he might have got away with it, but I think on the other hand, without the berm, he might not have managed to get it stopped.
I think if I redesign this circuit, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it, because there's so much history here, you don't want to go messing with it too much, but then they've changed the first corner at Linden Hill as the original rallycross track, and it's been widely well received, hasn't it, because felt the opportunity to overtake needed to be created, and I think maybe you would widen the exit of turn 3 here. I wouldn't change the entry, but widen the exit so you can go side by side and maybe put a bit of the grip on the outside.
I'd bank it slightly.
I don't know if the speed's high enough for that.
I think it works everywhere, don't it? A bit of banking. Not much, just a slight
But you would have to have the
camber.
entry. I think you'd have to increase. You'd open the entry to make the opportunity because it's so slow on the way in.
I like the idea. I do like the idea. Let's do it, Hal.
Okay.
There must be a digger here that we can just go and whip a bit out at the
Before
end
the semis.
Yeah. The 8-minute break. I'll do the printing, you do the digging. Fairly even start across the grid. We've got Kong, Gonzalez, Schnack, Hoof and Peters in this. And it is Van Hoof who was yesterday's local front runner, who gets it. Oh no, it's so gutting. Go on, get it out. Come on, Kong. That's after borrowing a cross car after their entire bus burnt down in Paris. Absolutely gutted for the team on their way back from Portugal. But yeah, Van Hoof was the local driver who was really in the mix yesterday, how with our front runners.
A lot of local knowledge here, isn't there, like there is in Open 2-wheel drive. Cobra Powers, of course, came out on top in the end and, yeah, was very, very quick. But you're right, Van Hoof could have had an amazing result, just didn't quite go his way at different points. Gonzalez has impressed me as well. It was a decision based on how good or how much they enjoyed the quality of the Portuguese event that they come up here to Holland to continue racing, and that's fantastic. Hopefully we'll see them more later in the year as well. I know it's relatively easy to get to Holland from down there in Spain and Portugal, whereas Riga and the likes will be a bit more challenging logistically, but it's fantastic to see some different nationalities here this weekend. Yeah,
you'd like to think if you're heading to Riga, they might leave their kit up here, wouldn't you? Maybe fly home, fly back and pick it up, drive it back up.
Well, you're halfway at least, aren't you?
Yeah, at least. It's not too tricky to get up to Riga here. It was the young Spanish kiddie that won junior cross car, by the way, while you were making the tea.
Yeah, I did.
I
was listening.
Oh, you were? Yes, good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mega. Really good. If you're going to make that journey, I'd just like to see people who take a risk on going away, not have a horrible weekend. I think I don't want to do that again. Yeah, you want to go and go. That was fun.
Well, that's what we had yesterday with people not making the semis, wasn't it? It was the home heroes who had a bad day at different points, and also those that had travelled not making the semis, which was disappointing. It might mean that they don't come back. So I'm all for people enjoying what they're doing and having the desire to come back as Van Hoof crosses the line.
What's the time?
2 minutes dead. That is substantially quicker than Jonathan Hoffman in the previous one by just under 2 seconds. Goes to the top of the time sheets.
Yeah, Q1 was a 1:59.1, Q2 was a 1:56.5, but we did see quite a difference in times earlier on compared to previous sessions, with the gravel drag back on in the lunch break.
Someone in the YouTube comment says, who's playing the accordion in the first corner?
Oh, so I saw this on Cuba's story yesterday. Did you see it?
I didn't know.
So Cuba, the photographer, was up at turn 1, and there's a geezer with a I suppose he's a geezer, dude, man, whatever you want to call him, with an accordion, and he was sort of dancing round, like giving it the full-on waving the accordion about, you know, like really one-man band style, you know, a bit spectacular in front of the whole grandstand. I have no idea if he's been on the jar train all day or if he just really likes the accordion.
I can see you
one-man band.
Yeah. Entertaining yourself.
Polly bought a saxophone. My wife, she bought a saxophone. I know. She's like, I want a musical instrument for my birthday, and I was like, I'm not sure I'm going to get a musical instrument. So she got this saxophone off, I don't know, eBay or whatever app it is that these, you know, my wife's buying stuff off. What's the one where they all sell clothes?
Vinted.
Yeah, Vinted. So she's bought this saxophone.
Where they all
She'll kill
buy
me.
clothes.
She won't want to know.
Fortunately, she's not watching
I know she won't. She absolutely won't be watching Crosscar. Anyway, so she's got this saxophone now. She gets it out of the thing and tries to play it for the first time. She'd done a bit back in the day, like at school or whatever. And the dog went absolutely mental. He hates the saxophone. So not only did we have the noise of the saxophone, but the dog literally, she went and locked herself in the bedroom. He was howling on the landing outside the bedroom while she's playing. And I'm downstairs in the office trying to write an email, whatever. I was like, oh my God. So I'll let you know how the saxophone expertise goes on during the course of the year.
Saxophone.
It was not Lisa Simpson, put it that way. Alex Lindquist, Romet Turner, Kalle Gotherson, Kyandra van der Vivra and Vettel 3 in this one. They have got into the throttle rather early, haven't they? So Lindquist was on it yesterday. Turner and Gotherson as well always are on the inside. But it's from the outside, Vettel that gets a good start along with Alex Lindquist. Lindquist holds that inside line. Vettel turns in. There's a little bit of contact with Romet Turner. Turner drops into P3. Are there going to be any moves on the dirt down the end? Turner gets the attitude in the car from P3, but Vettel 3 and Lindquist keep it tight on the run into that lovely turn 3.
Scruffy, wasn't it? And the potential for a big old wheelie occurred then, but wasn't happening in the end.
Turner's gone joker on that lap 1 halt. Good move, I guess, from P3. We're getting into the quick stuff here as well, so you know you're not going to get that compromised, don't you?
Gotherson, of course, coming back from that massive shunt yesterday. as Vettel Tree, who has improved immeasurably in the last couple of events, I would say, really on it through the chicane.
You just suddenly get the rhythm sometimes, don't you? And then when you know you can do the lap times of the top drivers, it's like, all right, I'll do it again. As we say that, we've cursed him, he spins.
Really sorry.
Romet Cerner goes around him on the outside. Cerner's going to lose a place there as well, I think. There was Keandro van der Vivre. Not sure which one went which side from that angle. It was a rear shot of the two. That's opened the door for Lindqvist just to drive away from him. Watch Lindqvist through the chicane if you see him. Is it check and play? Yeah, well, look at this. Yes! Get some!
There is a lot of inputs there. We see
that was mega!
Yet again, the Supercar Wonder. We see a lot of single inputs from the likes of Thomas Merstad, and there is some soaring going on at that wheel, and it looks absolutely spectacular.
That was brilliant. When I said watch it, he did a nice job on the previous lap, Hal, but he did not give it the McRae flick.
He gave it the big old Scandi flick.
Proper flick in. Okay, if this isn't fastest, I'll be very, very upset. Rainis, you give a bonus to this man of -3 seconds for being the sendiest man out here today. Lindqvist with a proper display of driving there. Go on. Over the line. It is quickest by some margin. 158.757. Anybody who flicks it into the chicane like that is a weapon, in my opinion. If that's not in the replay package, Mr. Replays, I'll be very upset. In Stockholm, I know you're listening. It won't be, it'll mostly be racing stuff on it, but that was epic. Vettel 3, just that tiny bit of contact with Cerner, and then, yeah, wheelie in the background, Hal. That must be Martinez Gonzalez, no. Previous race. Van der Vivre, sorry, yes.
Van der Vivre, wasn't it? Yeah.
So are we gonna see it? Are we gonna see it? Come on. Are we gonna see it?
Yep.
Yes, you legend on the roof. Look at this. Get some. Get in, have it, send it, whatever you want. Lick the stamp.
We need some medals, don't we, again?
Yeah, that deserves one of the medals from a few years ago. That was brilliant. Alex Lindqvist, you are a legend. 158.757. If anybody dares to beat that in the final race, I'll be very unhappy with them. Brilliant. Peter's out with his camera. Look how stoked Peter is to be out with his camera. We've let him out into the wild. Where's Accordion Man? Accordion Man, if Peter can hear us. Peter, pan left if you can hear us. The accordion's down there. Can you hear the accordion? To a duet with my wife. Thomas Merstad, Martin Ugar, Jonathan Jölalami, Kobe Powles and Pasi Penttinen. This is 5 of the very best cross-car drivers in the whole of Europe. Powles in P4 doesn't get a good start as Jölalami in the middle, and on the inside Thomas Merstad. Merstad is going to get into turn 1 first. Martin Ugar slots into P3 in that line. And yesterday's winner Kobe Powles couldn't get away with anything in the first couple of corners. In P4 at the moment. Ugar looks up the inside of Jölalami. Martin Ugar trying to find the traction and will have to go Joker from there. Got alongside, does go into the Joker lap. So goes in the Joker from alongside Jölalami and comes back out in P3. So that's actually brilliant for Ugar. Nearly made the move, couldn't quite, and holds on to that position.
Penttinen split them at the back, didn't he? Having not gone into the extra reach, so it's Powles at the back of the pack. I think let's confirm that as they cross the line. Yes, indeed, Powles has lost out by Penttinen, who not going in. Passy's the rear Passy's car, if we see that. To reiterate for anyone who didn't hear yesterday or in Portugal, says 0 days without incident on the back of his speed car.
Doesn't he? Yeah, fly Penttinen Speedcar Airways, doesn't he? Yeah,
he's had a few.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. Was he Kovala?
He had. Well, yeah, he's had a few, but yeah,
that was an air crash, wasn't it? Pretty much, he was in the air for quite some time. He's not scared, Passy, is he at all? Over the line with a lap to go now as they cross onto the chicane. Jölalami, he hasn't Joker, has got Merstad and Ugar all over him. Ugar might try and get a pass here. Martin Ugar in behind. This is the place to do it if you're going to do it. Is Ugar going to go for a block pass? No, sensible. That's the right thing to do. It's not necessarily what we want them to do. But Ugar is sensible. Into the Joker goes Jölalami. He's going to get swallowed up by at least the front two. Oh, Ugar not quite such a good exit as I thought. Ugar might lose out here. Trying for the round the outside in the last corner. Martin Ugar, is he alongside Jölalami or not? He's not. Jölalami gets it. Merstad takes the win. Jölalami gets the position from Martin Ugar. Ugar must have just had a bad kick on the way from the gravel to the tarmac. Merstad has gone 158.9. Yes, Alex Lindqvist wins the session and wins the medal for send of the weekend. Nobody beat him, Hal. And that, what does that tell you, Hal? It tells you that you should drive the car like that all the time. Yes, there's the accordion man. Oh, we've seen him before somewhere. Do you reckon he's like when they sell those panpipes DVDs when you're on holiday, that the geezer walks away from the panpipes and they're still playing, and you realise you can't actually play the panpipes if you think you're playing? We haven't got any audio of Peter's camera, sadly, so we can't hear it. Can we get audio from Peter's camera? Well, either way, there he was, accordion man.
There he was.
There he was. We had an accordion man in Hastings. He used to do backflips after playing the accordion into the Stones.
Do a backflip.
Yeah, do a kickflip. I like that, Al. That's good. Bucky would appreciate that. A random thing coming out. That's good. I like that. Be more Bucky, people.
Be more Bucky.
Ugar with the flames. Look, this was the move. I tried, didn't he? But it's just too lumpy up there where the track's cleaning for him to be able to go around the outside of Yulalami. There's your man again.
Will you do a backflip?
No, I tried the other week off the boat. I'll say the other week on my last holiday. I did the worst belly.
You're on holiday most weeks.
It really hurt.
Did it?
Really? Yes. Everyone, be quiet. Listen into this. Now that's the biggest cheer of the weekend. So there we go. Alex Lindqvist with the biggest send of the weekend. Gets the win in this session and moves himself up into P3 in the standings, and a massive cheer for accordion man. Ugar is your TQ from Thomas Merstad, Lindqvist and Jonathan Yulalami. Turner, Powells, Vettel 3, Kalle Gotherson. It is the regulars who are back up there. Van der Wever is in, Van Hoof is in, so we've got some locals too. Penttinen is in P12. 2 semis, wasn't it, for cross cars yesterday, so that'll be your top 12. Mega.
Entertainment powered by Jupiler.
Yeah, yes. Yes, indeed. Right, what's going on now?
Open two-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff. One less race than yesterday. I don't know. Yes, we do know who it is, and we can forgive him then for not turning up for the final yesterday. It was Geenan, who's missing from the entries. Oh, what's going on here? It's been printed on 2 sides. I hate printers that do that, just as an aside.
Did you not fancy printing me in the open two-wheel drive now?
I did, yeah. It's there. It's definitely there.
Oh, yeah. It's 2-sided.
It is 2-sided, yeah. You see, what does that mean, Hal? We hate printers that print 2 sides. They're no use for our situation. Blames his tools, yeah, well. Peter put it in the skip last year, so I don't know what that says about him. Got launched. Okay, open two-wheel drive, final session of their qualifying. Who's in this? Not the people that are on the list, so there's obviously been penalties and things that have changed the race. Luton, Boulders, Colin and Verboot. So Boulders, I reckon, has been given a penalty, Hal, because he was in race 2 and he's now in race 1. So he must have been moved down the order. Can you have do a bit of jiggery pokery on the old computer and have a look and see what's occurring? There's a little bump there as you go from the tarmac onto the gravel. We're hearing some broken cars for starting orders was changed as well. So that's so that we don't end up with a 3-car race. Or 2-car race, sorry. So basically the idea behind the grids since we've had the 5-car grids is you never have less than 3 cars in a race. So you wouldn't do 5 and 1, obviously, and 4 and 2 is no good, so you do 3 and 3. Then 3 and 4, then 4 and 4, 5 and 4, 5 and 5. Is that well explained, Hal?
You explained it, at least. Steve Boulders trying to make amends for his issues in the last one down here at turn 3. Exactly what he needs to do at the front of the order, isn't it? Yeah, I think that was fairly well explained. As there's another problem for the Ford KA of Danny Luton. Crawling back towards the Joker. There is an exit off the circuit there, which will be handy to get that car out the way. Should he not be able to make it any further? But this is exactly what Steve Boulders need. After that poor time, where was he? In Q2. Steve Boulders, who sits 10th overall, 19th in the previous session, so would like to get back into the top half dozen to best his chances in the semi-finals later on.
I do like the big 77 on the door. I mean, the Luminous 77 is good.
I see all the reasons why we don't have door numbers anymore, but I do like a door number.
It's good, doesn't it?
A rally plate, a door plate with Network Q or similar on would be my thing. But I appreciate the need to have.
You want more space for liveries, don't you? More
liveries on the side.
Stuff, but as long as you get the date line numbers up on the back window, I don't mind. Hardest thing I ever commentated ever was a Toyota race in India where the windows were blacked out and then the numbers were done in dark blue on the window. There was one timing loop, and if I can't remember, I asked where the air conditioning was, and the guys who were there sort of shook their head at me and said downstairs, and then I asked where the timing screen was, and he said downstairs in timing. So I can't remember. Basically, I had to wait until the cars came over the line and tried to see the numbers as they came past the start.
Was anyone watching?
I don't know. I didn't get any interaction on social media, so I suspect not. But that was my first ever long haul trip. Well, I can't even remember what year it was. Maybe 2012. It was wild, actually. That's still the maddest place I've ever been in India. You been?
Yeah.
Yeah. Karan Chandok's dad had something to do with circuits.
They do circuits.
Well, this is an old circuit, but they did some stuff there. Toyota used it for testing and stuff in India. But I went for a ride around it, and it was bumpy. It was more like a rally circuit, more like a rallycross track than a circuit track. Good fun though.
How they should be.
I agree. More like put some bumps in F1 and start things up a bit. To be fair, it's fairly lively already at the minute, isn't it? Oh dear.
Not rallycross though. Best sport in the world.
Yeah.
Fact.
Should we? What do we do to? What would you do to liven F1 up a bit? If it needs it.
Give them all rallycross cars to drive.
And make them compete at Holliers. There's a round of applause in the background there for Hal. I like that, mate. Who do you reckon's most likely to come and do it? Because I was thinking, do you remember Matey Mush did...
oh yeah, him, yeah. No.
Where in COVID, what did we do? Esports. And your man came, didn't he?
Charles Leclerc?
Yeah.
Too busy trying to be Formula 1 world champion, isn't
Yeah, but like if he was willing to enter esports of rallycross, I'm pretty sure he'd be willing to come and have a crack at it.
I think they'd all love a go, yeah.
Do you? Actually, I've never seen any driver get out of a rallycross car and not have a good time. Like even F1 drivers. Coulthard got out of Markland's Polo in Barbados in Racing Champions, and what he said was not usable for broadcast. That was how excited he found it. Absolutely amazing start. Amazing start. In the meat machine around the outside. Yesterday's, Meinings he's a weapon.
Look how big that car looked from the drone shot on the start compared to the hatchbacks of the Super machines next to it. It's absolutely enormous.
He did need this, didn't he? He needed to get out front and get clear. TQ at the minute is Victor Johansson on 90 points from Bart Bell. Yorick Meinings is on 72, so I don't think, unless Johansson has a shocker, I don't think he'll nick the TQ from him.
Poor Victor is prone to the odd shocker now and again, though, isn't he?
I know he is, yeah. He was lying under the car yesterday when we went to see him replacing the electric motor which had died, which gives him an extra 100 horsepower, but crucially it gives him a lot of extra torque off the start line. There's Nick's noise. We haven't spoken about him today, Hal. That's the car after a bunch of work from the guys.
Yeah, great job. We had Nick in the studio yesterday chatting about the damage after he got squeezed into the wall in there. Well, he didn't actually get squeezed. He thought he was going to get squeezed, so he turned towards the wall to not be squeezed into it and then hit it all of his own volition, but did immeasurable damage to the car, ripped the damper out the chassis, pulled the joints apart on the wishbone.
You'd never seen it, have you?
No, so the ball, out of the rose joint, the ball was still attached to the bolt in the chassis, but the whole arm had been ripped out around it. So
the rose joint separated, hasn't it?
Mad,
which is
so
really, really unusual.
But they've done a great job to repair that car. I actually think I would say that was less of a big job than the problems they had in Portugal. When you have a fire, it's very difficult to know what has been damaged. When you rip the corner off, it's very obvious. It's very obvious what you need to do, and it has bent the B pillar and the floor.
There'll be more work to do to make it pretty afterwards, but they did get it back together.
But I think it's a relative easier fix than the fire.
Fires are miserable, electrical faults are miserable, and fires cause loads of those by melting everything. That is an impressive win, of course, by Yorick Meinings, and it is a 2:01.8, 3 seconds quicker than Steve Boulders went. What's that, race 3? All my grids might as well go in the bin from what they've done with the changes. Luckily, you've got the graphics and timing to tell you as well. You, by the way, can look at your own live timing if you'd like, and all the results of grids, which are at Chronomoto's website. I want to say it's chronomoto.hu, but I'm not sure.
Through the RallyX website where you'll find it.
Yeah, there you go. RallyX website. That's got a link to it. RallyX.se. Like and subscribe to the stream. What's been your favourite moment today? Did Alex Lindquist impress you as much as he impressed me, and how? If he didn't, why are you an idiot?
Let's broaden that question in the YouTube comments. What's your favourite moment in RallyX history from when Andrew and I started in 2020?
Yeah, I know mine immediately.
And Nicholas Grono beating Marcus Grono at Julius doesn't count.
That was my favourite moment.
No, sorry,
Marcus
wrong way round.
Marcus that was my favourite moment in the history, even though it wasn't a competitive thing, was it? It was obviously, but it wasn't for the main competition.
So that's not allowed, but anything else goes.
Okay. Damn you, Hal, knowing exactly what my favourite moment would be and ruining it immediately. Was Lindquist, was that the send of the day? Is he sending McSenderson? Is he sending...
I think it was because of the amount of inputs put in to achieve it.
And he won the session, Hal. Right, come on, Simon Tiger. This is time now. It's time to shine. Darren Bleasdale slots in behind him. But Simon Tiger has not got it done this weekend like he normally does in RallyX, and how he will have been frustrated with that. We had a chat yesterday with Victor Johansson, and Simon does like winning.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? It takes a pretty hard, but he's not. So we saw that a couple of times in the last couple of years, and he'll be very keen to get back to the front. Look at the BMW lifting the front wheel. Different colour bumper on the rear of it, so that shows the sort of wars they've been in. Drove down here themselves, did the Tiger team, rather than Victor Johansson, who took advantage of the OMSC logistics. Tiger is on a push here, but Darren Bleasdale, making his RallyX debut, having competed in the British Rallycross Championship, done some Irish rounds, is having a good old look at the pace setter in this race. Darren looks to the inside through turn 2, right under the rear of the BMW. Into 3 with the VX220. Tiger shuts the door, there's no way through on the inside.
He'll be really pleased to be going with Simon Money, and Simon will probably be quite annoyed that he's had to break his racing line to go all defensive.
Bleasdale couldn't joker though, Andrew, because the pack behind is too close and hadn't gone in themselves, so the opportunity to do a different joker strategy. Great traction from the VX220 out of the final corner. Yep, the joker strategy option just not really there.
Look at it as well through the chicane, Hal. It's proper sports car, as you did say yesterday. Some people say he's in an open two-wheel drive, and again he gets good traction. Needs a little bit more tarmac, doesn't he, to be able to find a way through. But it looks impressive. It's great to see a different type of car doing so well in RallyX. Has he lost out though? No, Nick Nailson's got a joker as well. They're all going to go in together and all come out in a train. Davey Leeson is plus 3.1, so they should all come out in front of him.
This is not going to be the one on times though, isn't it? They're not going to touch Mainix, I don't think, at the head of the order. Mainix, for reference, has done a 2:018. You can see that bottom left of your screen. Tiger,
wow,
does a 2:08.3.
That's okay. It's P3 ahead of Nick's Noise. There's the top of the front wheel drive cars at the minute, but it's Mainix, Boulders, and then Tiger. Where will Bleasdale go? 2:09.1 in front of Nick's Noise. Yeah, Nick's Noise is actually on for a decent result in this session as well, Howard, which would be nice for him and his team. Bleasdale had a good look at one of the benchmark drivers. This was it. Look, the exit speed again was good, but not enough time to take advantage of it. Simon Tiger, that's Tiger style, isn't it? What are the moments, Hal? Come on in. What are people's favourite ever moments?
The cheating during the RC racing with the drivers, that was definitely
I was smashed you all at that, but that's my hobby outside of real racing, is racing toy cars.
You didn't know, did you?
I did.
Just for reference.
You all kept trying to fire me off. You were shocking behaviour. You and Ollie Erikson were crying with laughter at taking each other out.
Teddy McPherson, front runner in the Junior RallyCross Championship in the UK. Best thing is just Tiger's car set up on 3 wheels half the time, that's true. Crash the Goblin says, was it Andrew or Howe who crashed Vigo's drone? It was definitely Andrew.
I was, yeah. I nearly hit some woman on the head over at the ice cream area at Ollie's. He goes gently, bearing in mind again, I like racing RC cars because I'm a right geek. I gave the throttle the tiniest blip and the drone literally went about 1,000 metres up in the air and just fell out the sky. And he was like, no, no, no. And obviously it's too late to save it. And then I walked around the other side and there it was on the floor next to the ice cream hut. So, yeah. Slot number 1's made a jump start, which is Niels van der Warrenberg.
Stuntman Lee says, Coley smashing the supercar light. I am the drum and bass farmer. Vaby's snack test is right. I enjoyed Vaby's snack test.
Yeah, that was cool, fun. Wasn't it? I did not enjoy when we ate sauce trimming.
Kevin on Germany turn 1, the right 46. I think you're referencing 2016 World RX there, where Kevin went around the outside of everyone. But fair enough, that was a good memory.
It is a good memory.
The purple sector, the series is everything Rallycross could ever dream of. Simply amazing. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
The 4 false starts yesterday, and how snippy Andrew got.
Who said that?
Crash the Goblin. If only you knew Andrew well, that was only the start of it.
That's the on-air version of me being annoyed, isn't it? If you want the off-air version, you'll need to get a lift with me in horrific traffic out of Brussels city centre at 4:30 p.m. Then you'll learn the full width of my vocabulary.
Brilliant start from Derek Towell from the outside of the grid in this.
Come on, Derek.
Penultimate race of this session, and this is what he needs, isn't it, the Irishman, to get back to the front of where we know he can be.
Yeah, he needs confidence, Hal, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Needs to get back that confidence. We know he can do it, but yes, he does. Yeah, you're right. I have to say 4 jump starts I found incredibly boring. There's no, you can't sugarcoat some things, and that's one of the things that couldn't be sugarcoated. You roll it in glitter, but you can't sugarcoat it. 4 jump starts is a hard no. Right, come on, Derek.
So we're under pressure here from Van Lommel. Couldn't look any more different. I mean, the Fiesta Mark 7 is an aging shape now in the automotive world, isn't it? And in Rallycross, given how long it's been around, but not a patch on the Volvo 242 that's behind, and it's box-like aerodynamics.
I love the fact that the Volvo is so unlikely and so competitive. I really do. It's fantastic. Into the Joker goes Van Lommel. That puts Towhill out in front, and Van Lommel's now going to have clear track, so Ariane can get a bit of a wiggle on. Come on, let's chase Derek down, Ariane.
Towhill will need to push that here. They've been working hard on the setup of that Fiesta to try and make it more to his liking. He's still not throwing it around as you might expect, so...
Sitting P5 though, Hal, in a strong field. He must be happier than yesterday, won't he, by a long way?
Yeah, that's not difficult, is it?
No.
Yesterday was pretty difficult.
It was bleak yesterday.
Van Lommel, though, on a charge in the background. We didn't have any split times in this series because the loops cost quite a lot of money to put in, but this is going to be close, I think, at the Joker merge. Have a look to the right as Van Lommel's on the standard lap. Towell's going to get it done, though, at the exit. Van Lommel closes to the rear of the Fiesta. Towell just needs to keep it nice, neat and tidy through the final corner, which is very slippery indeed.
Watch that target time. What's he going to get? If it's under a 2:04, it's a 2:07. 2:07 will put him P3 ahead of Tiger.
So the worst that's going to be is 8th, so that will be him inside the top 10 when at the end of qualifying, regardless of what others do.
Well, he's P5 at the minute, so I mean he's had a 9th and a 9th. I think depends, doesn't it? Yeah, it does depend a bit who's in this last race. I was going to list them for you, but seeing as the grids have been wrong throughout, I probably won't. Good start by Towhill. Maybe slightly early over the white line, but it was at the end of the white line.
So I messaged Rainus about that, and he's come back and said, what did Rainus say? For the first time, it's a warning. The second time, it's a time penalty. So that could be interesting. I don't know if Derek did get a warning, but he says if there's no touching. If they touch someone else, then it's a time penalty straight away. And I think that is great race jurisdiction, isn't it, from Rainus, by saying yes, you can cross the line, and I'll look at it. I'll give you a slap on the wrist. But if you touch someone, then that's an issue. And I think that's really taking the rule book and using it in a really considered way to be fair, isn't it?
Yeah. And as a driver, that's why the drivers like it, isn't it? Because it's not just stupid sweeping decisions. Well done, Rainus, you legend.
Stuntman, he says, anytime they force Hal to eat on screen. I don't mind eating myself.
He doesn't like
somebody
it when
else eating.
Yeah, well, it's not just me, is it? Or is it just me? I mean, I eat appallingly.
You are particularly noisy.
I don't think I am. I think I'm.
I thought that at breakfast this morning.
Did you really? It wasn't anything even really that crunchy. He was writing an article this morning on his laptop very quietly, so I imagine me chowing down on a few croissants wasn't ideal. Johansson, Bell, Verhoeven, McGarry and Wallach. Johansson, look at when he gets up into the gears, he has blown them away. McGarry in the wars in the background, just gets a little tap left and right, but gets away with it. So Peter McGarry, who's sitting up in P3 in qualifying at the minute, is in P3 in this race as well, and will want to execute this well. But that was some start by Johansson.
That's the electric motor powertrain in the hybrid system working its way through the start procedure and then using the internal combustion engine later on. And Victor's on an absolute charge here, leaving them for dead in this race. Bart Bell in second, who's been quick so far this weekend, and for McGarry, running third on track. That first corner on a different day could have been an absolute disaster, but actually they all gave each other the space when they needed to, and they got away.
I thought he might go Joker, Hal. We didn't see it in the background, but I thought the car had rotation on that looked like he was going to go Joker, and he didn't. So I don't know if he lost time. He was right behind Bart Bell, and he is a little way further back. Bell looked like he was going to go, and I thought if he went, that because Bell got two sideways here on the first lap. McGarry didn't, and now McGarry has got Verhoeven right behind. Now he goes, Verhoeven goes too, but I think Wallach's going to get them here in the background.
Wallach having a much better afternoon.
Has he or not? No, McGarry's
got ahead of Verhoeven, but McGarry's out in front after taking his compulsory extra route. 55 metres in length longer is the Joker here, and of course it's slippery as well, but I don't think they're going to touch Johansson or Bell when they take their extra route.
Yes, McGarry did get out in front of Wallach. Confirmation of that. A quick shot from the drone. Lovely to see. But Victor Johansson, how far up the road is he? He's 7.7 seconds away from P3, and P2's got to go in with him. Bart Bell goes in with him. Smashing this. Can he smash the timesheets? 1:50 was the clock when it was ticking, and it's just stopped ticking, which is very annoying of it. Coming around, there it is again. It's moving. Is he going to get the top time? I think he might. 2.0,
no, he doesn't.
2.7.
P2 goes fastest.
Brilliant. So, but that will see Johansson take the top qualifier spot. Mainix from P4 is definitely going to move up one. Where's Bart Bell? How quick was Bell in this? 2:05.
That was a 2:05. McGarry was a 2:09. So McGarry goes.
Where's McGarry going? I'm going to make predictions.
10th or so I think McGarry won't be on the front row.
Yeah, so Mainix is going to. I think it's going to be Johansson, Bell, and Mainix will be your top three.
I think Toel could be on the front row of a semi-final here, which would be a remarkable turn of events, given how yesterday went.
It will be, mate. Has he beaten McGarry?
Yes.
By how many places?
That I don't know. Just I know it's some. Because Toel's done a 2:07.4. McGarry's done a 2:09.5.
We're loving doing some live math. Yeah, he's got him. He's got him.
McGarry's outside the top 10.
So I think, but I think Toel will sneak into fourth, and I think McGarry might be fifth in the standings. Let's have a look. We're going to, okay, this is the result. Let's see how good me and Hal are at making stuff up. Victor Johansson, Bart Bell, Peter McGarry, Stamford, Wallach, Rob Verhoeven. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Come on, let's see the intermediate standings. That's what we're trying to figure out. No. Miles off. Damn you. And your computer maths. Damn you.
Well, Volders has had such a great comeback, hasn't he, after being so... We didn't even see Volders in that mix because he was so far down the order.
No, we didn't. Never mind, Hal. Right, Victor Johansson takes the top qualifier spot. Bart Bell, Mainix, Volders. Tohill does end fifth. Simon Tiger is sixth. McGarry seventh. Bleasdale eighth. Van Lommel, Verhoeven, Bosman. Snoys is up in 12th, which is good reward for yesterday after the carnage. Tianis is in 13th. Layson and Wallach down to 15th. And... the top 18 will go through to the semis. Otzer, Nayens and Van der Warrenberg will be in 3 semi-finals. That's the only category with enough cars to do that here this weekend. And yet again, how our live maths fails. Any other highlights coming in?
Someone says, hey, commentator, what track is the coolest to commentate on and which track do you like the most? That is a can of worms.
Which track do you like the most? I immediately think of Hollius always when I think of some of my favourite tracks. It just does. We'll continue that. Darback, and Larsen. It's Tobias on the inside with the yellow stripe across the top of the screen. Nice brother Kevin is trying to move Larsen out. Larsen's trying to go around the outside. Larsen's doing a nice job there. Is he going to lose out though to Kevin on the run down Larsen gives him a squeeze, and there's just enough room for 2 cars through. Tobias leads from his brother Kevin. Come on in,
Favourite track? It was very difficult. I should also ban Julius from that because it's the go-to answer, isn't it? And,
yeah, I do like it though. It's a great track.
Always does produce great racing. Got a good joker in the right position.
It's got a good turn 1. It's got good elevation change. It's got good jumps. So it's hard to beat, mate, of the traditional tracks.
Yeah, I used to like Kovler a lot more than I have done of late because I think the better the cars get, the less opportunity there is at Kovler.
Yeah, I like Kovler.
Or Tiki-Maki, because we're going to Kovler later in the year, aren't we? But to go in the other direction from the town to go to the
track at Kimmy Ring.
Kimmy Ring. I'm trying to think. I don't go to many RallyCross tracks, so it's
you do?
I know.
Well, you've been to loads over the years.
I go to lots. Hard to beat Lidenhill, largely because of the amphitheatre nature of the circuit.
Yes, true.
And the opportunity to overtake in almost every single corner, which I have tried and often failed at. But
true, I'll give you that.
So Lydon has a lot going.
It's a brave place, Lydon, too. It's fast.
Yeah.
Coming down the hill into that.
The history's there. You can see the whole thing from anywhere.
It's a wonderful spectator.
You can overtake in any corner.
Yeah.
Whereas that's very different to some of the other traditional tracks. As Darbach goes massively wide out of turn 2.
Hal Neeson partner. We both love Neeson partner.
Neeson great, yeah.
I don't know, every time we go there we just get great racing. It's my favourite American track was Phoenix from Nitro Rallycross. You got any? Did you particularly like it? You only came to one, I think.
I didn't go to Phoenix. No, I've been to a few, but I didn't go to Phoenix.
Yes. Oh yeah. Did you come to Glen Helen?
No.
No.
If there was a good track, I didn't go there.
if.
No, I meant there was good tracks.
Yeah.
I just, for whatever reason, went to the ones that weren't great.
Yeah, I liked Phoenix.
Like the Firm was okay, but it wasn't a great track.
No, it wasn't my favourite. It was too big and wide. You couldn't see anything. You only saw the first few corners and the crossover and the merge, which was cool. But the track went right the way out round the back of the rally school. Lovely venue, great little venue.
We need to stop this because this could consume the rest of the day.
No, I like it.
The
it's
double
good.
W, Wesley Wickens from BMW Mini fame in esports. I like the nerdy tyre chat last year, discussing how they're made, and the tyre guy trying to find the last time made from the Cooper factory. That was Matthew Vincent.
Yeah, he's here this weekend.
He didn't actually find it, which is a bit of a shame, as Cooper has migrated into Nova, and Nova are now creating the tyres. And this year, actually, we want to talk about nerdy tyre chat, is the first time that we're using actual Nova tyres that are produced in Portugal by the Nova factory, whereas all the tyres previously used up until the end of last year was
Coopers.
stock made in the UK.
Yeah, sure.
At Melksham, that is now well and truly shut, and the new Novas are being made in Portugal, so that's all cool.
Mega.
Hopefully they're going to make some 15-inch tyres very soon, because I need some quickly.
Did you not get the 12 that you were promised, Hal?
No.
Not yet. That could be a problem, mate, for a month's time. I don't know whether or not they can make you a 15-inch mould.
No, they are making 15s for the Norwegian Championship. Yeah.
Right, okay.
But
when's production start?
Oh, it has started, and they're due to be delivered, I think, soon. But
he's got 4 weeks, people.
I've got some tyres, but they're just not ACV enough.
Supercar Lights continues with the final race of their qualifying. The pole man Lucas Anderson is your top qualifier at the minute from Robert Svitolz and Julian Munier. That is the top 3 from the last session and the top 3 from qualifying overall. Vitolz gets it all crossed up. Munier backwards, Vitolz backwards as well. That was a chain reaction, and that has secured Anderson the TQ immediately. I can't see anything underhand there, just a little bit of argy-bargy in turn 1, and they're both parked. What a disaster. Boom. So, Hal, another 4 minutes to discuss your favourite track, because not a lot's going to happen in this one. What are people saying in the comments? What are their favourite tracks?
Teddy McPherson says, Hal, SA is the best for sure. A bit of bias there, but is a great track in France.
Not been there, but I'd like to go.
You should go, it's very good. Mash Mechlin, someone says, yeah, that's a good traditional track as well. Recently reopened, so fantastic. There's Rallycross back there. Alspin, I was blown away by Alspin when we went there last year, I have to say, in the north of Sweden. That was it couldn't be more different to the Euro circuit in Valkenswaard.
I was going to,
epic commitment, epic elevation change.
It's loads of runoff in most places. Like we looked at it and we were like, oh, this bit looks good, and then afterwards, like, no, there's absolutely no way you can pass there.
Lots of shouts for Hell in Norway. I do like Hell, but it's not up there with my favourites, I have to say. I mean, I don't dislike any track, but I'll put that out there now. And to rank them all would take me weeks.
I'm not going to say them on air.
Only because you were rubbish at them.
Huh? What do you mean? I've never raced at them. What are you talking about?
The ones you don't like?
Yeah, oh, no. Like, there are genuinely tracks I just think, oh, God, really?
No, really?
Yeah. Okay, best after party ever, San Luis, Argentina. Worst rallycross track? St. Louis Argentina. But it wasn't, maybe that's unfair, but it wasn't exactly finished, was it?
No, but one of the best moments of my career was standing on the infield in San Luis in 2014 and experiencing Petter Solberg's first lap in practice, where he was backwards off the circuit
wonderful.
Everywhere, experiencing the limits. And
Wonderful.
Very lucky indeed. Anderson is going to cross the line here to finish the race on a 2-minute dead, and we don't have the time from the previous session.
1:59.2 it was.
Was it?
Yeah, so he's not
Did you
beating
write
it.
it down?
No, it's on the screen in the bottom left corner.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the time
Yeah, I
screen.
do that always, and then I realise it's actually on the screen. We get so obsessed with our little timing screen. Mounier gets round to the finish.
Lots of shouts for Estering.
Estering is a good track, particularly the finish. The way the Joker is at the finish. This is turn one. Look, so inside is Anderson. Vitals tries to turn him, but Anderson's there. That gets him sideways, and then unfortunately he collects Mounier on the outside. Mounier finished, Vitals did. That's just right, as he turns in here. Does he bounce off him? Does he turn in again across? Not sure. Anyway, yeah, so chain reaction, round it goes. Bummer. That's a shame. Mounier managed to get to the finish.
Mounier did nothing wrong there, really.
No,
Just,
absolutely. He was just a
damage.
passenger, wasn't he? Yeah, Anderson holds the TQ with a P2, a P1, and in this session, not sure where he would have finished. Anderson, Mounier, Vitals. Oh, Mounier shows a DNF. I thought he made it round. Or did he get lapped, Hal? Don't know. So we might have intermediate standings for you.
Riyadh, that's a good shout, isn't it?
Yes. I've been there since 2013 Euros. Lucas Anderson takes it from Vitals, Darback, Mounier and Larson. So Tobias Darback, yesterday's TQ man, will be on the second row as these drivers will go straight to the final. And Lucas Anderson gets P2 in this session. Tobias did win that last session, so Tobias has got quicker and quicker as the day's gone on. But Anderson has been consistent from the start. Lucas Anderson is your top qualifier. Is this the point at which he turns his season around? Right, stay with us. We've got the final races of Open 4-wheel drive coming up next. The clunk of a sequential gearbox as we get ourselves into the final round of qualifying here in the Netherlands for Open 4-wheel drive, including, of course, the FC2 category. Fraser McConnell on the inside, Victor Christensen, Johnny Verkugen and Tom van den Heuvel. McConnell and Christensen have to get a good start here to get beaten by the Supercars to turn one. It's going to be trouble for them in terms of getting a good time. Fraser McConnell gets to turn one first. Christensen just gets squeezed by Van den Heuvel. So Fraus has done well there with the BHP deficit on the run to the first corner, Hal.
Had to make that work, didn't he, Fraser, to have a chance this afternoon. Van den Heuvel runs wide. Christensen's up the inside. Oh, we've got a roll in the background from Verkoningen in the Volkswagen Scirocco. What a shame. And now McConnell has to do that job all over again at the next start. This will definitely be red flagged.
Has to, doesn't it? Has to.
Yeah, what a shame. We saw that Scirocco last year, actually, in Torben Muller's hands, didn't we? And has recently come back to Central Europe. It was built here for, it was built in Sweden, but it was first run by Jochen Koeks. And then was run by KMS, actually. Do you remember Pontus Tiedemann drove the Scirocco in Julius in 2013? That was that car, actually. So
was it?
There's a useless fact you never wanted to know.
I like it. I love the useless fact, Hal.
And now all of its oil is pouring on the inside of the bonnet, so we might not see him again this week.
Well, there is that. Of course, it is on the loose, so they won't have to mess about too much with things. I reckon they'll chuck those back, won't they, and go... it was a soft roll. It was slow, wasn't it? Now you're just hoping no fire, because as Hal said, all the fluids in an engine are designed for the engine to be up the other way.
No rush to get that back on its wheels.
Not really, is there? No. Let's take another look. So this is Fraser starting the inside. He's really good, and it needed to be. And he was obviously not lucky, but from the previous session, he is inside Van den Heuvel.
Van den Heuvel was fair there as well. Like, we made that inexperienced mistake in the last one. They all carried a lot of speed in here, haven't they? They've run deep.
And he just clips the inside though. Look. He's actually nice. He's trying to avoid Christensen. He just drives up the tyre belt. So there we are. Right, let's get that one recovered. Enjoy some music. Back soon. Hal, can you just pop outside and wave at the drone for me? I don't really need to get it to come back. Is that a no?
Why? What do you want me to do?
I'll wave at the drone, but he's gone away now. He's kind of over the studio. I mean, we're top left corner, basically. You see there's like a horseshoe of trucks. And we're in the OMSE one. Got the big round roof on. It's an old Formula 1 hospitality truck, I believe. I'm just seeing some Haribo that look like race cars, Hal. Oh, hang on, they're coming back. So I'm just eating a Haribo. Hold on. Here we go. Right, studio is in the round white roof. There's people standing on the roof of the truck. Hal's just gone outside. The FC1's parked outside of the FC5. In a minute now, you'll see Hal Ridge. He stood in front of the garage, in front of the FC1. Walk towards the FC1, Hal. Stand at the front of the FC1. Oh, I nearly got run over by a bike. There he is. That's Hal, everyone. Hal Ridge, superstar. And here's the studio. Oh, they're going to bring the drone down. How low can it come? Look at this. So you can see Victor Ranks racing on the left. On the right is the OMSE truck with all the FC2s in normally. At the moment, it's just got the one car of Mounier. There's the FC5 next to the FC1. You know, can we get to the edge here? How long are these cables?
I couldn't find it.
What is it? There it is.
I know, I can see it now, but I was...
Oh yeah, and it was high up. It was a long way up. Yeah, it was a long way up.
Almost as tall as Kevin Darmack.
Almost the same altitude. Yeah. Aeroplanes need warning when half of this paddock walks about. They're absolutely giant.
I used to feel tall until I started working in RallyX.
It's great, isn't it?
Paddock looks cool from there, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It looks really cool. Let's look at the paddock. Look, there's various different roads. That one in the middle, that's Derek Tohill's blue canopies on the left. There's turn 3, where they're just doing a bit of recovery.
Oh, it looks like that's a black car. I thought that was a humongous ball of oil.
So did I, yeah. There, and there's our man getting reversed off, Verkeringen. I'm assuming we won't see him at the restart. And there's a look at where we were filming the opening of the show, that lovely grass area out there. So from that side, in the middle of the paddock's in the whole of the centre of the track, which is kind of estering, isn't it? There's a few other places like it. but it does mean it's rather hard from the paddock to find somewhere to spot from. So that's why a lot of the OMSE team, for instance, are on the roof of the truck. Actually, let's go and have a look at that. There we go, there's Peter. Yay, in his natural habitat. Where's your camera, Peter? Shows you there it is. Oh, look at that.
Different camera.
He's got the big lens out. Guns. That's mate, yeah. There you go. He can hear us.
Small guns.
He can, yeah.
You need to work less.
Hardest working man in the paddock, along with Kevin Erikson. We had a discussion yesterday about good cop, bad cop. Andreas Erikson thinks he's the good cop. We were trying to tell him he absolutely was not. But if it's between him and Peter, then yeah, Peter's definitely the good cop, and Andreas is the bad one. But they're both lovely, really. Right. Heat 2. We'll rerun Heat 1 in a moment. Nathan Ottink on the inside. Ollie Erikson, Elias Svensson, Simon Olofsson. So Ottink with the inside and the supercar should really get this done. Olofsson gets a great launch, but then goes up another go. I wonder if Olofsson's launching in first, where Erikson, we know a number of them are launching in second. Ollie slots in behind Ottink. If Eriksson's going to make a move, for me, it's got to be on the brakes into turn 3. So watch and see if he has a look here. He's going to go the outside line, gets a load of rotation in the car early, but ends up in the loose. Elias Svensson alongside him. Svensson might get forced into the joker here. He does. And he showers Olofsson behind him with a load of gravel on the way in. And the tactics play out from here.
Olofsson still admitting to being slightly surprised by the speed of this car at times, having done a decade in supercar lights. Look at the bodywork rubbing on the back of Ottink's Ford Focus, with a little bit of contact down there in turn 3 on the opening lap. Erikson carried so much speed in, we saw from that rear shot, but just couldn't quite make it work. As I say, earlier on, I would love to see this corner much more opened up. Erikson absolutely sends it into the tightest corner on the circuit, no way through, clips a barrier on the right-hand side. Svensson runs wide in the background, Ottink into the joker. He did that earlier, Andrew, didn't he? Took the early joker strategy and it worked out for him then. Will it work out for him this time around?
Well, he comes out in front of Svensson, so obviously they've covered off the drivers behind, but that's from the lead. The question, Hal, is whether Ollie, with nobody in front of him, can make more of turn 3. So for me, Ollie maybe had a bit more pace in turn 3, but couldn't use it because of Ottink's car in front. So let's watch Erikson up in turn 3 when he gets there.
It's a good
and
carrot.
See how much speed he carries.
It's a good carrot for Ottink as well, isn't it, to have
close enough already.
Erikson there to follow.
I think it's close enough already. Erikson with a great exit though. This is a good exit from Erikson into the joker. He holds it on the tarmac line on the inside. Erikson might have done enough here. Ottink comes in from the merge on the outside. Ottink just contact between them. Erikson ends up in the dirt on the outside line. Is Svensson going to get underneath him as well? Ottink makes it to the line. Ollie Erikson holds on just in front of Elias Svensson and Simon Olofsson. That was close.
Erikson hit the wall, didn't he, in the final corner, turned in too sharply to avoid the contact, hit the wall. You can see the damage on the front of the car, and that's what forced him to the outside. There you saw Ollie Erikson driving with all the experience and ability of one of the best rallycross drivers in the world. He really took it to the local star here, but didn't push over the limit and have contact. He did everything he could, it just wasn't quite enough.
Here's the start again, and that supercar power look is pretty equal. The FC2 is equal to it on the run to the first corner, but not late enough on the brakes to be able to go around the outside. We know it's hard to pass around the outside here. This was Erikson, look, with all the rotation on the car, would have been coming in hot sideways, and he just glances the barrier on the right. This was the merge. Look at this. Ottink cuts the curb on the left-hand side to try and get there. Erikson turns the car in to avoid him. Ottink has got the rear left up in the gravel, Erikson too, and he just about held on to it. Great car control. What's going on, Hal? Favourite circuits, favourite moments, anything, or have they lost interest?
No, the chat's still going on. I was looking at my favourite son, actually. But Damien Litvinovich says RallyX come to Poland next year. That would be great. I raced at Slomchin a couple of times. Zero grip there. That was good fun. The track's changed quite a lot since the ERC days, but there's still a rallycross track there. Grindback, Melk, Sosnova, they're the old European Championship circuits. I do think a lot of these cars are quite big for those tracks now, and while the racing would be good, it's similar to coming here where it becomes quite difficult to overtake at circuits that were not so bad in the past.
Restart of the race that was stopped earlier on today. Fraser McConnell gets away well. This time he won't be troubled by Van den Heuvel, because Van den Heuvel's had a terrible start on the outside. Verkeuringen is missing after rolling the car on the first lap. Fraser McConnell-Howe gets a repeat of the first start from the first race, and he'll be pleased about that.
Under less pressure than he was last time around as well, so that is exactly what Fraser McConnell needed. There's been another race in between, and that would have cleared the track a little bit more of the loose gravel, so this is an opportunity for McConnell to try and get to the top of the timesheets. He just didn't have the lack of an extra car in the first corner does make a difference, doesn't it, with the potential for contact and time loss, and that's exactly what he needed. Good start for Christensen as well, who really is learning quickly this weekend, I would have to say, and yeah, he just needs all the laps he can get under his belt on his own, really, with chasing one of the best drivers in the field to see what he's doing.
Fraz through the right-hander at turn 2 onto the loose, and here, look at that, Christensen kind of leaning on the car and letting it rotate from the moment you're getting Christensen quick through turn 3 there as well. So Fraser McConnell's gap was 1.2 over Christensen. Neither of these drivers will joker until the final lap because they don't want to fall back into the clutches of Tom van den Heuvel. I reckon van den Heuvel's got a problem now because he's 8 seconds off, and I know he lost a fair bit of that off the start, but he was he's level with McConnell on the run to turn 1 the first time round.
Yeah, could well have a problem, and especially after the first attempt at this race, it was they'll have been returning straight back to the pre-grid, so there won't be any opportunity to come back to the paddock and affect any repairs. Oh, Christensen run once wide, hits the wall, but manages to ride the wall out round that corner. That could have been a very different story if he'd hit the wall head on the outside.
Yeah, that's what you don't want to do. That's when you're going for that rotation, then unfortunately gets dragged in by the gravel and pointed in a direction you don't want it going in. Fraser McConnell comes around to take the checkered flag. The time is a 1:54.5. He goes quicker than Nathan Ottink, so that's good for Fraz. And that also means, of course, he's quicker than Erikson, Spencer Olofsson. I did print the results, Hal, but I don't know if they've come out.
No, I haven't seen them.
They have not. So is the printer dead again? Oh, what does it say now? There's it's add paper. Okay, there we go. Paper, please, Mr. Ridge. I blame Peter Hellman for that. He printed something, Hal, earlier on, very selfishly on our printer.
Someone in the comments says, Erikson, what a douche. I don't know if that's in relation to him hitting the wall in the final corner. Well, I actually thought that was brilliant driving from Oliver, not to...
I want that clarified, whoever said that.
Not to get involved in a proper fight.
Why? What's the problem? Come on.
I'll call Ollie a douche when he deserves it, but I don't think that was an occasion.
No, that was a legendary move to try and...
Oh, there's Matt Vincent in the background.
There he is. I saw Matt yesterday wandering about.
Did you?
Yeah. A little wander about.
I'm going to go and assault him for some tyres. A cost.
Go on, do you want to run off
Assault's a bit rich.
Harsh, Hal. That's not the way to do things, Hal.
I didn't mean assault aggressively.
Honestly, the things that Hal's acquired by, assaulting people, various parts of his supercar, he's an absolute thug, Mr. Ridges, as you can imagine.
The clarification on the Erikson thing says hard left.
What do you mean hard left?
I don't know.
No, that's not enough clarification.
Stuntman says a bit of Ross Chastain there, absolutely right. So
what's that?
The NASCAR wall riding.
Yes,
Ross
the legendary move around the outside.
Yeah.
Which they then banned, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's a shame. I think it was cool.
It's risky though, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but like sometimes you just got to let people be awesome.
But you could kill hundreds of people.
Well, make a stronger fence. Everyone needs to stop being a wuss. Look at Victor Christensen earlier. He got the car on the
that's
deck.
the reference.
He gave it the big McRae send, and then he got the fastest time. How? Like, winners be winners.
Someone says, to be honest, I missed the Backer and Hanson fights. I think they could be back at some point. There's
I'd love to
potential for that.
Why everybody misses that? Victor Branks, Ulrich Linnemann, Tommy Howman and Casper Janssen. Howman and Janssen, along with Erikson and McConnell, right at the peak of the FC2's performance, but inside them two very potent supercars. Turn 1 first is Victor Branks. Casper Janssen has to give best to Howman as they turn into that corner. And now they're all in a line. How I expect to see sensible tactics here. Do you reckon? Look, defensive with Tommy Howman on the way, and Casper Janssen goes offensive with his line.
Oh, Janssen
going to go Joker
on the exit of turn 3. Howman makes a late decision to go into the Joker. Janssen responds by not going in, but I would expect this to be, I was going to say processional, but Linnemann is going with Franks here, and that could mix things up quite a lot if they split their Joker strategies. Look how low the rear of the Polo is coming out the final corner. They're really adapted the setup of the the Linneman Promotion Polo for this weekend.
A lot of pitch in the chassis too, isn't there? When he jumps on the anchors, you can just see the nose diving and the rear coming up.
The 2.8 so much better on time. Frank pulled away significantly through the first couple of corners there. Linneman
Looking through there though, look at the exit speed of Linneman. That's that commitment. He's committed to throttle earlier. And Victor said to me he's learning about driving the car on the nose.
He'd also learned to drive with anti-lag, and that takes some doing, because anti-lag in layman's terms basically drags you on. It's like having the throttle stuck open all the time, whereas he hasn't had that experience in the previous cars he's raced.
Coming up to the closing stages of this one, Fraser McConnell, who's currently in the box seat with a 1:54.5. Victor Franks and Linneman are out there now trying to equal that. Fraz, good run for you.
Yeah, not bad. First clean run of the day, you know, including warm-up, so I'm happy with that. The pace is there.
Including warm-up. It's been a bad day. Let's see how this one goes. Franks into the Joker along with Linneman.
Sideways on the exit for Franks, but he kept the momentum. He's on that clean line in the final corner. The track's really moving towards a clean line. Franks goes for the line. 1:53.1. That is a second and a bit quicker than
Linneman?
Fraser McConnell.
1:54. Linneman 2, and then 1:56.1.
Linneman and Franks got me.
You're the quickest FC2.
I'll take it.
It's a deal.
I made a small mistake in my first lap in that long gravel corner near the end of the lap. But other than that, it felt pretty solid.
You had to do 2 runs, of course. The first one, Tom van den Heuvel was like right alongside you, and then the second one, we were missing a car, and van den Heuvel was nowhere, so that was handy, wasn't it?
Yeah, red flag. So they ran the second race. Unfortunately, I had enough time to get the car cool down. You know, these rallycross cars run so hot. The anti-lag is sending the exhaust temp up to almost 1,000 degrees.
Wow.
So that little extra brake was definitely useful.
Just to get it cooled off a little bit. So where's that? Well, I'll tell you what, we'll see the standings in a minute. We'll see the overall standings, and Fraser can give us his live reaction to it. Houman was all over the back of Casper Janssen there. Here is the result of the final race of qualifying from the Netherlands. Victor Franks takes from Ulrich Linneman, Casper Janssen and Tommy Houman. Intermediate standings, Victor Franks is your top qualifier, having won all 4 sessions. Tommy Houman, Ulrich Linneman, Casper Janssen, Nathan Otting, Fraser McConnell, P6. Happy or no?
Happier than I was after Q2. I was quite far down the table after Q2.
Good stuff. Well, look, we've got a bunch more racing to come later on today's semi-finals and finals. I think it was, what's the time now, Hal?
I know we've got a 40-minute gap.
Oh, wow. Oh,
coffee break.
Luxury. We're going to go and have a cup of tea. We've got 40 minutes, 15:40 we'll be back. What's your prediction? Come on, FC2's an open four-wheel drive. Let's just go for those two.
FC2, my money's on Tommy Houman. No, Fraser McConnell's.
He's not looking my way.
I don't know. It's so hard to call.
It's
I think
so
outside of Victor Franks and open four-wheel drive, unless Victor makes a mistake, he's got the inside. He's had the best starts. I think it's very difficult to bet against him. Of course, we know anything can happen. In the other classes, it's been so all over the place, and the P-setters from yesterday are not at the top now.
I think that's really interesting. Is that the people like Mainix who were killing it yesterday. Now we've got Victor Johansson. He's back up there. So some of the RallyX regulars are fighting back against some of the Dutch specialists. So it should be a good afternoon. You ready to send it?
Definitely. Everyone's finding the limit of the track. You know, we've seen the same curb take out 2 rims, both me and Ollie. So.
Oh, you got it as well. You cut it too tight.
Yeah, that happened to me in warm-up, in free practice.
Oh, okay,
but unfortunately, it was a time practice, so that threw me quite far down.
Right, so that's why you ended up. I was talking to Casper about time practice earlier, so that's how you ended up in a bad heat for Q1.
Yeah, but you know these double headers, everyone is finding the absolute limit of the tracks.
So I know. Go on, live. This is live. Look at this. Isn't this great? There's a couple of kids turn up. Fraser's there, ready to sign it for him. That's it. Well done.
I need a white marker for this one.
Oh, okay. Well, here comes your mum. Yeah, she's ready. Here comes Stephanie. Brilliant. Live autograph signing. We've got 40 minutes. We can do this stuff. You good, you two?
Thanks, guys.
You having a nice day? You listening? Do you care? Interrupted the live TV
No,
broadcast?
I think is the answer to that.
There you go, guys. Perfect.
See you later, kids. Have a good one.
Lot of passion for rallycross.
I staged that one.
Yeah. And then he's going to give them €5 each in a minute. They'll pretend they're interested again.
No, but as I was saying, the double weekends, everyone finds the limit of the track so fast, and you know, eventually the track will start to bite, and we've seen that. So everyone is, you know, starting to give a bit of respect, but also trying to take as much as we can.
Well, it's semi-final time, isn't it? So all the respect has to go out the window now. You've got to make the final if you want to be in it for the top step of the podium. So join us, 15:40. It's around 38 minutes time from now. Go and have a cup of tea or an adult beverage, and we'll see you soon. Finals time on day 2 in Valkenswaard, Holland, Netherlands. Did you know apparently it's actually King's Day today in terms of date, but because of religious preferences they move it to Saturday.
Oh. What I do know is that if it's on a weekday then they have the day off, which sounds great.
Oh mate, mega.
Not that it would make any difference to me.
Why not?
Because I'm self-employed.
Yeah, same.
Every day's a day off when you're Andrew Coley. Hooray! I'm really busy.
My brain's just ticking. I like walking the dog, and my work day
Is that your
not the same
profession?
as walking the dog. No, my profession's talking about cars, which is ridiculous. I was
Weekday
just
profession.
Weekday? No, I don't have a weekday profession. There are days of the week are absolutely irrelevant. The number one question asked wife is, what day is it? I never have. Do you not find that?
What a thing to reveal.
I never have any idea what day of the week it is because we're always away.
So it's always
Thursday
Christmas
to
for you.
Monday. Well, it means if you're at home, it's another day, isn't it? It's nice being at home. Wow. Okay, so Hegel and Nielsen, the top qualifier away from the line nicely, but Carl Schnack could have been the TQ. Ended up in the gravel, unfortunately, in the encounter, which would have decided that. The final qualifier earlier on today. 2 semi-finals for junior. The top 3 from each will go through. Alex Antila, who's P3 in this, in the big square edge cross car. The Finn was yesterday's top qualifier and didn't have it go his way during the finals yesterday. So I think we'll be hoping for a bit better today. And then Stubrick Fredriksson is at the back of this pack, and it's Antila who goes joker first. I'm not sure about that as a tactic when you got a 6-lap race to drop yourself behind Stubrick Fredriksson, and I mean the pace is pretty even between them. But what's your thoughts on that?
I'm more for mixing it up a little bit.
I suppose you guarantee a place in the final as long as you jump on the back of Stubrick Fredriksson.
Yeah, and
safe.
It's been different here, hasn't it? And I think I've criticised some early jokers, and then they've really paid off for people. So I'm just.
We both did yesterday. That's a terrible. Oh yeah, and there we go.
And that's exactly what you can be doing, and that's how you can make it work, isn't it? By making those sort of moves and maintaining the pace. So.
And of course, no spotters. That's the other thing. Stubrick Fredriksson goes now. Antila has already been in. Schnack, you can see, is in and out. So Schnack and Antila, there they are together.
Look at the work they've done on this Euro Circuit venue since the end of Q3, less than an hour ago. All of that dirt's been pulled back onto the inside. I really enjoy seeing that, to be honest, because it means that conditions are different every single time you go on track.
Proper rallycross, isn't it? Proper rallycross.
Well, it should be an exploratory mission, shouldn't it? You shouldn't have the same track conditions every time.
No. Look at this. Look down here. Look at it. All dragged out. Look how smooth it is too. Great work for the Euro Circuit. Hal was telling me yesterday this is their biggest event since 2012. So it is quite some time in between. Nielsen has taken the joker as well. So remember, the kids don't have spotters. So they've jokered off their own back. Antila went lap 1 and is now trying to find a way past Schnack. Now getting past Schnack, who's got a smoking rear left tyre. Alex Antila in the background looking to make a pass. Where are they? He's done it. Alex Antila's got past Schnack.
Something's happened there, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
The wheel arch is rubbing on the wheel. I did wonder for a moment if it was out of the exhaust, but still looks to me from there like it's rubbing bodywork. Let's look. The wheel arch is gone, hasn't it? There's so much reflection on my monitor here in the commentary box. It's quite hard to see.
Brighter than yesterday, isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah, it was much warmer as well, isn't it? But
so 2 laps to go. Nielsen leads from Antila now. So Antila up onto row 2, and that's what this is all about, really, is getting yourself up a row. Here is Antila. I think unlikely to catch up with Nielsen, but so far everything being said all weekend has resulted in somebody having the commentator's curse or not. And now look, I reckon. So what did you say? How the wheel arch has gone?
It had gone, yeah, and I suspect was rubbing on the inside of the wheel, but...
Are we being told puncture, Hal?
It could well be, yeah, I can't really tell on this. There is so much reflection on the monitor in here, it makes me feel a bit stupid that we can't spot things like that. But
it is cinema screen to see it in this daylight, I'm afraid, mate. It's literally, I'm squinting at the screen, we haven't even got the studio lights. I don't think he's lost something. Was it the carcass to the tyre? No, I don't think he has got a puncture. I think it's the mud flap and the thing that was rubbing on it. Anyway, look, Nielsen takes it. Antila gets P2, and Schnack is going to come across the line in P3, so will qualify for the final. That's the first of the juniors done.
Puncture,
no, I don't know what it is. So I think that if you look at the mud flap's missing. So I think the mud flap holder bracket got bent onto the tyre and smoked for a lap or 2 before it got ripped off. There we are. Look at that. cooked or not cooked? Hard to tell. Good start from Schnack on the outside of the front row, but better start for Nielsen on the inside. This was the pass after jokering early. Antila then lined up. Stuart Fredriksson slotted up the inside, said thank you very much. I'll take that from you. Here's the smoking rear left corner. And Antila made the pass as a result of that, but of course if it was rubbing hard enough it will actually have sucked some of the power out of the drivetrain effectively, and of course these are not the most powerful cars in junior cross car. So Oscar Fuertes Hernandez on the pole here, the Spanish driver, Carl Svedland alongside, and it's Neil Lippelars and Pim Klassen. Pim, if you missed it earlier, he's 10 years old. Yep. Svedland won yesterday, won in Portugal, and was P3 in Portugal, so definitely the most consistent of the high finishers. But Fuertes Hernandez gets to turn one on the inside, but Svedland has gone the long way round, and Fuertes Hernandez would have found that quite frustrating, but great pass from Svedland just to hang on around the outside line. Tidy.
Such a difference having the staggered grid, isn't it, compared to the heat. Just gives the drivers that bit more space on the way into turn one, and yeah, definitely works out. Svedland, who hasn't had the pace in the heats that we maybe would have expected, certainly going better this afternoon, and then in this semi-final. He nearly did it in, stay out on, was it Lewis Hamilton at Hockenheim a few years ago? Another Formula 1 referee, should stop doing those really. Under big pressure, Carl Svedland now from Hernandez through turn one. Carrying the speed down, will he try and move into turn three, goes to the outside, gets sideways on the brakes, looks to the inside again. At the apex of the corner, Svedland runs wide and carries the momentum. Into four, will one of them joker? They both stay up, they can't really joker, can they? Because Lepelars is in the background and Hernandez is piling the pressure onto Svedland here.
Spanish driver just drops back a couple of feet there as they transition from the gravel to the tar. I like the livery. Hernandez's buggy. It's a great shot for the drone. Right, is he going to go under the bridge or over the bridge? What's your money on? I think he's going over.
Over every time.
I want to see him go under. Is it not allowed?
I guess not.
I bet Vigo can.
Bet you can't.
Maybe.
I bet you can't.
I dare you. Oh, Hernandez again trying to find a way through. Got to split the joker strategy now. The other drivers have gone, so one of them's got to go. Doesn't this time round, so if it's not on the next lap, they're not going to be able to. You've got to split that strategy, but again, it's really hard without someone on the radio. It's hard enough counting the laps, let alone knowing which lap to take a joker on.
Knowing Vigo can hear us, I don't think he's a good enough drone pilot to go under the bridge. I
no,
don't think
shocking.
He can do
I don't think he'd do it. I don't think he's got the nerve to go under the bridge, has he? What do you think? I mean, you know, we'll just have to find out, won't we, as we come around. And we go under the bridge, Vigo, you legend. I literally ducked in the commentary box. Imagine if he'd just flown straight into the bridge. I would have felt really guilty.
As he was coming up to us,
you're a bit high there, mate.
Well done, Vigo. What a legend you are.
I love the fact he's listening, he's drone piloting, he's swinging round the other, get a little bit sideways, and he turns around in case they go around. Hernandez trying to go round the outside. That is a brave old move. Svedland, though, has joker and come out in front, meaning Hernandez is going to have to joker on this last lap and will come out behind Svedland.
While we've been getting excited by Vigo's drone flying, Svedland has nailed a couple of monster laps there to pull the gap and get out with enough margin from the joker. Great job from the Swede.
On another day, I think Hernandez would have got the hustle here, but still the final to come later on. Hernandez going to go joker now, and they are some 6 seconds clear of the cars behind them. Pim Klassen's going to make it, Hal. So Pim Klassen looks like he's going to make it in P3, 10 years old, will be the youngest ever finalist in junior cross car. Special dispensation to race this weekend. Here comes Pim Klassen, yes! So Pim Klassen comes through and makes it to the final at 10 years old. Neil Lippelars, home driver,
But Vigo Koch starts on pole for the final.
Vigo's always on pole, isn't he? Eh? Always a winner.
He start where he wants, to be fair. Who's
He
going to stop him?
Yeah, he can. Yeah,
Reynolds has no jurisdiction
over the drone. No. 5-second penalty. Right. This was that fight up front between Svedland and Hernandez. Can't decide whether to put a top on or not, House. It's breezy.
I haven't taken my coat off all day.
You know, it is pleasant. It is pleasant.
It's going to be hot this week, isn't it?
He's put those cans down the wrong way and incorrectly over my cable there. I'm going to put those back on the shelf underneath. I'll have a word with the Jamaican driver later. How many second penalty for that, Hal?
20.
20. Oh, gosh. Hey, thumbs up. Kiddie at the back here. We've got a few kids come across somewhere. Maybe we should hand the commentary duties over to them. Hey? Nice atmosphere here, lots of fans around the outside of the circuit, and it is, as I say, a beautiful day. I wonder how many of them have a King's Day sore head whilst being here watching Rallycross. We did suggest to a couple of lads who were at breakfast on the first morning they'd been at a wedding. We were like, should come to the track tomorrow, but they both admitted that the wedding had been quite a sesh, and we did point out that it is somewhat loud. And we don't know if they came or not. See the way the ambulances are kind of lined up in a grid formation in the background? Just the poleman's missing. See.
One of my biggest bugbears is emergency vehicles in the back of start shops.
Yeah,
but they are reasonably nicely displayed. So it's
well, that's what I mean. I'd like it even better if they were in the same formation as the grid. That
but you wouldn't be able to tell that from the front shot, would you?
Huh?
You wouldn't be able to tell that from the front shot.
No, but it would be cool. We are very sad.
Next on the list,
Martin
boring
Ugar, yeah. Martin Ugar and Alex Lindequist. Send of the day from Lindequist earlier. Romet Cerner, Vettel 3, Martinez, Gonzalez and Van Hoof, the local driver at the back. Here we go. Ugar and Lindequist, but Tree gets the best start from row 2, trying to go around the outside, and the green buggy can't get there in time. Up the inside, Ugar manages to get ahead of Lindequist on the run into the first corner. Vettel 3 moves up from P4 to P3. Romet Cerner drops down to 4th as a result. Cerner closing down as they come onto the loose section. But it is Martin Ugar, your top qualifier, who's in the lead.
Vettel Tree trying to fight back from the complications he had earlier on with that mistake that we cursed him with on the old commentators curse, and going well here. Currently battling for a place in the final. Remember, the top 3 go up with only 2 semi-finals. Normally it's 3 semi-finals for cross-car when we get to Northern Europe. So just the 2 here, top 3 go through, and Martin Ugar is looking absolutely at one with the TN11 from Life Live, and I think that is a good comeback for me, saying that the Speedcar Wonder was the one for the attitude, because that was an absolute send, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. The weight transfer from one way to the other. This is why I enjoy cross car. It just shows you on the limit car control time and time again. I know they're not cars, I know it's not some people's scene, but the racing has been fantastic. This category was my favourite category last year, and judging by the way the cars were being thrown around, it might be the same this time. Look at you, guys, look at that. It's one decisive blink. Lindequist behind, looks like he's actually tidied up in an attempt to carry the same pace.
Yeah, it's a single input, isn't it, at the moment from Ugar, or multiple single inputs. I know that sounds silly, but what we saw earlier with the big send from Linkvist was a lot of inputs into the car to get it to move around, whereas Ugar's making a decisive turn in, a turn out, a correction, back in the throttle. They're all singular motions, and he is really on top of that TN11. The TN11 is such a better buggy than the TN5 was. They've made a massive step, haven't they?
Evolution, isn't it? Well, probably more closer to a revolution than evolution. Watch again here, watch this, look, brake in, gas away.
Yeah, so he's braking in a straight line, hard on the nose, a big turn in, jump back on the throttle while he's got it turned in, so the coming back on the throttle changes the balance in the car, the rear starts to come around, and it's just one motion of correction. The way the chicane is, he can then use that to run over the curb on the outside, straighten the wheel, so it's 4 or 5 inputs rather than just throwing away the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. Ugar made a tiny mistake in turn 3 there, just tapped the barrier on the inside. Behind him, Lindequist goes Joker, so does Vettel 3. This will be to try and cover off the local driver Van Hoof, and they both get there in front of Vettel. Tree's move, Hal off the start, was absolutely crucial.
Was indeed. Could be critical this afternoon.
Look, get in!
Not using any curb on the exit either, is he? They're wary of that in the cross cars. That's because the wheels the total diameter of the wheel is that bit smaller than in the cars, and you can't really afford to risk getting dug in the deep sand.
It is high speed, that corner, and you saw Lindenquist when he came through in P2 there. You guys going to go joking out. He just one little dab on the brake in the middle of the corner to put some rotation on it. It's just absolutely brilliant. Ugar coming through on the final lap. Been a dominant drive out front. The tiniest of mistakes in turn 3 on one lap, but basically has edged away from the rest of the field. The top qualifier wins semi-final 1. Lindenquist tidies up the big sends. In the background, Cerner's gone round, is it? Yeah, it is. Vettel Tree gets P3. That doesn't affect any of the top results. In fact, Cerner must have gone round on the previous lap now because he's on 4 laps.
You guys are absolutely delighted with that. You can see him punching the air and nodding to himself in the cockpit. Cerner, who is capable of being...
He's just clicked over to 5.
Cerner is capable of being wildly fast, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
But just not working out for him at the moment.
Ugar up to turn 1. Look, it wasn't a spectacular turn 1 at all. Turn 1 is more spectacular for me with the cross cars when they come from the chicane. Some of the spotters heading up onto the roof.
I would advocate for the cross cars using the chicane as a first corner, directorial style.
Yes, actually, yeah, that would be mega, wouldn't it?
Be a big crash.
Well, it's a bit Latvia Loiak. It's maybe nearer than. It's probably similar to Latvia's distance, isn't it? Ugar 3:16.3, Alex Lindenquist 3, Diogo Martinez Gonzalez takes P4, Jari van Hoof P5, and Robert Cerner P6. Your top 3 will go through to this final. Nearly said semi-final. Pow, pow, pow. Okay. Thomas Eek-Merstad on the front row with Jonathan Julalami. Koba Pauwels, yesterday's winner, Kalle Gotherson. Kayandro van der Vibra, the Belgian driver, and Pasi Penttinen at the rear. Pauwels needs a good start from the inside of row 2 and gets it, but so does everybody in front of him too. Where are they on the run to the first corner? Eek-Merstad has got it. Julalami just slots in nicely. Koba Pauwels, they're in grid order as they head down towards turn 2.
Koba Pauwels hasn't had the ultimate pace we saw in the final yesterday, but it's all about getting to that last race, isn't it? And being able to fight for the outright win. It's close through turn 3. That's Penttinen trying to go around the outside. I just had a quick lap around the paddock before these semi-finals, and they had some sort of issue with Penttinen's car. They were very busy. I didn't go in and talk to them, but they had the laptop plugged in. There was a couple of engineers looking at the engine, and it's amazing how much work goes into these cross cars.
Oh, Gotherson's gone round in the background and been collected too. That's a shocker for both those drivers.
Front corner on
bent front. Oh, that's coming off. Surely that is Van der Vibera's car with the heavy damage. There was nothing he could do. How we didn't see what happened if Gotherson span and he just hit him, I think. But
that's where Gotherson had the monster crash yesterday, wasn't it? In the first competition here.
So that has really given the front 3 a big old gap, and they may well now be on the radio to them. Julalami get a joker from P2 and come back out in P3, but look how easily he's in P3. So Van der Vibera has got seriously bent front suspension and hasn't jokered yet, I think. Look at that again, one big input. And interesting, Eek-Merstad, I think, is further over on the right of the circuit into the chicane and then turns through and is on the gas really early through there, Hal.
He's chilled out a lot, hasn't he, compared to yesterday?
I just love it when they send it. I do just love it. Look at this, look at the gap. So Penttinen, Van der Vibera's gone. Van der Vibera's gone, so not crossed the line. That's a great shame for the Belgian driver, because looking at it on sight, there wasn't anything he could do about it. Koba Pauwels needs to Eek-Merstad just in front. Koba's got good pace. Look at this. Look at Eek-Merstad. Look how early he's on the throttle. Really early.
The Miguel that Koba Pauwels is in is one of the latest cross cars, and is very successful. It's winning all over the place, but it doesn't look to me like you wrestle it in the same way. Look how out of shape Thomas Eek-Merstad is coming down the stop saying down the hill, Hal, it's not a hill, but coming down into turn 3 at the end of the straight. Pauwels goes wide into the joker. This time around it's going to be close on the merge, but not close enough for Julalami to make a position. Julalami, who has struggled a bit in the last couple of events.
Julalami's lost out then. Koba Pauwels has moved up with the strategy, hasn't he, into P2, because I'm sure he was third off the start.
Koba's had good lap time pace, hasn't he, but consistent pace as well. Fastest though, Thomas Eek-Merstad at 38.5 last time around, absolutely flying the Norwegian.
So Cobra Pals was amazing yesterday. Was it the final, Hal? It was, wasn't it? He just put in those decisive laps. He's super smooth. Racing GT cars, of course, will have helped with that, I'm sure. But he's doing a lovely job. Thomas Eekmerstad, Cobra Pals and Unit and Yullalami are going to go through, barring any shockers. Kalle Gothson had that big moment, and he's some 3 seconds off the back of Pasi Penton in the background. But Eekmerstad takes semi-2. Cobra Pals and Yullalami. But I tell you what, though, you can't. Cobra Pals, when he had that mega lap there on 5 and got the overlap on Yullalami, it was the Pals we saw yesterday in the final.
So difficult to call these races. I don't mean callers in commentator, I mean callers in work out who's going to go through, because if you look at that list, any of them could be on pole for the final.
100%. It's
that
actually,
is, especially when you've got 2 semi-finals in cross car, it's
actually great.
I don't know enough about Southern European cross car, and I must find out more. But in Spain and Portugal, the concept is strong. But I would say that based on some of these drivers' performances in their regional series, your Pentonens and your Pals and co, this is the strongest cross car field in Europe. And in these semi-finals, the competitive order is incredible.
Eekmerstad takes that second semi from Cobra Pals, Unitin Yullalami, Pasi Penton, Kalle Gothson and Kaindro van der Vivra, unfortunately a DNF after contact with Gothson. Open 2-wheel drive up next. Top qualifier is one of our series regulars and a previous champion, of course, in Victor Johansson. I always forget how many years we've been doing it for and how many times we've been champion. I think it's 3-1 to Simon, but I can't remember. Simon's won the last 2, yes, so Victor must have won it in 22 and Simon in 21. Still a little bit of recovery going on. 5 times we've done it, have we? No, didn't do it in 2020. I don't think we did. All right, I'll have a look. You know I've got a terrible memory. I'll have to look it all up.
We started at the All-Star Magic Weekend.
Yeah, but
that
wasn't open 2-wheel drive.
No, but we've done it for 5 years.
Yeah, but that wasn't open 2-wheel drive. You silly boy. The Oracle has been defeated.
No, I didn't. I was just talking about how many years we've done it for.
I'm looking at cross car results now, Hal. Oh, you've messed up my brain. Everything was working, and now you've overloaded my pathetic hard drive, and I'm all lost again. 2022 Victor Johansson champion.
You're like Windows 95. You are.
Dun dun dun. Yeah, I've had to shut myself down. 2021. I'm a Mac user. I hate Windows with a passion.
We need to turn you off and
turn me back
switch you back on again.
What's that? Is that? Yeah, no. Well, I'm right. It was 2021. Yes. It's so rare that I'm more righter than Hal Ridge.
You weren't.
Today
we were talking about different things.
Well, that's because you weren't listening. I'm
fair.
right. I'm right, and you're wrong. In your face, Hal Ridge. Johansson on pole from Boulders. McGarry, Verhoeven, Tinis and Otzer in the background. Oh, it's a great start from Boulders on the outside row, but Johansson normally outruns them on the run to the first corner. And he does this time too. McGarry drops into P3, which is where he was on the grid, but he was out wide and cuts himself back in tight to get in there. And it's Verhoeven who's in P4. They've stretched their legs a little bit over the front-wheel drive of the 2 front-wheel drives behind Tinis and Otzer.
Boulders sensible in turn 1, turned in and then turned back out again, not to have contact with Johansson. Johansson really opens up that corner, doesn't he? On the inside of the Joker, whether that's 4 or 5 is up for debate, what the corner before it is, but he definitely makes it a wider line on the way in, and that really maximises his exit speed.
Verhoeven went Joker in the background, Hal, as did Tinis in the little Yaris. I did wonder if the C2 might go of Otzer, but I think from P4 with a car in front, no. Better to stay out and see if you can close that gap down in the background. You can see there. So front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. We've never had a front-wheel drive win in open 2-wheel drive until last time out in Portugal, when Sousa took the win after a bit of in-the-door action with Simon Tiger, which Tiger did not approve of.
Loads of chat in the YouTube comments. Afraid I can't keep up with it all, but one of the latest ones is Jeffrey L says, "Come on, Hal, Coley can only handle so much."
Yes. Is that Jeffrey, did you say?
Yes.
I agree, Jeffrey. Correct. I can only handle so much, and I admit it.
This is a good run from Boulders, this. All over the back of Johansson. Now, I would argue that he probably has a bit more ultimate pace, but Johansson is a master of placing the car just where it needs to be. It's not because of its size, it's because of his racecraft and knowing how to position the car just to hold the guy back behind.
He's smooth, isn't he, Johansson? I feel his style is slightly smoother than Simon Tiger. Volders goes Joker. We want to come out in front of McGarry, but McGarry's going to get there first, and that's probably going to cost Volders any chance of getting Johansson.
I would have stayed out, I think,
yeah,
with,
one more lap.
With 2 laps still to go as we start this one.
What about McGarry and the gap back out to Verhoeven?
It's irrelevant with 3 semis, isn't it?
Oh, 3 semis, of course, it's top 2. Yeah, well done, mate. So, yeah, only the top 2 will go through.
So, Peter's a bit of a sitting duck, really, which is a shame given that he nearly made the final yesterday. But this is a good step up in performance from Portugal. The Irish contingent had a tough time down there, so he'll be pleased to be in the fight at least.
Yeah, agreed.
Johansson's going to go for the last lap. McGarry goes into the Joker, hugs the curb all the way around, a bit sideways on the exit, and loses a couple of positions. Verhoeven climbs up to 3rd, but ultimately it won't really matter unless there's a mistake from one of the drivers up front. Johansson still to take his Joker on this final tour.
That's where it just looks so good through there, Hal. They're back on the gas again. Now, he was going to build a new car, Victor, wasn't he? But it looks like those plans are on hold a little bit.
I think he always wants to build something new. He can't resist, can he? But he's very busy building a car for Mats Oman. I don't know if many people know about that, but Mats is going to have an open two-wheel drive car at some point. Yet to be decided what he's going to use it for, but Victor has plenty on his plate and his mind never stopped working.
Coming through the final corner, he's done a great job. Volders did manage to close down, but it did look like Johansson had it under control on that final lap. Victor Johansson wins semi-final number 1, and him and Steve Volders will go through to the final 3 semis, means only top 2 from each.
There's a fair chance here of it being an all Belgian and Dutch final, isn't there, if things play out in the semi-finals.
Crowd are enjoying themselves, are they, Hal?
It's gone very quiet in the paddock, hasn't it? You always know when we get to semis and final time because it just goes...
Everyone's out watching.
Calm. You always know when it's the Supercar, open 4-wheel drive, FC2, whatever you want to call it, final, because there's just no one around you. And that happens in any paddock, any paddock in the world I've been in. When it's the main final, the main event, there is no one around.
But there's literally nobody. If you went, there's a little semi-wall between us and next door, which is where like hospitality lunch area is for all the teams. And if you go around there, at that point in the day to grab a quick glass of water in between the races or whatever, there is nobody there. Even Maria Erikson disappears. That's a sign, isn't it? How
she doesn't even like watching her boys race.
No, she doesn't. I've been up on the roof once. They've got a ladder through the roof, haven't they, onto the roof here, because it's so hard to spot what's going on. So we should have gone up there really, but never mind. That ship sailed.
So the Parts for Car RX team have made it to the grid. Derek Doyle's had a clutch change since Q3, and it was very, very tight, Sean Hassett told me, to get to the grid. I hope for their sake they have managed to get it done.
Bart Bell and Derek Tohill, as Hal Ridge says, with that brand new clutch. Then it's Darren Bleasdale for these moments. Maybe Leeson and Nick Nayans at the back. Tohill does get a good getaway. Bleasdale doesn't. Unfortunately, Bleasdale drops back from P3 on the grid to the back of the pack. Bart Bell gets to turn 1 first. Derek, no, don't get out on the loose. He's opened the door. Nick Nayans gets through on the inside. Nick Nayans is up from P6 on the grid to 2nd. And Derek goes backwards again. This Davey Layson gets through. One wheel offline, Hal.
Contact in the background.
Bleasdale on the wall,
Darren Bleasdale forced into the wall on the inside. 3 wide, just will not work into turn 3. The VX220 reverses out, but Derek Tohill was absolutely hung out to dry there. Made a great start. Put his left rear wheel in the dirt on the outside, ran that bit wide, and then they all came up the inside of him.
I'd be gutted running, especially when the team worked to change the clutch. The only other thing, Hal, is there an issue? But I don't.
Based on his good start, I don't think there is. I think it's just, wrong place, wrong time.
Ever so slightly too far out.
The boys have just been a massive shift to get the clutch into it, so a shame for them for sure.
Okay, so there's Bleasdale's car. It's parked double waved yellows, Hal, at one of the only places you can make a pass, so that's a shame. Bleasdale's reversed it out, but I think the way it's hit the wall, it's significantly broken enough that it won't be going any further.
Shame for Darren, and I think this has been a real tough weekend for him. Not to say he hasn't enjoyed it, but because of the pace of the VX220s in the UK and Ireland, they're used to leading or used to being at the front. They've been in the bun fight this weekend, and that's a very different experience for them. And I think they're more determined than ever to come back and find some more competitive edge, and that's fantastic, isn't it? But yeah, different when you're racing in the MIG pack compared to being out front.
It is indeed. that is Bosman's that you were looking down on. Everybody having to brake straight and tight. Bleasdale will be standing up at the side of the track, thinking, please don't clatter my car. Yes, I did just have a quick yawn. I'm going to sip some tea, Hal. I need the caffeine. Let's go.
Nayans into the Joker and maintains second position. Just Bell to go in, and as we looked at the grid order in the last one and the results, it could be an all-Belgian and Dutch affair in the final, and to be fair, it couldn't actually, because
Victor's in.
What am I talking about? Victor Johansson's already won the first
semi-final. You need some tea as well, mate. Get it. I saw your coffee blew off the table, but
yeah, I know, yeah,
is it empty anyway?
I'm talking absolute nonsense, because Victor won. How have I even got that story in my head?
Mate, I didn't even correct you on it because I didn't notice, which just shows you that I'm empty too. Hal can only handle so much, people.
Bell's been in the Joker and come back out. I can't say enough good things about Bart Bell, driving brilliantly in the BMW, but also giving the opportunity for Nathan Odding to drive in the Focus Supercar in open foil drive, and that is a very generous thing to do. Hopefully we see Bart drive the supercar that he owns at some point, because he did a test and was absolutely blown away. But I think it's brilliant for the sport to have people like that willing to invest and give people opportunities, and certainly both of them are making the most of it this weekend.
Yeah, Nick Nayan's going to make it too in the Mark II Escort, which is cool. So last couple of corners for them, Bart Bell and Nick Nayans from opposite ends of the grid. Bart Bell was on pole in this one and will go through to the final. Nick Nayans was in P6 on the grid and will go through as well. So fantastic for the Belgian driver.
Bit of an update on Toel from Shawnee as race is going on. The clutch was dragging on Toel's Fiesta and they couldn't stop it. So he had it in neutral on the line and then banged it in gear to get off the line. Actually, the start was mega, wasn't it, to get away. Let's have a look back at that start. Slightly slow reaction, you could argue, compared to Bell, but look at the pickup. Brilliant from the Fiesta, and Derek just runs that little bit wide into that loose gravel where someone's obviously gone off. Does well to hang on to it, but Nayans gets up the inside, runs wide again, then Bosman's is through.
He put one wheel
Mason is through
on the white line, didn't he? Effectively in the braking zone.
Down into 3. This is Bleasdale trying to get up the inside of Mason, and that was a hard impact for the VX. Here we ride with Vigo.
Pow.
Oh,
and that's the
and
wall
that's concrete
as well,
on the inside. That's not tyres.
Oh, misery.
What a shame for Darren, but I'm sure they'll be back stronger.
Hopefully. Hal, have a look at that. That's the picture of the engine in the Mark II.
It couldn't be.
It's a Millington, but I don't know what it is.
It couldn't be more out of focus, could it?
Well,
I'm going to say it's 2.3, but I don't know.
So, okay, there we go. There we go. So that's Mike in America. He says
I think it probably.
It's a beautiful motor.
I'm sure I have it in my notes somewhere. Let me.
Hal's looking at his notes. This is my favourite. Oh dear.
Get out live. Me, not anyone else, by the way.
That's fine. That's fine. Right, recovery going on. We're going to sip tea. See you in a minute.
A 2 litre, I think Nayan's car is from the notes I have here, but I will endeavour to confirm that by the end of the day.
He can only handle so much, and then he refers to his notes where there's more, because he knows he's a legend.
You've taken that to heart, haven't you?
No, mate, I think it's brilliant. I think it's hilarious. We had a message earlier from Pace that the track record for cross cars was broken by Hugo with 37.369. Hal did say he does like a lap record, even though we agree that conditions change a bit much for it to be too meaningful between sessions. This is the big one. Meinings versus Tiger, then Van Lommel, Snoys, Wallach and Van der Warrenberg. Front row is where the action's at here for me mostly. Simon Tiger, can he get the better of the local hero, Yorick Meinings? And the answer is no on the run to the first corner. But he has got the first part of the job done. Oh, Wallach in the background with a bit of contact, almost like he got squeezed into the wall. So Simon now, Hal, has got to outpace Meinings somehow. Okay, he can just make the final, will be better than he did yesterday. Very unusual not to see Simon in the final.
Absolutely, but I think he's also got a job to do to maintain second as well here, hasn't he? Which, as you say, is an unusual scenario for the multiple Open two-wheel drive champion. Doesn't look that on top of the car, does he, for whatever reason, Simon? It's a bit all over the shop in the final corner, whereas Meinings is single input king, isn't he? And got some lovely rotation in the car.
It just looks so much softer than Johansson's car. Yeah, Johansson's car is way flatter than it, isn't it, everywhere?
Yeah, it's a bit of an anomaly, I think, what Victor's done this weekend, because he's certainly well on top of this track, and the car actually looks like it's behaving quite differently to the to what we would normally know as supernational cars in Meinings and Van Lommel and co. So yeah, he's done a great job. Tiger takes so much curve there.
Just going to say that, it was from the first lap on the low shot, he was all over it, wasn't he? Oh, and they've got a car, it's Wallach going slowly on the straight. Oh, Wallach has been into the wall somewhere. The front left of the BMW is smashed to bits. That's such a shame.
That must have been off the in turn one when it got squeezed into the wall, I suspect.
There it is, Hal, look in the background. What a shame.
What a shame, because today it started, well, Q3 today was the first time he'd had a good run, he felt, and just hasn't been his weekend. He's going to be back though, he's going to do more of RallyX this year.
He's going to do Latvia?
Yeah, they've got a pile of sand outside the awning. I went over there, he said, have you seen the hill? I said, what hill, mate? He went to show me they've got a mountain of sand out the back of the awning. Where they've been scooping out the car from how much they've scooped up from the gravel traps this weekend.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
He was in Riga a couple of years ago.
Snoy's getting in. Sorry, Hal. Did he get in front or not? This Meinings is driving away from Simon Tiger in the mean machine. Tiger crosses the line 4.4 back. Snoy's has just lost a place or two maybe there. So we didn't see what happened at the merge. He must have been going around the outside and didn't get in time.
Yet to joke Snoyers, so fair enough to be getting out of the way and let this fight continue. Meinings is going to joker from the front. Look at that for a lead, and look at the battle in the background in turn 3 from that high drone shot.
They're going some, aren't they? But with 2 laps to go, none of them are going to be near enough to make it through. Only the top 2 are going to make the cut.
Tiger through as well, as you say, so he's netted himself a place in the final, and now we're going to see the top 2 regulars from Open 2-wheel drive of the last few years. We've seen them be taken on a few times, haven't we? Certainly Meinings was quick in Estering last year, and when we get up to Al's been in our Vika a few times, Strangnas in Sweden, we've seen the locals, certainly the Oman family, take it to the regulars in Tiger and Johansson, but now we're going to see the gods of Open 2 go against the best of Belgium.
Opposite ends of the grid as well. I think Johansson will be P1 and Tiger will be P6, because no, actually Nick Nayens might be P6 because he would have qualified further down than Tiger. Yeah, back row for Tiger, yeah, front row for Johansson. Meinings takes it with a 3:22.8, which is a massive 6 seconds faster than Johansson went. So yes, there will have been some track changes in the number of laps that we've had during those 3 semi-finals, but all the same, it is most impressive, as Darth Vader once said.
Friend of yours?
No. I'd hang around with Darth Vader, I think he's cool. Decent outfit. Good villain, isn't he? Come on,
you say decent villain?
No, and he turned out right in the end. He turned out right, yeah, he's a bad cop. Darth Vader or Andreas Erikson? Which one's the good cop, which one's the bad cop? On that case, I'll give Andreas good cop, Hal. What do you think?
It's a bit like the would you rather take... Oh, and there's the issue for Wallach. He's collected the barrier. I think the steering must have already been broken, but he's collected the barrier in the Joker. That gave Van der Warrenberg absolutely nowhere to go, did it, when Van Lommel went in, because he was on the outside and got taken into the Joker. That's what allowed Snoyers to get ahead, and then Snoyers clipped the wall. We didn't see that from that shot we were looking at before, ran wide. That's a great package on the replays to show us everything that happened during the race.
Yorick Mainix takes it from Simon Tiger, Arian van Lommel, Niels van der Warrenberg, Nick Snoyes and Slavomir Wallach are done for this weekend. Open four-wheel drive semi-finals time here from day 2 at Valkenswaard, the Euro circuit in Holland. It's been a fantastic venue. We're coming towards the closing stages of the weekend, of course, just the semi-finals for the open four-wheel drives, and then we'll head into our session of finals shortly. On the front row, Victor Franks and Ulrich Linnemann in the supercars. Nathan Ottink in P3 in a supercar as well. Then you got Ollie Erikson and Elias Svensson in FC2s. And at the back of the pack, Tom van den Heuvel in another supercar. So the supercars are outnumbering the FC2s. We know Franks has the measure of them in terms of pace at the moment. But if something happens in turn 1, you might see those FC2s get up to the point. Let's see. It's a good start for Franks. Better start from row 2, you might argue initially from Ottink, but can't get there. Side by side in the background, Ollie Erikson around the outside of Svensson, and that's Linnemann off into the dirt on the outside. So Linnemann is gone. He drops out of the back of the pack, and Victor Franks leads from Ottink, and Linnemann into the wall on the outside, tried to stay in it. Now he's going to get collected by van den Heuvel. That is an absolute nightmare for Ulrich Linnemann from literally start to turn 3.
Those first couple of corners have just robbed Linnemann's absolutely flat out over the curb on the standard lap inside the Joker. Gets side by side with Svensson. Svensson has a look at Ollie Erikson, but there's no way through. And that kerfuffle in turn 1 has absolutely robbed us of a fight here, because with all respect to David Ottink, it was Linnemann that was going to take the fight to Franks. And,
so it was van den Heuvel on the outside, wasn't it? I thought it was Linnemann on the outside of turn 3. It was van den Heuvel.
He was into the wall on the outside.
Yeah,
Linnemann,
but it was Linnemann in turn 1, wasn't it?
Inside,
so I thought he'd stayed out there the whole way from turn 1 to turn 3, but he did manage to get back in. So yeah, the two polos. I think it was van den Heuvel that offered him the polo, wasn't it, last time out?
It was, yeah. Ottink into the Joker, and he's going to get out ahead of Ollie Erikson, who went in on the opening tour. Ollie will now need to find a way past on track, and he wasn't able to do that earlier. So difficult to pass around here. Franks is pulling away out front, and I really think it was Linnemann who could take the fight to Franks.
Yeah, so do I.
Now we've been robbed of that by him being forced wide. It's unnecessary to get forced wide there. There is room for 2 cars, and you've got to be aware of someone being on your outside.
Or on your inside. Both cars have to play their part, don't they, in staying on the circuit.
Ollie
as much
Erikson
as they can, he's coming in, isn't he, with the rear left in the gravel trap again. Can he find a way through? Ottink's going to go slow. Ottink was going slowly through the gravel section, thought something was wrong with the car, but must have just been either a misgear or the transition from tarmac to gravel there seemed really hard.
I think Ollie's just driving so well. He's getting great mid-corner speed out of the FC2, isn't he? And Ottink made a small mistake there on the exit. He's under big pressure from one of the best rallycross drivers in the sport. Look at the way Eriksson's moving the car around. He's really on top of the FC2 at the moment, isn't he?
Is he going to go? He's not close enough at the minute. Does he make a move, Hal? Or
Watch
when
him
you know
here.
you're going to
Watch
make?
him
Yeah,
here.
it's the exit of here where he look at the rotation of the car. He's on the throttle now, and Ottink's not. And he just closes down from a long, long way back to on his boot lid on the way out.
And he's got the nose of the car on the tarmac on the inside, and that's helping him get all of that mid-corner speed.
Look at this too, through the tarmac section again. He's close, but now, of course, the focus will stretch its Supercar legs just a little bit. And I'll tell you what, the FC2's a match for it. Eriksson's closer this time round. Can he find a way through? We know he's quick up in turn 3, but he's going to have to get something very special done to try and make the pass here. Franks is way out front. This, of course, is the battle for P2 and 3.
Linnemann's all over the back of Elias Svensson in the background as well. Hopefully we see that in a moment, because I think Linnemann could find a way by there. You just see it in the drone shot to the right.
Oh, Erikson looking for a way past Ottink again. It's the top 3 that are going through. Eriksson's still going to be on the back row at the moment of the open full drive. He has got to think about the fact he has an FC2 final before that, Hal. You know, is it worth risking it? And the checker flag's out. He's not going to make it. Franks takes it from Ottink and Eriksson. So Erikson does make the final, but it'll be on the back row. But we have lost Linnemann from it in the Supercar. Oh, Linnemann's come boosting up alongside there. Is he not happy? Not sure if he's annoyed with someone or not.
Yeah, he will be.
He has. He's overtaken on the way in.
I would be annoyed by...
Who's he annoyed with? Is it Franks or is it Erikson?
Forced wide.
Ottink forced him wide?
In the first corner, yeah. That was the problem. Linnemann was on the outside. Ottink forced the issue on the... Well, didn't force the issue, but didn't give the space on the outside.
I haven't seen Ottink come back into the paddock. Let's see. Right, here it is.
That's Ulrichs fired him off into the sand trap on the way back.
That's what I was thinking. Because he gunned it after the finish. He overtook about 3 cars.
So this is the issue. Linnemann's there. Ottink's gone up the inside. It's a fair enough move, but Linnemann's been forced wide, and that's why he's displeased, isn't it?
Okay,
there is contact.
There is contact. Yeah, there is contact. I get it. We see it slowly second time round. Now I thought
also, this is
Linnemann all
not
the way
making
outside.
the final for the second day in a row, so he's not going to be pleased, is he?
This is where I thought Linnemann was coming in hot. You see with the background in, and I didn't realise it's Van den Heuvel. And Linnemann is who slots up the inside of him. The 2 polos side by side.
Linnemann was driving annoyed for most of that race, wasn't he? You saw that by the. I wonder if we see the next corner, we'd miss it. But the next corner, he straight lined the curb. Eriksson's been brilliant there all day, hasn't he?
And it's just early on the throttle, isn't it? He's closing down all the advantage that the Supercar take. Look in the background here. Is this the finish? So in the background here, here's Ottink and Erikson. Right. I thought we might see that shot for longer and figure out what happened. But anyway, Victor Ranks, Nathan Ottink and Oliver Erikson go through, unless there is anything to be said by the stewards. But you can't help Linnemann, really, because Svensson was in P4. So whatever you do to Ottink, all you do is penalise him. You don't help Ulrich, but let's see.
As an aside, how good does Franks' car look with white wheels? I'm all about the white wheels.
Oh yeah, me too. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. White wheels are mega. So that's what's on yours, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
I do like the gunmetal grey wheels on some of the FC2s. You're not a fan? No.
They have their place.
Not on Hal's car though. Shut it, Coley. They're rubbish.
No, I didn't say that.
I know.
Oh, look in the background, left of the screen.
Oh, yes.
There's a fire maybe with the Scirocco. That could be a legacy of the roll earlier on.
Yeah, Verkeringen.
Could be oil everywhere after that incident.
And that's in that's the tyre warm area. Hal, you were saying it's not the easiest tyre warm, is there? I think the fact you can see it's at 90 degrees to the entry road and the grid, it's like a 3-point turn, isn't it?
Always up for debate, isn't it, the tyre warm thing? But the tyre...
The clean tyre warm.
The opportunity to do a launch, then you have to do a 3-point turn to get to the grid.
Show off wheel spin bit, yeah. Well, yes, Ollie.
Ollie Erikson's come into the studio, absolutely delighted that he made the final. Should we give him a slow clap?
Well done. What's this? He said he was nervous about that one. Why? 3 supercars. We get thumbs up, right? He's shouting off the stairs to us. He is really pleased, isn't he, Hal? That he was nervous.
I thought he was joking, but he's absolutely delighted.
Really is, yeah.
What he's basically saying is having a supercar turfed off in turn 1 helped him out quite a bit.
Yeah, that will help. That will help. Well, Hal, any chance of a tea break is fast disappearing here. I don't know, actually. 1 race to go. Come on now. Come on. Why are you towing it out of there for now? It's irrelevant. It's not on the track. There are no more... No! Come on now, Rainis, give that safety car a 5-second penalty. Come on. It's irrelevant. We could start the race with that there, it doesn't matter. Oh. Rainis is not responding, apparently. We're very unhappy. We're ready. Yes, we're ready. Okay, here we go. Semi-final number 2 for open four-wheel drive. On the front row, Tommy Howman and Casper Janssen. Then it's Fraser McConnell and Simon Olafsson. Victor Christensen and Jonny Verkeringen is not going to be there. So 5 FC2s. This should be a good one. Howman and Janssen are absolute class. McConnell will want to get down to the first corner with them. McConnell gets a great launch, but Tommy Howman has got the best start again, and the others are asking how he does it. McConnell gets up the inside of Casper Janssen. There's not a lot of room there. Janssen gets out to the very outskirts of the track. McConnell slots into P3. Olafsson is in P4, and they're in the order they were in at the start, basically. McConnell with a bit of rotation on the way into turn 3. Janssen, though, is on the throttle early. Who's going to go Joker? Nobody at this point. Going to wait until the next one. Anybody at the back of the pack, they need Christensen to go to free them up. But the Joker indicator, yes, Christensen's gone. So that's opened up strategy immediately for everyone else, I think, Hal.
And that is why Linneman is so annoyed by what happened in the previous semi-final, because the awareness and ability of Janssen and McConnell meant they got through there side-by-side in turn 1, and they barely even touched, did they? Never mind, ran one of them into the dirt on the outside. So it proves it's possible. McConnell maybe could have forced the issue, but would have lost out badly. McConnell gets sideways on the way down into 3, has a little look at the inside of Janssen. Is he going to make the move? He gets side by side on the exit as well. He'll have to go Joker.
Go
this time around, the Jamaican driver, he's not going to do it, is he? No.
I would have gone then. I would have gone then just on the basis that you were level, meaning the gap is 0 when you go in. I would have gone, but
100% I would have too. I don't know if I do understand, Andrew. I would have carried the momentum into the Joker.
You're there. You were next to him, so it was a gap of 0. But there we go. He hasn't gone, so he's going to have to try again later on. He has proved, Hal, that he's using the Erikson line, isn't he? Basically, he's on the throttle so early. So watch for Fraser here. If he gets alongside Casper again, the problem is if you were Casper, I would actually go Joker with him. So if Fraser gets alongside, if I were Casper, I'd force him in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Force him in, and now Casper's on the gas early. He doesn't go. Will Fraser go?
No.
He doesn't either.
Maybe they're wary of Olafsson, who doesn't have the ultimate pace of these guys at the front. Simon's still learning the FC2.
True, and he's only 0.8 off the... Mind you, he's only 0.8 off, Hal, with 2 laps to go now, really. You'd risk it, wouldn't you?
Janssen's gone fastest on a 37.2. Hammond's on a 37.4 up front. For reference, Victor Franks earlier on in Q2 did a 37.3 from what I have in front of me, so the times are tumbling in as the track gets that little bit cleaner. McConnell sideways again on the way down into 3, but Janssen's clever and gets the nose of the car on that tarmac on the outside, and McConnell's followed Janssen in. That's a strategical nightmare for the Jamaican driver. He looks to the outside, there's going to be no way through there.
What a nightmare for Fraz. It's a shame, isn't it? It's one of those occasions where probably his Joker, his spotter, didn't call it on the previous lap. But it's one of those ones where you go, I'm going anyway.
I think once he's committed, it's too late.
Yeah,
really,
of course.
With,
on this lap, I meant the previous one.
With 5 cars in a race and the same number of laps, you shouldn't be following in at all, really, should you?
There we go. So Fraz will make it from P3 with Casper Janssen in P2. This is about whether or not Tommy Howman can get in and out in 3.0. The way Howman's driven in this final, he's been untroubled. Of course, the drivers behind him are squabbling a little bit, and the Finnish driver comes through with lovely rotation on the car, straightens up the 4 wheels for good traction on the exit, and 3 FC2s of the 5 in this semi-final will make it through. Howman through the final corner, barely leaning on it, takes the win. Casper Janssen and Fraser McConnell P2 and P3. Great fight between them. Simon Olafsson gets 4th and Victor Christensen gets P5.
Regardless of the order, those are the top 3 that really deserve to be in the final on pace, so we haven't been robbed of any battles come the end, and McConnell will be...
He'll want to be 1 row up, wouldn't he?
He'll be disappointed to be 3rd, but he'll be pleased to be 3 nonetheless.
Right, there we go then. That is your semi-finals done and dusted. This is another look at the start. So look, Fraser gets a great launch, and then this is turn 1. Hal, this is what you were saying about the awareness was just mega.
Yeah, it's not necessary to force someone into the gravel on the outside, and these two are very experienced and have a lot of respect, and the respect means a lot, doesn't it? So, yeah, clearly got through. McConnell there using the Ollie Erikson line down into 3, nearly got the nose up the inside. This is a great example, actually, from the drone of where I think McConnell should have committed to the Joker, and I think ultimately had good pace. Probably could have got out in front to finish 2nd, but we'll never know.
No, didn't go for it this time. And we'll see him again in the final. Tommy Howman, Casper Janssen and Fraser McConnell complete your lineup for the Open Full Drive final later, but of course we've got an FC2 final to come before that as well. That's it for the semi-finals here. We've got just our finals to come. Yesterday had some great racing and I think we got some good lineups. I'm looking forward to it. Hal, you?
Of course. I was trying to think of something funny to say, but I've got nothing left. But yeah, they're going to be mega, aren't they? Because I think, for the most part, the people that are really competitive are through to the last race of the day.
Mega. Looking forward to it. 16:55 local time. That is in 21 minutes from now. Go get those tees. We'll see you in a bit.
Martin, top qualifier today. Now you just secured your spot on the pole position of the final. What's your feeling?
The feeling is really good actually, compared to yesterday. Being the top qualifier gives us good points for the championship, and now we had the confidence to go into the semi-full send, and I'd say everything went in my way that I wanted it to go. Got the start, just clean drive, no mistakes, and yeah, that put us on pole for the final as well, so not much more we can ask for.
Yeah, you just had 3 podiums in a row so far since the beginning of the season. I guess this championship, everything looks brilliant for you.
Yeah, everything so far looks really good, and I hope the rest of the season is going to look the same. But we cannot get too carried away, and we still have to work and push and yeah, prepare for every event as hard as we can.
Good luck for the final.
Thank you. I will send it.
Kobe, yesterday you got a fantastic win after a magic fight with Thomas Ekmorstad, but today it has been a bit more tricky in qualification. Can you explain us what happened for you?
Well, nothing special really happened. It's just we're running a bit down on power on main straight, so we always arrive fourth or last into turn one, and then in a 3-lap race it's hard to make progress. Throughout the whole day we have been within the top 7 of the qualifying heats, which still put me 6th overall, starting from P3 in semi-final 2, and we finished in P2. So I think it was a strong progress, again with the fastest lap of the race. So now the final coming up, starting from the 2nd row. I think we have the pace to fight for the podium, even though the win might look far ahead. I'm still convinced we have the speed to fight for that as well, but we will need a bit of luck. The others will have to fight, and hopefully I can get through them.
You have been able yesterday to get the right pace to do it. Why not? You will not be able to repeat it today.
I of course wish I will be able to, but the competition is super strong here. It's good. It teases me to push to the limit. So yeah, of course I'm gonna give it everything. Nothing is guaranteed. I can come away with a 6th place in the final or with a victory. Those chances are just as big. So competition will be strong. We need to be on top of our game in the final, have a good reaction on the lights, and hopefully gain a spot going into turn 1, and then maybe with a joker strategy another one.
Thank you and best of luck for the final.
Thank you.
Victor, you have been trying everything yesterday in the final to try to beat the local drivers, but nothing has worked. But it seems that today you are in a much more better position than ever to get the win. What's your feeling at the moment?
I think the day has started really good with practice and the first and second qualifying. It was really, I feel, in the 2nd and 3rd qualifying, I feel that something clicked in the head. I think the grip level maybe came up a bit. My confidence grew a little bit on this track. So it's a really demanding track. You have to be on it, be precise and aggressive to be fast. And I feel in Q3 here I was close to the mean machine 240. So yeah, it's looking good.
Do you think you have what it takes to beat Meinings here on his home soil? Basically his home soil is Belgian, but it's living close from here. So.
I really hope so. We will give it our best in the final, but they are tough guys, and Volger is behind me in the semi too. It's driving awesome too. So I will see. Everything can happen in the final, but we are on the front row, so we will make a good start like we did all day and all day yesterday. So it's looking good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Simon, you have been struggling the whole weekend with power issue. but it seems that he was enough to qualify for the final. What's your feeling right now?
Not really good. They are super quick, and I don't know where to find the pace. Usually, me and him we battle for the win, but I can't keep up on this track. I don't know.
Maybe Meinings is a bit a step away from you, but you have shown during the semi-final that he was okay with the rest of the field. There is still a last stop for the podium this weekend, or?
Yeah, maybe podium, but the feeling is not that great. But yeah, the other cars seem to work so good on this track, but my car feels so heavy. I don't know. Around the tight corners, and it's I don't know. We can't make it work, and it's frustrating.
You think it's going to be better in Riga in a couple of weeks now, or?
Yeah, for sure. That suits my car really good, because I got like everybody know, I have a big heavy car. So small tracks like this, it's narrow and it's super slow. So I struggle a lot, but I try to make it work, but I'm not enough.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Oliver, you have been quick the whole weekend, but you were just a man in a mission in semi-final a few minutes ago with just 4 Supercar in your race. I guess you are just an happy man at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a tough day, you know. The pace has been really good. We won qualifying this morning, but the starts have just not been there. I thought I found something overnight, but apparently I did not. But now, the end of the day is much better, and yeah, in the semi now it was a tough mission, but I had some luck in turn 1, got out there, and then I could just, you know, put down the speed we have and chase some spots.
You have been part of the development of the car. I guess you are just super proud about what the car is doing now at the moment.
Yeah, for sure, the car is really good. I mean, it's almost where we achieved it to be, you know, but obviously it's very hard when the super top tire supercars come. It's not quite there, so we have some work still cut out for us, and obviously we haven't stopped improving the car as well, you know. There's still a lot of cars out there, but when we find something, we change it on all the cars. So all FC2s are always equal, but yeah, we still chase the performance.
What's the plan for the final? We know that from the third line of the grip is super good. What's your strategy and what you can do now?
I have no freaking idea what to do now. Hope for the best and send it.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the final.
Thank you.
Say that we are waiting.
Go ahead.
Ulrich, you seem to not be an happy man after this semi-final. Can you explain us what's the problem, and from your point of view, what went wrong?
Yeah, I was made a good start. Was behind, beside ranks up to the first corner. Then I decided to go in behind. Then I got pushed from Nathan Ortink, and he was just going straight, and the track was turning, so I was surprised that he was going even himself in the sand just to make sure that I was off the track. So yeah, I explained to race director that it was not correct, and he agreed me that it was not the way to drive. So yeah, sadly it will not change anything for me because I'm not into the final, because I finished P5. This track you can't overtake, and I was far away from the others. I catch them up on one lap, but I couldn't get past them.
Lots of frustration tonight. Yesterday Q3 destroyed a bit your race, and today you were just in the mix for the podium at least. How do you feel?
Yeah, we had some troubles with the car. I was not driving as I like it yesterday, so we made some changes for today, and now the track and the car was really shooting the track very well, and I was up there where I wanted to be. So I would have liked to give Victor a fight for the win, but yeah, now I'm taken out.
Thank you, and see you in Riga.
Thank you.
That's good news. Finals time here at Valkenswaard for our second weekend of RallyX this year. It's been a great weekend of action so far. Another double header, another new circuit for the series, brand new circuit for me, to be honest, but definitely not a brand new track. It's been here a long time, and I think most people have adjusted today to its characteristics.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think the people who haven't been here before have got a bit more used to it. Really technical venue. Ironically, I think it's more technical than some of the more complicated circuits, if that makes sense, because we go to Scandinavia and there's lots of undulations and big corners and complexes, but it all sort of flows a little bit, whereas here it does flow, but it's all flat and there's concrete walls and the grip changes all the time because they're constantly manipulating the loose.
Yes.
Really difficult place to get right, and yeah, it's taken some of the regulars a while, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I say some of our regulars getting up there in terms of pace, which has made things slightly harder. Well, I think it was one of the locals, wasn't it, who said today will be the day for the locals, tomorrow will be the day for the regulars, and so it has proved to be. Here we go then, finals time. Let's get things underway. Front wheel drive is our first encounter today. Let's see if we can get away within 4 starts. Yesterday there were 4 starts. Today we do have a different grid. Nick Snoy's on the front row with Bert Tinus, Steve Otzer, Michel Collin, and then Fabien Verboot at the back, and Danny Luton. Although Danny is a DNS. So you're a bit early on the revs there. Just chill. The man with the flag still out in the middle of the grid. That's better. Chill, 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 everyone. Right, now we can have some revs. Here we go. So Nick Snoy's on the pole yesterday, ended his day, I think in Q1, ripping a wheel off the car, and the team had to work all night. Do not tell me you've done a jump start. All right, that is it. You are fired. You are fired. Now, where was Bert yesterday? Bert Tinus yesterday was P3 in the final yesterday. Otzer yesterday, who is on the grid in 3rd place in the Super 1600, was the first person to jump start and actually finished 2nd with 2 joker laps. The problem was after that everybody else jump started, and once the first person has jump started, the next person to do it is immediately disqualified. So anybody who jump starts now is a DQ, and yesterday that cost 2 drivers. It was Kolzhin and, yeah, so Kolzhin got DQ'd yesterday, and so did Verboot. So we got 2 other drivers on the grid here, Hal, who jumped yesterday after the first jump start, and they are on P4 and P5 on the grid. So should they jump start again, they will miss their final again. Don't do that, that would be very bad. Right, look for the lights, people. The orange one comes on, then it goes off. Now the revs come up. And they get away 2nd time lucky this time. Nick Snoy's with a good start. And out drags the Yaris on the run down to the first corner, but he gets out dragged the whole way around the outside by the other Yaris. And that's Michel Collin, who's come up from row 2 on the outside. Slot number 4 has gone around the outside of Nick Snoy's, just out dragged him.
Great start, and shows it's possible to get around the outside. They've watered the track in this gap before the finals, and that's made it oh so slippery down into turn 3. The car's running right to the outside of the barrier. On the exit, they're about to go too wide, are they? Nick Snoy is straight into the joker for this first time of asking, and that looks like it's really going to work for him.
Oh, he's going to, yeah, I thought he's, okay, that's not so bad. Otzer was P3 in the Super 1600, Snoy's is 2 sideways there. So Otzer was P3 in qualifying, so does have pace. So it's Michel Collin who's the problem for them. Look how pointy that Yaris looks in the lead, and Snoy's
looks very loose on the rear, doesn't it?
Yeah. You've got to generate that turn in, haven't you, to try and get the corner speed, but there's a balance between pointy as hell and easy to drive, and you want both, really. Look at the turning on it here, even in the wet conditions. So they are now getting onto the back, and Colin out front, who's going to go joker immediately. This is to try and cover off Snoy's. Is it going to be too late? It is. So Nick Snoy's has got through. So Michel Collin must have had a not great lap there. I'll say that. Okay, no, best lap is only the last lap. Was it the quickest off? No, it wasn't. Okay, whatever. Shut up, Coley. Looking at the lap times.
I don't really know what you're on about, to be honest, mate.
I'm looking at the lap times, purple at the top, but it's Steve Otzer who's now gone quickest in the C2 Super 1600, but he hasn't jokered, and Nick Snoy's has, and Nick is only 6/10 off his lap pace. If he
The
stayed
lap
out,
times are skewed, aren't they? Because Nick joked on his opening lap.
yes, exactly.
So
I was trying to figure out who'd got the quick lap and why. To me, Michel lost a huge amount of time for them to get straight onto the back.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right. And now Nick is not totally living with Otzer, is he? So Otzer could do this, but would need a couple of stellar laps now to increase the margin.
You've also, Hal, though, got to have the kahunas, haven't you, to stay out. Like his spotter has got to not get nervous and go now. For me, you might as well wait until lap 6.
100%, yeah. Just stay out. Oh, and a clip of the bollards as well in the chicane. Don't know if that'll be.
Did he knocked it over or not?
There was a clip of the bollard for sure, and I don't have to say I haven't spoken to Rainus about the intricacies of the penalty for that.
Snoy's in the background, not using the full width of the track on the run from the tarmac into the gravel there on the exit. There's maybe a little bit more speed to be found there. But look at the transition there. And that transition, Hal, from the dirt to the tarmac has caused people problems all weekend long, just with the grip change as you come onto it. And there's a slight lump as you come up onto it as well.
1.2 seconds is not going to be enough for Otzer, but I think the gap has increased on this last lap. We'll see as they cross the line. The gap is now 1.6, so he has edged it away as the race leader. Another couple of corners like that and might be able to do it, but this is going to be a very close merge indeed.
Nick's got to use all the track here, needs to run the car out to the middle and out to the outside. That's more like it. Carries the speed down on the exit here again, needs to straighten up the steering and try and get good exit speed. He uses more of the road again than he did on the previous lap. Into the joker lap goes Otzer in the C2 Super 1600. Nick Snoy's coming round. Is he going to get him at the merge? Nick Snoy's does. Comes through. You can hear the cheering in the background. Yesterday, Snoy's ripped an entire corner off the car, and his team worked all day and all night to get it back on the grid. And he rewards them today with a win at home. Fantastic job by him. Steve Otzer gets P2. P3 is going to go to Bert Dinus. So definitely a problem there for Michel Colin, because drop back, and yeah, look, he's going to get out and get on the roof. Very happy indeed with that. Go on, up you go, you might as well. Okay, yeah, not on the roof. Repaired the car enough already this weekend. Congratulations to Nick, who came and joined us in the commentary box yesterday. And Howley, they'll be over the moon with that, won't they? You put all that effort in, and that's a proper reward for it. Look, there's a big element of relief there, isn't there?
Yeah, he'll be delighted.
That's cool too, look.
He'll be delighted for the team as well, won't he? Because, yeah, they put the effort in, and he's done what he needed to on track.
Straight in as well to have a chat with Michel Colin, he'd had the pass from in turn 1. Lovely stuff. So look at this start from row 2 round the outside.
Had it absolutely hooked up to Colin around the outside to take the lead into the first corner. Late decision that was from Snoyers to duck into the joker, and it did ultimately pay off. This is the barrier clip, I think, isn't it? Yeah, a little dunk.
Well, it's only a donk, isn't it? It's
probably get not a thwack. Probably get away with that.
Donks are allowed, thwacks are not. Yeah, this is it was great to see at the end of the race Nick heading across and saying nice one. But yeah, I felt Nick's final lap was better than the previous one. He just used a bit more of the road, carried a bit more speed. That was enough to get him out ahead. Come the joker lap merge. Nick Snoyes takes it from Steve Otzer and Bert Dionys. Junior cross cars are in the grid and ready to go. We're just checking if there is any recoveries to do out on circuit, or if we can get them released. We have a line from TV via, actually from us to Stockholm, back to RallyX Race Control, and I think we're going to go to the flags coming out of the side of the track. Junior cross car final from the Euro circuit, Valkenswaard in the Netherlands. Jonas Hegeland Nielsen and Carl Svedlund on the front row. Oscar Fuertes Hernandez and Alex Antilla on the second row. Carl Schnack and Neil Lippalars on row 3. A little bit of wheel spin. You can hear some scrabbling for tyres. Svedlund hasn't got the best start. Antilla gets up the inside, then 3 wide at the back of the pack. Nielsen, meanwhile, is out in the lead. Antilla drops down to P4. I thought it was him who was up the inside. I don't think it was, actually. I think it was Fuertes Hernandez who'd made it up the inside in the second corner. And now, look, Svedlund strikes back, slides straight up the inside. Lovely move there. Fuertes Hernandez goes backwards. You've got a spin at the back of the pack for Lippalars in the 15 buggy. That might have broken steering. If it does, it's on the racing line, and that'd be a shame because that's one of the few places you can pass around here. But Nielsen leads.
Svedlund almost made it work all the way around the outside of turn 1, but couldn't quite make it stick, but got sunk up the inside into turn 3. Now he's on the back of race leader Nielsen, the winner from yesterday. It was a bit of a fight back from the young Swede in Portugal. Had a difficult first day, broke the gear lever in the final on Saturday, and then won on Sunday, won yesterday, and he's hasn't had the ultimate performance through the qualifying sessions and the semis, but he's on a big mission here, and that is going to ruin any opportunity to get past in turn 3.
It's such a shame, isn't it? I mean, it happens.
I assumed that car would have been got out of the way, but they don't have reverse, remember, and the marshals aren't going to go on the track to push it backwards.
No, and if it's broken, the steering's broken. I'd moved the FC5 outside here earlier when someone wanted to get a golf buggy out and try to push it on my own. They're tiny little things, but it's not easy to move a few hundred kilos, and that's on flat tarmac. Never going to get it moved on the gravel, are they?
Svedlund's been into the Joker now and has come out behind Hernandez. He'll be hoping that Hernandez gets a little bit of a wriggle on. As up front, Nielsen set the fastest lap of the race on a 42.4. Hernandez is nearly half a second behind that on lap time pace, but we haven't seen the pace of Svedlund because he completed a proper lap yet. There hasn't been a start lap or a Joker lap.
And we have got a car on the apex, which is going to skew the lap times a bit. In he goes this time round. Fuertes Hernandez has gone in. This will try to cover off Svedlund. Good job from Fuertes Hernandez. Svedlund's going to need the speed on the way in. That's nicely done by Carl Svedlund. Just holds on to the tarmac line, Hal, just on the ragged edge of where the width of the car is.
Beautiful car positioning, carry that momentum in, and I think if Carl can keep this pace up, he's gone fastest on that lap on a 42.3, a tenth quicker than Nielsen's best. Last time a 43.1 for Nielsen, so Svedlund took a second out of the race leader last time around.
Fuertes Hernandez is quick through that right-hander on the tarmac up towards turn 3, turn 2 it is.
I think Svedlund's got this done, Andrew. Nielsen is falling back into the clutches.
Gone in, Nielsen goes in with 2 laps to go. Nielsen might come out on top here. Svedlund needs the same move as last time. Got to drop it down onto the pavement line or he won't get through, and he does that twice, Hal. That was even more knife edges than the last time, and now in the background, Hernandez is trying to find a way through.
Brilliant pair of moves that from Carl Svedlund to go round the outside. That shows so much maturity, doesn't it, to know exactly where to place the car. Hernandez drops a wheel into the gravel on the entry into the first corner of this final lap, but isn't going to be able to find a way through. Up front though, Carl Svedlund has smashed in the laps. He went crooker again that time around on a 42.044. Really coming good when it matters most today.
Absolutely fantastic performance from Svedlund. As Hal said, the lap times were there, but it was this point on the circuit where he merged twice on the absolute limit of the grip and the limit of where that little strip of tarmac is up the inside. Carl Svedlund will be on the podium for the 4th time this year. It is his 3rd win in a row. Great stuff from him. Jonas Hegeland Nielsen P2, and Oscar Fuertes Hernandez was P3 at one of the races in Portugal and gets another P3 here. Really impressed with Hernandez's pace, and I hope we see more of the Spanish driver later on in the season. Likewise with Nielsen, but Svedlund takes it. Off the start, Svedlund just did not get away well at all. It was, yeah, that's right. So Antilla, it was Hernandez who got up the inside, not Antilla from the rear shot. I thought it was Antilla, and then when we saw turn 2, realised it wasn't. This move back from Svedlund for me was absolutely key, Hal. It was the only chance to do it because of what happened in the background. He couldn't have known that. But just I'm going up the inside. I'm coming in.
Yeah, and then to execute the lap times as he did, it just worked out perfectly. There's seldom do races come to you like that, and you've got to bring them to you. And yeah,
look at that.
Brilliant car positioning, absolutely superb to know exactly where to place the machine.
you know as well that you'll have rolled off the throttle because it's on the verge of, you know, going too sideways, running too deep with one wheel out on the loose.
Momentum's so important, isn't it? And even if you do come out of the throttle, because you've got the run out of the corner that's further back, even though the person on the inside has the line, you can just carry that around the outside.
Carl Svedlund takes it from Hedlund Nielsen and Oscar Fuertes Hernandez. Fantastic shots of the FC2s sitting down on the grid ahead of their encounter. Let's see how they line up for the FC2 final. Of course, open four-wheel drive to come later on. Tommy Howman and Kasper Janssen on the front row. Fraser McConnell and Ollie Erikson on row 2. Simon Olofsson and Elias Svensson on row 3. These are decided from their qualifying positions. No semi-final, saw them straight to final for FC2. Howman away from the line nicely up at the front. Kasper Janssen on the outside. Fraser McConnell goes deep on the brakes and guarantees that place ahead of Ollie Erikson. Fraser's up the inside here of Kasper Janssen. McConnell gets up to P2. Great driving from the Jamaican on this opening lap. He's out really wide now. Tommy Howman is in the lead. Fraser trying to get on the gas early. We saw this early on. He was alongside. He doesn't go Joker this time either. This time it's the right decision. Now there's too much traffic behind, but what a start from Fraser.
Yeah, I think you have to stay out at this stage of the race, don't you? Although the pace will be very high across the field. There's no slow drivers in this FC2 final, but pressuring Tommy Howman, who has been one of the stars of the Rallycross world in the last few years, hasn't had it all his own way the last couple of weekends. It's been tough for the Finnish driver, but he's at the front of this one. Had a mistake yesterday, or at least got forced into the gravel on the outside of the first corner in the FC2 final, but he's under big pressure from McConnell and Janssen, who has been brilliant in these cars.
Ollie Erikson went Joker early. Janssen looks up the inside here. If these guys scrap it out, Eriksson's there already in the background. Need to check the gaps in a moment. Janssen goes Joker. Going to try and cover off his teammate Erikson from behind. Erikson coming through the corner. He's not going to get there. Is he going to go wide and high? Erikson going to come down low onto the tarmac on the exit. That's nicely done considering how far out on the loose he was, but he hasn't got edge on Janssen.
Shows how much wider these cars are than the junior cross car machines, that Erikson wasn't able to stay on that cleaner inside line, as well as Janssen, who was already there, wasn't able to carry the momentum around the outside of his compatriot. Up front though, McConnell's dropped a few metres behind Howman. That allows Howman that breathing space just to get to the inside of the corner in turn 3. McConnell very sideways on the exit, maybe cost himself a tenth or two there.
He goes in now. This is to try and cover off Janssen and Erikson behind. McConnell was on the rev limiter as he came through, but he does just hold the position. Good shout this time from him in terms of spotting. It's Kevin Erikson spotting for Fraser, and he holds on to P2.
Different spotter every weekend for Fraser when he's running within this team, and I think that really gives him a wide breadth of knowledge. Under massive pressure though from Kasper Janssen, who really wants to be at the front of this field after such a difficult weekend in Portugal just a few weeks ago. McConnell's got so much attitude in the car, hasn't he? Sending it sideways down the hill.
Too wide. He's dropped it into the bank. Fraser McConnell taps the wall. Kasper Janssen up the inside. Ollie Erikson goes through too. Fraser was so on it there. He knew he needed a big lap to try and stay in front. It's cost him, unfortunately.
He had so much attitude in the car in turn 2 and just went way too wide and carried that into the loose dirt, got sucked into the wall. And so often you see the rear go into the wall, it drags the front in. It's like hitting a snowbank on Rally Sweden.
3.5, it's gone up from 2.9 because of course it was Fraser McConnell that was in P2 and he's dropped back to 4th. So the gap is 3.5 seconds out front. This has been another brilliant drive from Tommy Howman.
Has indeed. He still needs to get in and out of the Joker without disaster, but he will be delighted to be back right at the competitive edge of this race. There is the finish start in the extra route.
Absolutely stunning drive from Howman. He slots through. He took the win at the second round in Portugal. He was a DNF yesterday in the FC2 final. Not so today. Howman comes around to take the checker flag. A win for the brilliant Finn. Kasper Janssen P2, Erikson P3, Fraser McConnell missing out in P4 after a brilliant start to his race, and then Svensson and Olofsson. That was a great race, wasn't it? Great, a lot going on. Brilliant tactics at the start. Couple of little mistakes.
Clean and tidy, yeah. And Tommy Howman returns not only to the winner's position, but also to the podium, having had a couple of bad runs. Kasper Janssen is very, very good in these cars, isn't he? And sometimes it just doesn't roll with him. And McConnell made a relatively small mistake and paid a massive price for it, didn't he?
He did. He's been using the road out there, hasn't he? This is the start. So where's Fraser? He's P3, isn't he, off the grid? So he gets to turn one ahead of Erikson and just nails it onto the back of Howman.
I actually think P3 on the grid is stronger than P2 if
So
you
do
can
I.
nail the start, because it's so difficult to go around the outside in turn one.
It's a long way, isn't it, to that first corner? Then he comes in hot here, gets on the gas early, doesn't get alongside, which is fine. He's up behind Howman at this point. But yeah, great. So he's into P2 by now. And then the Joker strategy started, didn't it? Kasper had covered off Ollie in the background, and this was it. So Fraser just out a smidge too wide, and the difference is that when he got on the brakes, it just turned the car straight. Instead of having the rotation on it, the gravel straightened the car out. Here it is at the kick, and then the rotation's gone.
I think it was probably too wide, regardless of the getting the rotation from the gravel on the outside. But you've got to commend anyone that's willing to send it like that, and I'm sure it'll come good in the end.
Tommy Howman takes the win in FC2 from Kasper Janssen and Ollie Erikson. Fraser McConnell, Elias Svensson and Simon Olofsson are your top 6. Okay, four-wheel drive AM final up next. We did only have 2 cars for this one, so they weren't going to run it. That was after our man in P3, Jonny Verkingen, rolled up for the semis earlier and then couldn't go because there was a problem with the car. He's obviously fixed that, so they decided that they'd get their own run. Fair enough. But Nathan Otting, Tom van den Heuvel, and Jonny Verkingen at the back. Good start on the outside with Tom van den Heuvel. He's going to edge Otting here. Got to get it turned in, of course. Otting does give him enough space to do it, so Otting misses out, drops into P2. Van den Heuvel leads Hal.
Based on previous form this weekend, you would still think that Otting's got a good chance here by just keeping a clear head and setting the lap times, but can't afford to joke yet because we'll probably come out in the traffic, so he needs to follow for at least a lap. And
Verkingen's gone immediately, so that's going to open it right up, isn't it?
That opens the Joker strategy option, doesn't it, for the leading duo. If I was spotting for Van der Heuvel, I'd send him now, actually. Just feint in late and hope that Otting follows you in.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Dummy him off effectively.
I would actually, if I was playing Dirt 2.0, I'd try and back him up into the hairpin and then get a slow drive out so you can absolutely cover him off, because Otting will 100% go now.
Then he doesn't. Cheers.
Why not? I don't understand.
I agree. unless Hal is for... Oh, and Verkingen's shown as a DNF. So he's retired on the last lap, so now it's a 2-car race. So he got the car to the grid, but it wasn't ready to complete the laps. So there we go.
This is coming to Van der Heuvel, isn't it? He's not under massive pressure here from Otting, like I perhaps expected based on the lap times for them so far this weekend.
Unless Otting is tyre saving Hal, but I think that's a bit of a big ask, isn't it, of a 16-year-old ahead of the open four-wheel drive final later.
Into the Joker this time around.
He's qualified for. So this is the lap now where what Otting needs to hope for. Well, first of all, he needs a perfect lap, but he also needs Van den Heuvel. When the car disappears from your mirrors, sometimes it's even more stressful than when you can see it, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. And you need to nail it. And this is where you see the best drivers in the world absolutely nail a lap, and some drivers just can't quite produce it when they need to.
Yeah. So this is the lap where it's got to be great from Van den Heuvel. Coming up now into turn 3 in the background. Really immediately respond. Gets early rotation. Otting's slowed down. Otting's got a problem in the background. Game over. 1-car race. There we go. So 2 retirements of the 3. And it's Van den Heuvel who's going to take this one with 2 laps to go. Andreas Eriksson's just walked in and given us the good cop Rice smile as he walks back into the other side of the awning. And Van den Heuvel will have now had the radio call how to say, you know what, mate, chill out if you want.
Yeah, and this is where you probably drop it into the sand, isn't it? But
yeah, the pressure's off.
All credit to Van den Heuvel, who's
sure.
bought this car. He was the first of the Belgian and Dutch runners to commit to doing Supercar, even when there was no other cars in the last couple of years, and in that ex-Markler Motorsport machine. And fair play, they had a tough weekend in Portugal, didn't they? They worked really hard to get here. They were still putting the gearbox together on Friday night in the paddock this weekend, and brilliant for him and his team to get a strong result. Yeah, okay, maybe they're the ones running at the finish, but you've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? And you've got to be there at the end, so absolutely fair play.
He's had a P2 in Portugal, followed by a P3, and now he rounds it off. He's got the full set of podiums with a win here. So it's 3 AM finals out of 3, because we didn't have an AM final yesterday, and Tom Van den Heuvel with the win.
And you can't take away from him the fact that he's won a Supercar final at home, the biggest event at Valkenswaard in over a decade.
He put the pressure on, and Ottink has either broken the car or whatever's happened. If he hadn't put the pressure on, he hadn't had to drive hard, the car might not have broken. The other thing is, how does this change the grid for Pro? Of course,
it won't change the grid. He just wouldn't be.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So is Ottink not going to be there? And where was he on the lineup?
Second row. He beat Ollie Erikson, didn't he?
You might be right. Grid for the final. Yeah, he was in P4, so we were in outside on the second row. Okay, let's see whether or not they can get Ottink's car fixed in time for the four-wheel drive open final later. We're just checking again the recovery situation. The cameras all get reset. We might have a couple of cars to pull in. Andreas Eriksson's here. Come, no? Oh, he doesn't want to join us. We thought he was going to join us.
He just wanted to chat, actually.
Right, we're getting ourselves ready for cross car. Here we go. The grid is complete for the second cross car encounter here in the Netherlands. Martin Ugar and Thomas Ekmerstad on the front row, Alex Lindenquist and Kobe Pauwels on row 2, Jonathan Julalami and Vettel 3 on row 3. This should be epic. Very good start from all 6 drivers. Ekmerstad's going to try and come around the outside of Ugar, and he does. Ugar has to give in and slot into P2. Lindenquist gets P3. Kobe Pauwels is 4th. Julalami and Vettel 3. Oh, and that is just a sign of how good these drivers are. Nothing silly. Ugar looks inside, but no, Ekmerstad's got that covered, not having it at all. Lindenquist covers off Pauwels. Pauwels under pressure in the background from Julalami. Anybody going to go Joker? Pauwels has gone. Julalami's gone in with him. Vettel 3 stays out.
So clean and tidy, as you say, for the first couple of corners.
Brilliant.
And notice how on top of the car Ekmerstad looks to keep it nice and straight. None of the flamboyant driving we've seen so far this weekend, because you get 2 sideways and someone's up your inside. Great job for the Norwegian to maintain the position at the front. Ugar running right to the outside of the circuit, and Lindqvist, who's been also so aggressive today, really tidied it up in the last stages.
Yeah, really good. From all the drivers, the proximity through those first few corners was absolutely insane. You can see a tiny bit of contact through the left-hander now. You're looking at the gap to Kobe Pauwels, who's back in P5. Pauwels is on the back of Vettel 3, and Vettel 3 hasn't gone, and that's not going to help Pauwels' quest, because he needs the laps he had yesterday to try and get back to the front with this lot. There he is on the back of Vettel 3 now. He's not there yet, but I think he will be in a few moments' time. The gap back to Kobe Pauwels from the leader is 2.8.
The times are tumbling. Vettel 3 just went quickest, and then Pauwels went just a tenth quicker. For reference, there'll be a crash now because I can look at the timing screen, but 38.2 for Ekmerstad, Ugar 38.2, Lindqvist 38.5, Tree 38.2, Pauwels 38.1, Julalami 38.7. It is unbelievably close on lap time in this series.
So Vettel 3 didn't go that time. Julalami did. Julalami comes out behind. Oh no, it was Lindqvist. It was Lindqvist who went. Sorry, Lindqvist has gone and dropped in. Ugar looked like a mistake in the background. Ugar has dropped way off the back here. Was he too sideways coming through that final corner? Ekmerstad has got a 1.5 second lead.
Fastest lap of the race on a 38.0. He's on a big charge, Ekmerstad.
39.0 for Martin Ugar, so there definitely was a big drop in pace there. Vettel 3 now is causing problems for Powell's. You can't really say that because 3 is going super quick, but Powell's wanted those extra special laps, didn't he? Not going to get it. Out front, Ekmerstad has gone. He's let Ugar go into the lead because he knows Ugar's got a joker, and that's pretty much wind sealed.
Very good spotting from Thomas Ekmerstad's team, and now it's all on the Norwegian because he can see exactly what Ugar's doing up front, and Ugar nailed the apex in the chicane. He knows he needs to produce the lap of his life if he's to try and get back ahead, but it's not going to be enough unless there's some absolute magic in the next couple of corners.
So this lap, Vettel 3 will go. Koba Powell should get it. Will Koba Powell also get Ugar or not? The gap between them is only 1.6. So Watts for the merge. Can Powell's get up to P2 on the outside? Ugar on the inside. Powell's. Ugar's got enough pace. Koba Powell's goes for the high line, but knows enough. 3 tiny little impulse, gets it back onto the low line. But the win goes to Thomas Ekmerstad. P2, Martin Ugar. P3, Vettel 3. Ekmerstad. It's actually Ekmerstad's first win of the year. 2 P2s, TQ. Yesterday, of course, didn't get it done. Yesterday he was beaten by Koba Powell. Today he completes the job. Some unbelievable driving from these guys today, all day. How they, particularly, Ekmerstad, Ugar, Powell and Lindequist have put on a show for us, haven't they?
Hasn't it been brilliant? And the respect between them as well. We've seen no real contact, no real carnage. Brilliant, brilliant racing.
This is a look at the start. It was so even between them. Literally, it's like someone's moving the grid up the road. I mean, Koba Powell's, I suppose, from P3 got a slightly better start. Sorry, not Koba Powell's, it was Lindequist who got the better start on the inside line, but really not a lot in it on the run to the first corner at all. And then there was one tiny mistake from Ugar. We just caught him in the back of shot, slightly sideways, and he dropped a second.
Look at that precision through the chicane. This is the final lap where Ugar threw the kitchen sink at it in the Pace Motorsport machine, but he needed the entire kitchen really on the last lap, didn't he? Because Ekmerstad was just that bit too close. Powell's, interesting that he just didn't try the outside move and carry the momentum, but still a double podium at home in Crosscar this weekend will be satisfying, although I'm sure we'd have loved a double victory.
Ekmerstad, Ugar and Powell's are your podium for the second day here in Valkenswaard. Supercar Lights final now, just 3 to go. Got 2-wheel drive open and 4-wheel drive open still to come. Quick clear of the throttle for everyone on the grid. Lucas Anderson on the pole needs to turn his season around here. Robert Svitals with a great job this weekend. Tobias Darbach and Kevin Darbach, the brothers on row 2. Julian Munier and Mats Larsen bringing up the back of the grid. Is this the point that Anderson turns it round? Who's jump started? What position was it? It's on that red light flashing. It's position 4. That's Kevin Darbach on the outside of row 2 has jumped the start. Should have known really. Halley's the one who's 80 metres in front of the grid. That's a bummer. Does put the pressure on everybody else now as well. Any more jump starts and it's a DQ straight away. So a restart for the Supercar Lights final because on the outside of row 2, Kevin Darbach jumped the start, so he's just been shown the 2 Joker card. Will have to complete 2 of the alternate laps within his 6, and of course the pressure's now on for everyone because another jump start will see a DQ immediately. Lucas Anderson, Robert Svitals, Tobias Darbach, Kevin Darbach, Julian Munier and Mats Larsen. Dutch flag is waved. Another couple of those to come before the end of the day. Beautiful day here. away from the line on the front row. Anderson gets away really nicely, so does Vittels. Vittels won't want to be on the outside because he'll get hung out to dry by Darbach on the inside. If he does, Tobias Darbach is going to get there. Does he push him off into the gravel? Oh, it's a little bit of time lost for Vittels, and look at that, back 2 places instantly.
That is a great example of a single bank series, isn't it? You lose a little bit of time and you get absolutely hung out to dry. Oh, and it's a spin for Darbach. Anderson went in sideways into turn 3. Darbach went up the inside, outside for the next corner, and there's just no room through. Nothing malicious there. It was just a clumsy incident from the pair of them.
That's a shame, isn't it? Vittels has gone joker on lap 1 and slotted back out to the back of the pack.
That's helped Anderson massively, hasn't it? But look at Julian Meunier, who has climbed from the back of the grid to run second on this opening lap.
Impressive, very impressive indeed. So Meunier, nice job. We'll try and go with Anderson now. Anderson, this is really important that Anderson gets the result here. So far this year, I mean, okay, had a second at the first round, then a 5th, then a 4th here yesterday. Just needs to be back winning.
Had an unnecessary roll yesterday, didn't he, of his own doing, really. Clipped the wall, rolled onto the joker barrier. The team worked hard to repair the car and was satisfied with 4th at the end because he had a misfire during the final. But yeah, he really needs to find the form he was in for the last couple of years, because at some point he looked absolutely unstoppable and has had a tough start to this season, as you say.
Meunier is piling the pressure onto Anderson. Meunier here looking very handy indeed. Took the win at the first day in Portugal, was P2, second day in Portugal, P3 yesterday. So Meunier
is out of him last time around.
Yeah, really good. The Frenchman's going really well. Hal just looks completely on top of the lights machine now. It does take a bit of time to get to that point. Here goes Joker. So Meunier's gone in, and everybody else yet to Joker. Of course, Kevin Darbach has got one more Joker to go, but this is a 2-car race, and that's a good move from Meunier.
Look how close he is to the barrier through the final couple of corners there. Absolutely pinpoint accurate. This is Anderson up front, who needs to produce the lap of his season so far to try and stay ahead of this flying young Frenchman who has been so successful in RX3 in the French Championship, and these cars respond so well to those front-wheel drive type smooth inputs.
Is he going to go or not? If you've got confidence, he might wait. I think he does, because Meunier was quicker than him. And he does. He goes Joker this time round. So Anderson has responded immediately, meaning he knows that Meunier is the threat. And it is a brilliant lap from Anderson, and he does get out in front of Meunier. So now 1 lap to go with racing. Could maybe make a pass down at turn 3. Hal, Meunier looks very strong, but this is a much better performance from Lucas Anderson.
Absolutely what Anderson needed to do there. He needed to deliver on that lap, and he did exactly that. Great job from the Swede, who needs to find his form, as we've said, and he is driving absolutely brilliantly here.
Super smooth through the chicane. He was inch perfect with the bollards on the inside. Meunier chucks the car out wide, going to try and bring it in tight on the exit. Anderson knows, though, he's kept the nose on the inside line. He didn't open the door the tiniest little bit. Anderson's been brilliant the last couple of seasons, but so far this year he hadn't produced the goods. Today hopefully is the turning point as we get up to the Scandinavian legs and where the championship starts proper. Anderson over the line for the win. P2 for Meunier, who hustled him the whole way back, and Robert Vittels recovers to P3 after being in the gravel in turn 1 and losing 3 places. Nice recovery from Vittels.
Helped a little bit by the double joker.
For what? The spin for the 2 Darbachs,
the opening lap, but fair play, you've still got to deliver, haven't you? So good job by him. His first weekend being assisted by Erik Fahren as well. Fellow Riga resident Erik Fahren, who will be running Phoebe Cake in the next round as well as part of Team Fahren. Another podium for Erik. Let's have a look back at the first couple of corners. Vittels had the run on Anderson, who made the best start, but gets hung out to dry there, Vittels, and shame for him. Just those 2 wheels in the dirt, and there's no traction at all, is there? And this is Darbach, who's on the inside, nudges into the side of Anderson, who did nothing wrong there. Darbach really did nothing wrong either, it was just clumsy.
Another look at it. Look, Anderson just gets the swing back the other way, doesn't he? The pendulum effect of the car. How close was Meunier to that wall, Hal?
Brilliant precision, isn't it?
Absolutely perfect. Lucas Anderson with the win in Supercar lights from Julian Meunier, 0.392 of a second. Super close between them. And a recovering Robert Svitals back to P3. We expect more from the Latvian as the season goes on. Open two-wheel drive. Victor Johansson and Bart Bell on the front row. Yorick Mainix and Steve Boulders on row 2. Simon Tiger and Nick Nayans on row 3. Nayans had a brilliant semi-final to go from P6 to P1. Be a big ask to do that in the final here. Oh, and it's a good start from Bart Bell on the front row, but then in comes that power from Victor Johansson, and the big Merc gets down to turn 1 first. Bell slots in behind yesterday's winner Mainix, who was invincible yesterday. Mainix slots into P3. This will not be over just yet, as long as everyone keeps it semi-sensible on the first lap. Boulders is 4th, but Simon Tiger, they're in the grid position so far.
Incredible start procedure from the big Mercedes, isn't it? That he doesn't have the ultimate performance just off the line, but once the internal combustion engine and the hybrid powertrain meet harmoniously, he's just gone, isn't he? And he pulls out a good gap on the way to turn 1, and that gap's maintained, isn't it? Bart Bell defending from Mainix in the background.
Boulders, Tiger and Nayans all went Joker together as a train at the back, and I suspect 1 or 2 of them at least would like to follow somebody in, but if you've committed in these big machines, it's tough, and at the minute Johansson is checking out a bit here from Bart Bell because Bell is under immense pressure from Mainix.
I'll still be handing out some P45s in the Foster Towers though, because that, you just can't do that, can you? You've got to give the you've got to give the options, and I think at that stage, if there's 3 of you, you've got to bail. One of you has to bail because it's just not worth being in the train.
If you're wondering what a P45 is and you don't live in the UK, it's the piece of paper you get when you're fired. So Hal is handing out the P45s. Brilliant. I love that, mate. That's going in the book. So Johansson's gap now is 1.9.
Oh, they're really clobbering that curve now on the exit of the chicane. Bell has been into the Joker. Last of a round, a wise decision, I think, from his spotter to cover off Boulders, and the train of lap 1 Jokeries in the background, and now it's all about whether Mainix can extend the margin over Bell to get ahead, because I don't know if either of them really have an answer for Victor Johansson.
Mainix is staying standard lap. 1.9 was the gap between them. Did look good in that gravel braking zone in turn 3. I wondered if he was closer, but we'll find out as they come over the line. I think he is a little bit closer. Let's see. Was 1.9. It is now 1.2. 7/10 of a second from Mainix, but he has to change up the Joker strategy here. And Victor Johansson needs to get a wiggle on.
Bell is under massive pressure in the background from Steve Boulders. So I wonder if the leading of the 2 BMWs has picked up a bit of an issue there.
Mainix is all over him here, Hal. If I were Victor, I don't know what you do here. If you go Joker, he's going to cover you off. If you don't, you need to dummy him in, really. Mainix might have this. It's a late decision from Mainix. Goes in super tight on the way in. He was on the boot lid of Victor, absolutely on him.
I think Johansson can do it on a single lap, actually. But let's wait and see. Best lap of 39.0 for Mainix, but not this time around, of course, because he's been into the Joker section. Now Johansson needs to deliver a lap that he has been so capable of in the past. Oh, big clobber of the curb there from Mainix, using all of the road a little bit more through the chicane exit.
3.0 is the gap. It was 1.2. Mainix was a late decision in. Did he just go in a bit too tight and not carry the speed through the Joker? You're about to find out, because Johansson is going to go Joker now in the big Mercedes.
Tight at least.
Oh, it was all the locals yesterday, but the Scandinavians got on top of it today. And Victor Johansson comes out just in front. Mainix with a handful of opposite lock to hold on to the Volvo in P2. But it is going to be Victor Johansson who wins from Mainix, yesterday's winner. Bart Bell gets P3 just ahead of Steve Boulders. Simon Tiger comes home in 5th. Great stuff from the leading 2 cars there, brilliant.
I thought Johansson could deliver at that moment. Fair play to Mainix, who really took the fight to him.
Yeah.
Also fair play because he carried a lot of speed on the standard lap there when Johansson was exiting the Joker. Could have just clobbered the Mercedes in the rear. Instead got super sideways in avoidance. Gave Victor a couple of nudges into the final corner, which is all fair in love and rallycross, isn't it? To say, yeah, I'm here, sunshine, and hope he makes a mistake in the final corner. But
he had a
job well done. 2
brilliant laps out, didn't he, Mainix, towards the 3/4 point of the race, if you like, probably lap 3 and 4, and just closed that gap down.
Bell just dropped away, didn't he, after that brilliant start, but did hold on to finish 3rd in the end. This is Johansson in the Joker for the final time. If we remain above the big Merc at the merge. Look at the shape of Mainix in avoiding action. He's got on the brakes there. The rear's gone wide, hard in the throttle to keep the rear rotated. And there the dinks in the rear to say, come on, sunshine, I've nearly got you. But
not
Johansson held on.
Did indeed. There is the checkered flag. Oi, oi, oi. Peter's down there with his fancy camera, isn't he? Open two-wheel drive. Victor Johansson sets it straight with the locals, doesn't he? Yorick Mainix yesterday, absolutely epic, but today Johansson just manages to hold on. Bart Velvolder's, Simon Tiger, Nick Nance, the two regulars are in there, but Johansson's done a great job this weekend.
Best day in RallyX Open two-wheel drive history for Victor Johansson.
Agreed.
I think.
I agree.
Because the level is high here, and he's absolutely taken it to the local specialists. When Simon Tiger couldn't, clearly.
Agreed. Simon's car just didn't look suited, did it all weekend, whereas Johansson just looked like he might have dialed it in a little bit more. That is Parc Ferme, which is where you take your car when you've finished your final. They're all lined up down there and they'll be going to the podium shortly. Unfortunately, we've got a car left on the track, which is not the greatest move ever. And we don't have a full grid yet, so hold your horses, people. All 600 or 500 of them, depending if you're in a supercar or an FC2. We'll grid them up, get that car out the track, and we're ready for our last final of the day. So the grid is nearly loaded then for Open 4 Drive, the final event, the final race from a weekend of brilliant action at Valkenswaard. King's Day, officially today, actually yesterday due to the fact they don't like doing it on a Sunday. Big party over the course of the weekend, lots of orange everywhere, the Orange Army. Kevin Erikson's running back to the FC2 paddock. Where's he going? His cans are dead, he's got no comms. So he's just given us the universal tap on his comms. So where's he going to, how's he going to, he's spotted for France, isn't he?
Lots of questions that no one can answer because, yeah, I don't think you can do anything about that.
Here we go then. Time for the Open 4-wheel drive final. On the pole, Victor Vranckx, who took the win yesterday. Next to him, Tommy Houman. Can Houman be the man to deny the supercar driver a victory with an FC2? Casper Janssen is there in P3. Nathan Otting's car repaired from the earlier on AM final. He's in P4 on the grid. Then it's Fraser McConnell and Ollie Erikson at back. Any of these drivers could win this. But Vranckx definitely, with the pole and with a very recent supercar and with the skills to drive it too, is your number one. Cars clunked into gear for the final time this weekend. There is the Dutch flag, proudly waved again. What a weekend we've had here. Wonderful welcome from the lovely fans. Points towards the lights for the last time. Ready to race comes on. Anti-lag comes on. Got to get down to turn one first. Wheel spin, but Houman gets a brilliant start alongside Victor Vranckx. Can he deny him on the run to the first corner? Vranckx with the 208. The legs just stretch a little bit. Otting drops backwards. Janssen's up his inside, so is Fraser McConnell. Otting might be out of the picture here. Ollie Erikson trying to look for a way through and goes through as well. So Otting drops to the back of the pack. It's just about whether or not anyone can deny Victor Vranckx out front. Oh, what a start from Houman.
Whatever the problem was with Otting's car earlier on this afternoon, that's been fixed and he's back onto this grid. Who has taken the joker in the background? We haven't seen. Fraser McConnell still running fourth on track. If he's got a problem with his radio and doesn't have a spotter in his ear, Kevin Eriksson was running through the paddock just before with, as you said, the international sign for I can't hear you, I can't speak through my cans. I would expect McConnell to go early because he will lose what lap he's on, I'm sure of that.
Eriksson's gone joker already, so it was Erikson and Otting who went. Otting is back in P6 and probably out of this fight. It's about whether or not Erikson can get himself on the back of this train. McConnell will be wary of dropping a wheel off the side, but still gets lovely rotation on the car. Kevin's in the TV studio with us now. Lost comms. Oh, he looks so disappointed. Fraz goes Joker. Fraser McConnell goes into the Joker lap now, and it's a good move from Fraz. Comes back out in front of Ollie Erikson. Hal, if you've lost your comms, he's done a good job. He's covered off the people behind him.
I think he had to go in then. He had a good run on Casper Janssen and went for the Joker. That was the right decision. He's benefited because the guys behind had already Jokered, and he's actually covered off Ollie Erikson. I cannot describe to you how confusing it is about what lap you're on in Rallycross. I know it's only 6 laps, but after the first couple, you're so involved in what you're doing. You have to be an absolute mastermind to know which lap you're on.
Casper Janssen trying to find a way past Howman. He was right up underneath him in turn 2. Gives him a nudge on the run into turn 3. Still, they continue on the standard lap, both of them. I wonder if you might have split the strategy.
McConnell.
Erikson up the inside. McConnell gets nerved sideways but holds on. Erikson cuts the whole of the curb. Otting's onto their back, but it's that battle for P2 that's the one for me.
This has cost both of them the opportunity to finish second in this race with the battle going on up front. These two are slowing each other down, Howman and Janssen, but behind with that mistake from McConnell. Ollie Erikson getting in the side of him because he was looking for the way through. That's just cost them all that little bit. The battle between Howman and Janssen is definitely for second in this race. You can see it at the top of your screen now going into turn 3.
Janssen looks again, but he's not quite close enough. This time, if he wants to change the strategy, one of them has to go now. Janssen goes Joker, watching the background. How close is the McConnell train? Not close enough. Casper Janssen comes back out into P3. So this is the one now. Howman's got to drive away from him, or can Casper? If Casper's too sideways. I think Howman will get this. I think Howman will do a perfect lap now, Hal.
So do I, and I would generally back Tommy Howman to nail a lap when he needs to. He's got that sort of composure as a driver. Casper Janssen drives with his heart on his sleeve, and it's worked so well for him so many times, but Howman is so calculated. I think he probably can deliver a lap, especially with small mistakes like that from Janssen.
Victor Rank slides into the Joker lap. We need to see what happens when Howman goes in. Howman's going in now as well. You're up on the drone. Tommy Howman will be looking to his left-hand side, and there's nobody there because he has nailed on a brilliant lap. Out front, though, it's a brilliant performance from Victor Rank's double victory for him at his home circuit. P2 goes to Howman after a storming lap to hold off a chasing Casper Janssen. McConnell and Erikson super close together. And a brilliant weekend's racing comes to a close with a fitting orange car on King's Weekend. Victor Ranks with a double victory on his Supercar debut.
I don't actually think the radio issue with McConnell cost him anything. No, you need the information through the race. As we see some donuts from Victor Ranks. He won't have done those in a Supercar before, sitting on the limiter.
Come on, Victor. Handbrake first, then the gas. He knows he's been driving it on the front. That's now gun it. That's how it works. He's told us he's been driving it on the nose all day. Hadn't he tried to drive it on the nose for the donuts? Kevin Eriksson's walking past disappointed, but I don't think it would have made any difference to the result today.
It always makes a difference to have a spotter in your rear to encourage you along,
yeah.
But I think when you're at Fraser's level, he'll know how to deal with that, and it's so close in open four-wheel drive at the moment within the FC2s that it would have been very difficult to do any better than he did given his position on that one.
He's had a good weekend, Franz, to be fair. He's had a collection of
really
decent, solid results across everything. Certainly, I think he'd be much happier than he was in Portugal. Yeah, go on, Victor. You tell him.
Great result for Victor Ranks. I'm really disappointed for Ollie Erikson, who's driven so well. He's been so on top of the FC2 and just hasn't been able to get the track position he needed to fight at the front, because really I think he could have been right up there with Howman.
And if Ranks as well, he really is the fly in the FC2 ointment, isn't he? If he hadn't turned up this weekend, we'd have seen a number of victories for the FC2. But instead he turns up with a very latest spec Peugeot 208 Supercar and has handled it wonderfully.
One of the best supercars ever built, RX1 as they're known today, and it's not the latest iteration of the 208 WRX, but it's clearly been well prepared to do a job this weekend, and you've got to drive it, haven't you? And the pressure, racing at home, I talked to him yesterday in the pre-show about how much pressure is there, and he said the pressure's not there if you're winning, but the pressure to deliver when you've got the best car. Linneman really felt that in Portugal. I talked to Yorick afterwards that it's tough when you're expected to win as much as it is when you're trying to fight for it, and he's done a great job.
This was the start. Howman did get a brilliant start, but it's such a long run to the first corner. That dust as well, Halley's right on the point of the brakes, is that you can understand why people, just as they leap on the brakes, lose a little bit of traction, 2 or 3 feet in the braking zone. This was McConnell jokering with no radio, but doing a lovely joker lap too. Got the car pitched in early and came out in front of Ollie Erikson. This was fantastic. Casper Janssen, He's really good, isn't he? But when he weighed, the mistake he made, Hal, was tiny. Coming out onto the front straight. Look at this.
Oh, McConnell just touched the wall there, didn't he? And that opened the opportunity. I think Ollie Erikson would have forced the issue harder had they not been such good friends and teammates.
So do I. And yeah, Janssen, so close, Hal. He just got a little bit sideways coming on. You'd have to say that Janssen's lap after that moment was as good as Howman's because they were so close come the merge. It was crazy.
Nothing to choose between them on best lap, actually. A 37.4 was the best lap that Janssen did, which was on the final lap, and a 37.6 was Howman's best lap, so nothing to choose between them. It was very, and I'd say just a tiny bit sideways on the one bit. Victor Rank's double victory at Valkenswaard, the Euro circuit. Tommy Howman P2, Casper Janssen P3, McConnell gets 4th, Erikson gets 5th, and Nathan Otting is P6. That's it. We're done here from Valkenswaard. It was a brand new track for me. I'm guessing probably a brand new track for a lot of you guys because the last time people were racing here, Hal, there wasn't really live coverage of Rallycross, which is pretty wild to think about, isn't it? Yeah, mad. The last big event was 2012 in the European Championship. Of course, there's been lots of domestic events here since, but it's been a difficult period for the circuit. Belgium and Holland has been for a tough time with the availability of the tracks, and it's fantastic to have top-level Rallycross back in this region because it's such a core element of this sport and has a lot of history here for drivers from every country.
And the welcome we've had, certainly here in the commentary box, we've had people all day long coming across, taking a look, saying hi, saying they've been watching from home. Thank you to all of you. Means a lot to us. It's great to know people are watching and enjoying the coverage. I had a great day today. Yeah, yesterday was quite hard work. I don't know if it was the 4 jump starts in front wheel drive that broke the camel's back yesterday, but today's felt like a lot of fun.
The camel was already wounded at that stage. It was a bit of a cluster, wasn't it? But today's been really, really good.
It really was. So that is it for myself, Andrew Coley, Hal Ridge. Thanks to Nicholas Dubernard as well, who was out doing the interviews. Peter Hellman, of course, who was out with the camera, the crew in Stockholm, and you guys for watching. And we'll be back in 2 weeks. Riga, Latvia is up next. We'll see you then. Take care, guys.